Hi guys, welcome to Boku no Fiction. So in today's video we are going to see what if Deku became the Undying? Part 1. But first hit like and subscribe for more content. Let's begin. It was a normal day for the residents of Japan. Until a bored being grew curious. And that's how 11 particular individuals found themselves in a room resembling a movie theater. The 11 people look around in confusion, before their eyes alight on each other. Villain. All Might shouts, looking at Tamura Shigaraki. Heroes. He replies, hatred emitting from his gaze. Hand bastard. Shouts Bakugo, his hands held out in front of him. Principal Nizu says nothing, only sipping his tea as he examines the situation he's found himself in. Detective Tsukachi looks on with a tired gaze, mirrored by Aizawa, though both are ready to move at a moment's notice. Alternatively, the last 5 people are looking around in confusion. Uraraka, Todoroki, and Kirishima stand together, uncertain and wary at suddenly being transported. Toga is looking around curiously, her head tilted, though her eyes gleam with bloodlust. Inko Midoriya, at odds with everyone, is looking around in a panic, the tense atmosphere doing nothing for her nerves. Before anyone can make a move though, a voice speaks up. Pardon me. Is everyone here? No? Well, it is my first time doing something like this, so I suppose getting even half of the people I wanted is fine. It might be even more amusing. Quality over quantity and such. Everyone turns to the movie screen, where they see a tall man draped in what can only be described as galaxy robes looking at them. Bakugo, being the brash young man that he is the first to respond. The hell you talking about, bathrobe? You're the one who brought us here. You another shitty villain. I'll take you down along with the hand bastard. The stranger chuckles. Yes, Bakugo Katsuki. It's interesting seeing your famously aggressive personality in person. Though perhaps I should punish you. As he looks at him in amusement, Bakugo feels a chill crawl up his spine, disappearing the moment the stranger shakes their head. No, I suppose that won't be necessary. After all, I don't want to diminish everyone's experience today. And what might you mean by that? Asks Principal Nizu, calmly taking another sip of tea. I'm glad you asked, Principal Nizu. He claps his hands and suddenly everyone is sitting, facing the screen. No matter how much they try, they can't get out, much to the consternation of Tamura and Aizawa, who are stuck next to each other. Meanwhile, Toga smiles brightly at Inko, who gives an uncertain and shaky smile back. The students are grouped together, as are the UA staff, with the detective at the front of everyone. Now, to assuage any worries, while you are here, time on your world will be frozen. Several people release relieved breaths at his reassurance. You also may be wondering where you are, why I've brought you here, and who I am. He waits for everyone to murmur or otherwise confirm his words, ignoring Bakugo's shouts of "die." It's not nearly as intimidating without his quirk to back it up. Well, to sum it up. He clears his throat. I was bored, and decided to do something that I've noticed has been popular with some of the other deities. He ignores their sudden silence with the sole exception of Tamura muttering about an endgame boss. You see, he raises a finger, you are here to watch an alternate timeline. At their confused muttering, he continues. You see, there are innumerable variations of the same event. For example, Uraraka, she jumps a little at being suddenly addressed. In one timeline, if you used your quirk for 1 second longer than you have in yours for every activation, your quirk would be twice as powerful. Her eyes widen in disbelief while Aizawa shoots her a thoughtful look. Bakugo snorts while Tamura scratches his neck in irritation. Todoroki appraises her silently, while Kirishima pats her shoulder in encouragement. In another, he continues, looking at Toga, if your parents were more understanding, you would have had a fairly normal life. She stiffens up, her eyes turning cold as everyone turns to look at her. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly happy with how my life is going. She smiles, showing off her sharp teeth and sending shivers down the students' spines. Tamura looks at her curiously. This girl looks like she needs more points in the mind attribute. He smiles. That could be useful. Inko raises a trembling hand, and the stranger nods for her to speak. I'm not really sure why I'm here. All Might said that the man over there, she points at Tamura who bares his teeth at her, is a villain. And those kids over there are from my son's school. I'm not really sure about this girl's situation, but this seems like hero business. She trails off questioningly, and Takachi nods his head. She's right. Whatever you want us to see, I don't think we need civilians getting involved. Though we do appreciate you bringing the leader of the League of Villains to us. Tamura sneers at him, grasping the armrest, then looking down in surprise that it's still there. The man chuckles. Well, you know how I mentioned that you'll be watching an alternate timeline? They nod. Well, the focus will be, he waves his hand at the screen dramatically as a picture of a young green-haired boy appears. Izuku Midoriya. There are gasps from those on the hero's side of the law and Inko, while Tamura narrows his eyes in irritation, recognizing the brat from his failed attack on the USJ, though in the picture he looks much younger. Toga beams at the photo, thinking about how cute the kid is. She's always had a soft spot for kids, which is why she never tried to drink their blood or make them bleed. She's got to wait until they grow up enough that she can have proper fun with them. Why is my son the focus? Inko asks, looking at the photo of her little boy, overcome with nostalgia for the time before they found out he was quirkless. Though she supposed that he was just a late bloomer, given that he managed to get into UA with his strength quirk. Well, you see, for your time period, barring outside interference from other deities, young Izuku is one of the most influential people. All Might's sharp inhale is lost among the sudden cacophony of noise. Bullshit. Bakugu's shout is the loudest, but the man simply ignores them all until they calm down. Despite what any of you would like to believe, that is the truth. No matter the path he chooses, he is a focal point for the future of Japan. What do you mean, no matter his path? All Might questions with a hint of concern. He looks at him with no emotion on his face. Well, whether he chooses the path of a hero or a villain, he will be involved in Japan's most important events. The room is engulfed in stunned silence, with those closest to Izuku being the most stunned. No way, dude, Kirishima snorts, Izuku would never be a villain. He's way too nice. Uraraka rapidly nods her head. Yeah. He's the sweetest guy any of us have ever met. The teachers and principal of UA say nothing, but their eyes are filled with doubt at the man's words. Tamura only looks on in curiosity, wondering what kind of villain the boy would be. The man shrugs. Believe what you like, but he has two paths unless he dies early. A great hero, or a great villain. All Might looks at him defiantly. Young Midoriya would never choose to be a villain. The man shrugs. Well, I was planning to focus on a single timeline, but I suppose a few seconds of another one wouldn't hurt. With that, he snaps his fingers and the screen behind him lights up. Izuku, wearing a blood-stained suit, approaches All Might, the symbol of peace. He's holding up a building, trying to prevent its collapse. He can do nothing as the green-haired boy thrusts a steel pole through his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. He collapses to his knees, the building quickly following suit. But there are no screams, for the people inside had long since evacuated. The boy mocks the hero for failing to notice, for wasting the last moments of his life trying to save people who were already gone. They speak, their words meant only for each other. Izuku's face twists as he sneers at the hero, pulling out the pipe which is wrapped in shadow. With it, he cuts off his right arm, and the part of the building he was still supporting collapses on him. He raises his weapon for one last strike, only to be hit by the flames of Endeavor, and retreats. Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye, and Lemillion surround the fallen symbol, while in the background a dark portal opens up, taking the green-haired villain away from the devastation. Everyone looks on in shock, their jaws hanging open. Even Tamura, who's wanted All Might dead for as long as he can remember, can't smile after witnessing the event. What happened? All Might asks, his throat dry. Nobody can blame him, after all, he just saw one of the most kind-hearted people he's ever known brutally murder him while surrounded by a burning and destroyed city. The man shrugs while looking at the crying Inko in pity. He went the path of a villain. The students are speechless, especially Bakugo, who's known the Green-Eat the longest. He can't even fathom what could have made him turn out like that. Tsukachi raises a hand. As far as I can tell, most of the people here have something to do with the boy in question. But I only met him once, so why am I and this girl here? Well, she's also a major player in his life, so I wanted to see her reaction as well. Though I suppose she hasn't met him yet in your timeline, he waves the issue off. As for you, that's mainly in case anyone has any questions regarding similarities between your universe and the one you'll be watching. Keeping people honest, you know? He chuckles. Now, the man continues, not every timeline is like the one I showed, many of them are actually quite nice. But I'm unsure of the one we're going to watch. After all, I wouldn't want to have any risk of a spoiler. So, he grins, my name is Sochk, a deity of chaos. And it's time for the show to begin. My twin sister, Izumi, and I are watching one of our favorite videos online. It's the video of the #1 hero's debut. The one where All Might saved 100 people in 10 minutes. It ends with his signature smile and catchphrase, and the two of us shout it out with him. I am here. The two of us beam at each other, and Izumi easily uses her quirk to levitate our All Might action figures to us. We raise them as far as we can, and shout our goals to the roof. We will be the twin heroes of justice. Our power will make all the villains quake in fear. We shout our names for all to hear. Mido Kaneshsu. Green telekinesis. Midamito. Green might. Our voices overlap as we voice our team name. Midoyum. Green dream. We laugh together, talking about what my quirk might be. It's got to be something impressive if it's taking longer to manifest than Izumi's. We're twins after all. As we're laughing together, Mom comes in, smiling at the two of us. She beams at the two of us as she claps to get our attention. Okay, you two, we need to go to the doctor to get your quirks appraised. Yeah. We leave the room in front of Mom, unaware of the worry in her gaze as she looks at her son. Once we're all in the car, I ask Mom where Dad is. Oh, he got caught up with work again, so he'll be coming home late again. She sighs. She knows how important her husband is, being the #1 hero and all, but it would be nice to have him home more often. After all, she's the #12 hero and she still has time for her family. But that's the price they pay for a safer Japan. She understands, and she makes sure her children don't hold it against him. It helps that when he's home, he showers the three of them in as much love as he can. The entire ride to the doctor, the car was filled with the two children geeking out over heroes and quirks. Whenever Izuku Yagi hears her kids praising All Might, their father, as the best hero, she can't help but feel a surge of pride in her chest. Even without knowing that their parents are both heroes, the two admire them. But she did wish that they talked about her hero identity, cufflink, more often. She shakes her head free of those thoughts by the time they all arrive at the doctor. The person seeing them is a bald man with big green goggles with a yellow rim. But what hair he lacks on his head, he more than makes up for with his bushy mustache. I watch him as he uses a small device and wraps it around my sister's wrist. As he does, he explains. This device will analyze a person's quirk, telling us how strong it might be. Of course it is only a rough estimate, given that quirks can be trained the same as any kind of muscle. After he's done with his explanation, the device beeps. Taking it off, he looks at the screen and exclaims in shock. Unbelievable. Without training it, your quirk will be on the level of the top pros. Do you have any idea what your quirk will develop into? Suddenly shy, but proud at the praise, Izumi gives a confident nod. Raising hand, she uses her telekinesis to lift the device out of the doctor's hand, surprising him. She brings it to herself as she beams at the man. Impressive for one at such a young age. You'll go places, girl. He turns his attention to me, and I eagerly hold out my wrist for him. He chuckles at my enthusiasm before wrapping another device around my wrist. After a few minutes of nothing happening, he frowns. Taking it off, he fiddles with it a bit before putting it back on. We wait, but still, nothing. My mother is looking worried now, but me and Izumi are just confused. He takes it off of me again before looking at Mom. If it's alright with you, I'd like to do a few more tests. She nods, hoping to find out what's wrong with her child. She knew something was off when he didn't show any signs of his quirk a month ago like his sister when they turned 4. The doctor took some blood, and I held back my tears at the pain. A hero is supposed to make sure other people don't have to worry, not the other way around. Still though, I appreciate Izumi holding my hand while it's getting done. After taking my blood, the doctor has me do a few different movements, which I do with no problem. As we go through them all, he asks me about what I want to do. So I tell him about how awesome All Might is. By the time he x-rays my foot, I finally get to his question. So what I want to do is become a hero like All Might, someone who helps everyone. My mom and sister smile at my words. Looking up from the x-ray, the doctor's words erase all the smiles in the room. Sorry kid. It's not gonna happen. The only sound anyone can hear is the clatter my All Might action figure makes as it falls to the floor. We all stare at the doctor in shock, the silence seeming to permeate our entire beings. It's Mom that manages to break free of it first. Oh dear, so there is something wrong with him? Most of the other kids in his kindergarten class have already shown signs of their quirks. Including his sister. She shoots a reassuring smile at Izumi, who looks mad at the doctor's words. But it quickly turns to shock, and then pity, as he speaks. I'm afraid that your son is quirkless. You see, he goes on to explain about how people have evolved, and that the bones in a person's foot is a sure way to tell whether or not they have a quirk. But I stopped listening after his first sentence. Instead, his words echo in my mind. Your son is quirkless. Son is quirkless. 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 I think about all the plans me and Izumi have made, all relying on us becoming heroes together. We even told Kachan that he could join us at our agency. That made him really happy, but then he got mad when we told him that Izumi and I would be a 2-person team, and that we would only team up with him when we want to hang out. He didn't talk to us for a whole week. It was only when he excitedly told us about his quirk starting to manifest that he started talking to us again. It was a good day, and Izumi and I were super excited for when we would develop our own quirks. But I guess that's never going to happen for me. The drive home is in silence, one that goes unbroken all the way home. Once there, I go to my mom's room and turn on the computer. I watch my favorite video, over and over and over. I watch as All Might flashes his reassuring smile. As he says his iconic words. Then I do it again. Over and over and over again. I can tell that my mom is behind me, looking at me with worry in her eyes. Slowly, I turn to her, tears pooling in my eyes. All Might is always smiling, no matter how bad things get. I raise a trembling finger to show her, as if it would somehow erase the time I spent at the doctor's. Do you think that I can be a hero too? My voice is weak, and my entire body is trembling. She grabs onto me. She apologizes. She says that she wishes things could be different. She doesn't answer, not directly. But I know. I know the meaning in her words. You can't become a hero. Ah, they're so cute together. Uraraka gushes. Totally. Toga agrees. It kind of makes me wish I had another child, Inko mutters, looking at alternate hers kids. The only ones with different thoughts are Tamura, who scowls at the hero-worshipping brats, Aizawa who shrugs it off, and Nizu, who's busy going through how having a twin sister would change young Izuku's fate. When they hear the blunt way the doctor bluntly tells the young boy that his dreams are unattainable, the crowd breaks out in outrage. That's so unmanly. Yeah. Even if he didn't think he could do it, he didn't have to be so mean about it. I don't like him, but I wonder if I can make him better if I let his blood gush out. Inko slowly inches away from the muttering serial killer as she watches the same scene she experienced play out on the screen. The only difference is how happy the other her is about her daughter's potential. Nizu sips his tea while All Might winces at the familiar words. That device would be quite useful. A shame we don't have something similar in our timeline. Bakugu smirks at the screen, knowing that he had the right idea growing up. And he was right since Deku only got into UA thanks to finally developing his quirk. He kind of looks like the doctor, Tamura mutters while scratching his neck. When the screen shows Inko hugging her child, they all look at her. She lowers her head in shame, not meeting any of their gazes. Bakugu snorts. It's not like you can be a hero without a quirk. She didn't do anything wrong. But aren't your parents supposed to encourage you, even just to show their support? It's unmanly otherwise. That's news to me. They shoot Toga a glance, who's just playing with her fingers. Uraraka looks away. Well, I'm sure his dad will do something. We haven't seen Hayashi since he found out Izuku was quirkless. Inko mutters, causing an awkward silence to fill the room. Sochik chuckles. Well, good thing it doesn't seem like you married Hayashi in this timeline. Third-person POV. After putting Izuku to bed, Inko starts making dinner for everyone. Izumi is in the living room, watching TV after her mother told her to let Izuku have some alone time. But the worry is clear on her face. She heard the doctor, same as her mother, after all. Quirkless. She changes the channel, and a news reporter comes on. Here at the scene, you can see the two villains defeated by All Might with a single punch. Regretfully, we couldn't get an interview, with All Might stating that he had some personal business to take care of. If we learn more, our loyal viewers shall be the first to know. She changes the channel again, this time landing on a kids' show. It's bright, it's colorful, and it's exactly the kind of thing that you simply turn your mind off to watch. Which is what Izumi needs right now. She watches the show, listening to the noises her mom makes in the kitchen. It's only after 10 minutes into the show that Izumi realizes what the show is about. The heroes band together after losing their powers to defeat the villain. Watching the villain fall due to the power of friendship, Izumi can't stop the small hope that starts to burn in her heart. Maybe Izuku can be a hero even without a quirk. It's something she doesn't say out loud, from fear that even giving voice to the ember would blow it out. But it's there. The hope that they'll still be able to achieve their dreams. Together. Just like they always have. Time passes like that, with Inko making dinner, her heart filled with sorrow, and Izumi watching TV, hope flickering in her small heart, threatened to be put out at the slightest breath. When Inko is laying her specialty meal of chicken katsu on the table, her husband, Toshinori Yagi, finally returns. He looks at his wife and daughter, immediately noticing the heavy atmosphere of the home. What happened? Where's Izuku? He asks, trying not to think of the worst possibilities. Seeing his obvious distress, and knowing what life as a hero is like, she quickly reassures him. He's okay, just sleeping. Breathing a sigh of relief, Toshinori Yagi looks at his wife, the question clear on his face. With a sigh of resignation, she speaks. We went to the doctor to get their quirks appraised, and Izuku doesn't have one. She doesn't beat around the bush, deciding to come out and say it as bluntly as possible. She doesn't even notice that she's crying until Toshinori is hugging her. Then she breaks down as the shock finally wears off. That her son, in a society that revolves around a person's quirk, is lacking. After letting her emotions out through her tears for 10 minutes, she looks up at her husband, surprised and a little angry at his lack of a reaction to the news. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you care that our son isn't normal? She yells the last part, and both her husband and daughter flinch. Toshinori from the reminder of his past. Izumi from hearing that her brother isn't normal. She knew that of course, but knowing it and hearing your mother yell it are two different things. The ember in her heart flickers and shrinks, somehow smaller than it was before. Had it been anyone else, the flame would never have come into being. But her desperation to hold on to her and her brother's dreams managed to ignite the spark. Now she must desperately try to maintain it. Toshinori shoots a glance at his daughter's wide eyes before leaning into his wife and whispering in her ear. I promise that I'll explain later, but for now we need to act normal. I don't want Izumi to worry. She glares at him as he clears his throat and speaks in an overly cheerful voice. So, what about Izumi? Did you get her quirk appraised as well? Glancing at her daughter, Inko's eyes soften before a mischievous gleam appears. We sure did. She yells with more authentic joy than Toshinori. The doctor said that her telekinesis is powerful. He said that when she grows into it, she could even beat All Might. At her words, Toshinori misses the chair he was about to sit in, landing hard on his butt. Izumi chuckles at the sight while also beaming at her mother's words. I'll be as strong as All Might? The All Might. That's amazing. I'm going to be the new #1 hero after I make my own debut. I'll save 200, no. I'll save 1,000 people in 10 minutes and blow All Might's record right out of the water. Unbeknownst to any of the three, their words this night would have consequences. Not any time soon, but far more dire than any of them could ever dream of. But that will be then, and for now, the three take their seats at the table, Toshinori sitting gingerly to avoid putting too much pressure on his possibly bruised behind. The three talk, telling each other about their days. Though it's more like Inko and Toshinori talking since other than going to the doctor, Izumi only stayed home and hung out with Izuku. At that thought, she looks around the table noticing with shock that Izuku isn't there. Then she remembers her mom's earlier words and comes to the conclusion that she wanted to let him sleep. She goes back to her meal with joy. After all, chicken katsu is her mom's best dish. After dinner, she sees her mom looking at the extra plate of food in confusion, so she decides to help her. She goes to the kitchen and opens the drawer she's seen her pull the saran wrap from. Getting it, she gets back to the table just in time to see her mom pick up the plate. Turning around, Inko is surprised to see her daughter carrying the box. Before she can scold her for grabbing things she isn't supposed to, Izumi speaks. Here you go, Mom, so you can wrap up Izuku's dinner for him. It was nice of you to let him sleep in. With a start, Inko realizes why there's still a full plate. She forgot to wake up her son. Feeling guilty, she thanks Izumi and quickly wraps the meal, heading to bed where Toshinori explains to her about his quirk. As well as how he'll reveal the truth to their children once they turn 10. Izumi goes to her own room, dreaming of being the hero she can be. Izuku POV. I wake up during the night with my stomach growling. Looking around, it's dark, so I turn on a spare flashlight next to my bed and make my way to the kitchen. There, I see a plate of Mom's katsu chicken wrapped up for me. I look around in confusion and ask if anyone is around before noticing the time on the clock. 10 o'clock, when everybody would usually be in bed, asleep. And 3 hours past the time everyone would eat dinner together. I can't help but feel sad that I slept so long. After all, dinner is one of the few times that we're all together. Either Dad is busy with work, or Mom is. But without fail, everyone would be at the dinner table around 7 o'clock. Except for today. Given what we found out though, I guess I didn't want to wake up. I do appreciate that Mom left me a plate in case I woke up though. I just wish that I would have woken up when they came to get me. It's not like they forgot about me, right? When All Might sees himself walk into their house, he can't help but be confused. When he sees himself kissing Inko in greeting, his eyes bug out of his sockets. Nizu chokes on his tea, and Tsukachi gives him a sidelong glance. Aizawa manages to keep a straight face, but he does twitch. Everyone else just tilts their head, wondering why the guy looks kind of familiar. Oh yeah, Sochik says, you guys don't know. That's what All Might looks like in this timeline. Everyone looks at him in shock before turning to All Might, who scratches his cheek sheepishly with a finger. The silence is broken by Todoroki of all people, who has yet to say anything, shouting. I knew Midoriya was All Might's secret love child. All Might and Inko look at the proud-looking boy in shock before making eye contact with each other. They both blush and look away. Tamura grins. So All Might can look like that as well. I'll have to tell Sensei about it. This is going to be a treasure trove of tips on taking down the final boss. Everyone is shocked when Inko apparently forgets about her son, only being reminded when her daughter brings her the wrap for his food. I would never forget about my child. She shouts in shock. Little Izumi is so sweet, making sure that Izuku will still get his dinner. Uraraka gushes. Dad? Mom? Izumi? Everyone quiets down again when they see little Izuku come out. He looks at the food on the table and gets a downcast expression. I didn't get to see Dad today. All Might winces as nearly every person in the theater shoots a glare his way. He raises his hands placatingly. And now hold on. I would never neglect someone like that. Tamura snorts, muttering about how all heroes are the same. Izumi POV. The next day, after a plain breakfast of rice and eggs, Mom drops me and Izuku off at our kindergarten class. Izuku still isn't over what the doctor told them yesterday, so he decides to draw by himself during their break. Bakugo gives him a curious look, but he ignores it so he comes to hang out with me. Hey, what's up with Izuku? Did something happen at the doctor yesterday? I wince at his question before sending Izuku a look. Seeing that he's out of earshot, I respond. Yeah. Apparently, Izuku is quirkless. He gasps, sending a wide-eyed look of surprise towards one of his best friends. But our plans. We were all going to be heroes together. Seeing his downcast expression, I get an apprehensive look. What if, we still can? My flame grows a bit brighter, though the size remains the same. Katsuki gives me a shocked look. Are you kidding? He won't be able to be a hero without a quirk. It dims, shrinking a bit on itself. Have you not seen some of the villains out there? Look at some of the fights heroes and villains have and tell me if a quirkless person would be able to survive one of them, much less win. I look down, my flame reduced to embers, but not yet put out. I gulp. He could still be support. Or maybe work as our manager. My voice is hesitant, as if afraid that Katsuki will be angry at me for voicing the remains of my hope. He gets a thoughtful look on his face as he stares at Izuku. Yeah. That could work. His eyes gleam. He can be like the computer guy in TV shows and movies. He'll let us know when there's an attack, and where we need to go. Good thinking, Izumi. I smile at the praise, a warm feeling flowing through my chest. We can still be together. We can still start an agency together. Even if Izuku isn't a hero like us, we can still achieve our dreams together. I can't believe that I thought that before. A few weeks after my brother was diagnosed as quirkless, I find him writing something down in a notebook as he watches a hero fight on TV. He seems really focused on it. I wonder what he's writing about. Hey Izuku. He jumps, pulled out of his thoughts, and I can't help but giggle at his reaction. What are you writing about? Oh, this? He holds it up so I can see the title. Hero Analysis for the Future. I tilt my head in confusion, not sure what it's supposed to be. He seems kind of hesitant to tell me too. Well, I thought that I should study how people's quirks work. If I'm going to be a hero without a quirk, then I'll need to know a lot about how they work. I blink at him, failing to process what he said. Be a hero? But he can't, he's quirkless. He'd die the first time he fought a villain. I don't say that out loud though, instead giving him a tense smile. Oh. Okay. I go to my room, my mind in turmoil about what he said. What about our new plans? You're going to support me and Bakugo when we become heroes. You can't fight someone who can just open a hole in the ground underneath you. Next time I see Katsuki, I'll need to tell him about what Izuku said. What? He still wants to be a hero. Even without a quirk. The next time we can talk to each other is the next day at school, and Katsuki's reaction is as loud as I thought it would be. After he got his quirk, he's been getting more excitable. He's also been playing around with the sparks that come off his hand, much to the dismay of the teacher. He started 2 fires in class since he got it, but the principal just laughs it off, saying that someone with such an amazing quirk needs to practice. It made the teacher exasperated, but she didn't complain to him again. Instead, she got a fire extinguisher and left it next to her desk in case something catches on fire again. And seeing how Katsuki's hands are sparking so much from his anger, I guess that she'll be needing it today. He can't be a hero without a quirk. He'll die. I know, but what are we supposed to do? I thought that he gave up on being a hero since he hasn't mentioned it since he was diagnosed. He gets a thoughtful look on his face as he looks at where Izuku is drawing. He's been doing that a lot lately. After the other kids found out that he was quirkless, they started to ignore him. Seeming to get an idea after seeing him, Katsuki looks back at me in excitement. I know. We'll ignore him until he gives up. Then he'll see that he should be supporting us instead of doing something so dangerous. I don't think that will work, and I tell him that. But by the time the break ends, he's convinced me that it's a good idea. I just hope that I don't regret going along with it. I turn 5 today, so Mom and Dad are taking me to Universal Studios Japan. They both managed to get the day off, and I've never been to the USJ before. It's really fun. We go on all kinds of rides, we see some shows, and we eat all kinds of yummy food. But there's this nagging feeling eating into my stomach that I can't seem to get rid of. When we get home late at night, tired from the exciting day, I finally realize what that feeling was. Izuku is curled up on the couch, tear tracks smeared across his sleeping face. We left behind Izuku. My parents exchange horrified looks before rushing to the kitchen. I hear sighs of relief as they realize that Izuku managed to make himself some food while they were gone. They come back with guilty faces as they look at him. They start whispering to each other as I stare at my brother, who's hugging a watermarked notebook. Hero Analysis for the Future number 2. I'll take him next week. It can be like a father-son bonding thing. Don't forget. Don't worry, I'll set a reminder the day before. Seeming to have finished their whispered conversation, Dad picks Izuku up and takes him to his room, not noticing the notebook that falls from his arms. I pick it up and follow, putting it on his desk before leaving for bed with guilt gnawing my stomach. Katsuki hit Izuku. The 3 of us and 2 of Katsuki's friends were walking on a log bridge, marching to a tune he made up for our future agency, when he tripped and fell in the stream. Of course, since it was Katsuki who fell in, none of us were worried. After all, he and I are going to be pros. A little thing like that isn't going to hurt him. But Izuku didn't seem to agree. I don't even know why he still follows us around at this point. He knows that we aren't going to talk to him. He went down into the stream as we all watched, holding out his hand and asking if Katsuki was okay. I feel a twinge in my chest watching. He has the heart of a hero. But that's not enough. He needs a quirk too. Or else he'll just die. Katsuki ignores the hand, pushing himself up. He glares at Izuku, his hands balled into fists. Then he punches him in the face. I look on in shock as he falls into the stream, holding his cheek where Katsuki hit him. The boy himself is looking down at Izuku in shock before he sneers. I don't need help from some quirkless Deku. And he climbs back up on the opposite side of the stream. I look down at Izuku, who started crying. He looks up at me, eyes begging for me to come down and comfort him, like I used to do when he got hurt. Before we were 4. But I clench my fists and firm my resolve. I turn away and follow Katsuki further into the forest. I need him to tell me why he hit my brother. It's obvious by this point that ignoring him isn't going to work. If we want him to give up on being a hero, we need to do more. I look at him in confusion. What do you mean more? He takes a breath. We need to bully him. Show him that he can't stand up to people with quirks. Once he understands that a quirkless person can't beat someone who has one, he'll give up. I look at him uncertainly. I don't know. That seems like it's going a bit too far. He looks me in the eyes. You think I want to do this? It's for his own good. As his sister, do you really want to see him get killed trying to fight someone like you, who has powerful telekinesis? Or someone like Death Arms, with super strength? I hesitate, my mind envisioning what he's saying with great clarity. I see Izuku, running at a villain. I see the villain waves his hand and Izuku shooting up into the sky. I see him fall. I see him. I shake my head to get rid of the sight. I look at Katsuki. Okay. Let's do it. The embers of hope in my heart have long gone out. Ah. Kid Bakugo is so cute. I wonder what happened. He glares at Uraraka. Screw you, round face. Kirishima chuckles. Come on Baku bro, don't be like that. We were all kids once. And look at you now, all manly. He scowls at him, but simply throws himself into the back of his seat. The people around him chuckle, the only person who doesn't is Tamura. He just looks at the screen, watching as the children make plans. Then before it cuts to the next scene, it goes gray, and bold words are plastered across it. I can't believe I thought our dreams could be achieved. Everyone looks at it in shock, suddenly apprehensive. Kirishima lets out an uneasy laugh. Ha, ha. See, come on guys, this is Midoriya we're talking about. I'm sure everything is going to work out. Nobody responds, and Bakugo starts to get a bad feeling as he remembers what he started doing. Ha! Look at that, even now he works hard to be a hero. All Might beams at the people around him as they watch Izuku start on his path. I wonder what he's writing in there. Mummers Nizu. Probably some stupid fanboy trash about heroes. Tamura growls. He ignores the glares everyone else sends his way before turning back to the screen. Bakugo, are you an idiot? The fact that it's Todoroki who's asking makes it all the more impactful. Shut the hell up, icy hot. Though he says that, his usual fire is missing, and he doesn't meet anyone's eyes. Inko is looking at him in shock. Bakugo, did you do this to my Izuku? He scowls down at the floor. No. When everyone looks at Tsukachi, he nods his head. Truth. The tension leaves everyone and Kirishima claps a hand on Bakugo's shoulder with a laugh. I'm proud of you bro. You're way manlier than that guy. He jerks a thumb at the screen as a montage of Izuku following his sister and friend plays, all the while they pretend that he isn't even there. An uncomfortable look crosses his face, unnoticed by all except Tamura. He hums in thought and Tsukachi looks at him with a raised eyebrow. Just keep watching. I have a feeling that kid is about to get put on a harder difficulty. He refuses to answer their questioning looks, so they sit back and watch. They watch as Izumi has a fun day at the amusement park, smiling at her joy. They listen to Inko demanding that Sochik let her punch the other her in the face for forgetting her child, backed up by All Might wanting to do the same to himself. All the while Tamura hums, waiting for what he knows is going to occur. They gasp in shock as Kid Bakugo punches Kid Izuku and storms off. They shout at the two kids to think about what they're doing as they agree to bully the boy. Tamura smirks as he looks to the, for once, silent explosion boy. So, Mr. Hero-to-be, is this more in line with what you did to your Midoriya? Everyone is silent as they look at him. Kirishima with worry, Inko in horror, Uraraka in anger, All Might in shock, Todoroki in judgment, Nizu in consideration, Aizawa with dawning understanding, and Toga in disgust. His answer is quiet, barely heard by the people around him. But it's enough for Tsukachi. Truth. Izuku POV. It's been a few years since Mom and Dad have started ignoring me, and Izumi and Kaken have started bullying me. After the first time Kaken hit me, they started insulting me. Mocking me. Telling me that I don't have what it takes to be a hero. Then they started to get physical. At first they just pushed me around, tripped me, stuff like that. But then they asked if I still wanted to be a hero, and I said yes. Then they started hitting me. They didn't use their quirks, thankfully. Instead they just hit and kicked me, covering me in bruises. But they aren't dumb, they made sure that they only beat me where my clothes cover. I'm sitting in class as usual, when the teacher says she has a special announcement. Today we have a transfer student. Please make sure that you make her feel welcome. She gestures towards the door, and I guess the new kid was looking through the window because she opens it. She has a heterochromatic appearance, with the left side of her shoulder-length hair being red and the right a pure white. Her eyes are different colors too. Her right eye is brown, while the left one is a bright blue. It's really eye-catching, especially given the horrible burn scar covering the upper portion of that side of her face. She looks out at the class with a blank expression. It's not until the teacher tells her to introduce herself that she does. Shoko Todoroki. My quirk lets me use ice from my right side and fire from my left. I don't use my fire for personal reasons. Don't ask about them, or my scar. With that her introduction is done, and it's clear that she doesn't want to say anything else. Clearing her throat awkwardly, the teacher directs them to the empty desk next to me. It wasn't always empty, but Kaken and Izumi spread rumors that being quirkless can make people who have quirks get sick. After that they changed seats. Todoroki sits next to me casually, not even looking in my direction. But it's not that she's trying to be mean, she's not looking at the other students either. I can't help but feel a flash of relief that she's not being mean to me, only to become depressed since I know that she'll act like everyone else once she knows that I'm quirkless. The class goes on as normal, with everyone focusing on the teacher. At least, I look like I'm paying attention to her. Over the years of avoiding Kaken and my twin, one of the places I usually hide is the library. And since I'm already hiding there, I decide to read the books they have. Not the fun, kid-focused kind though. But the ones for learning. I've basically read each of the books they have in the library about math, science, history, etc. So I already know everything the teacher is teaching us, other than what her own experiences have taught her. Instead of focusing on the lesson, I'm writing down an analysis of a hero fight I saw the other day. While I do so, I cover my mouth to help cover my muttering. If I do that, then the sound doesn't leak out too much, so nobody realizes that I'm not listening to the teacher. But I forget that now I have someone sitting next to me. When lunch rolls around I quickly pack up my stuff and rush to the cafeteria, unaware of the eyes watching me. Luckily Kaken and Izumi seem to be more interested in the new girl than me at the moment, so I manage to get my food and go behind the school without any hassle. I sit down and eat, using the almighty spork to shovel the rice and vegetables into my mouth quickly. Once I'm done, I take out a notebook different from my analysis journals. Instead, I use this notebook for my drawings. It's one of the few things I can do that I find relaxing. I start to sketch some of the clouds in the sky, not hearing the footsteps until they're right next to me. "What are you doing out here?" I yelp, dropping my notebook. I look at the person who asked me that question and see the new girl, Todoroki, standing there. Oh. WWL, I come out here to draw sometimes. It's peaceful. She hums in response before bending down. I look at her in confusion before I see her pick up my notebook. I blush since I haven't shown them to anyone before. I know that I'll just get mocked if I do. But she doesn't say anything. She just flips through the pages with the same blank look on her face she had in the classroom. When she finishes looking through them, she hands it back. They're good. They're just two simple words, but they mean so much to me. I even start to tear up. Seeing me start to cry, her eyes widen and she takes a step back. She looks around as if looking for an adult, but we're alone. So, awkwardly, she pats my head. There. I'm sorry. Please don't cry. It's awkward, and it's clear that she's never comforted someone before. But it's more than I've gotten ever since I was told I was quirkless, and so my tears continue to flow. We stay like that until the bell rings, signaling the end of lunch. Wiping away my tears, I smile at her, much to her obvious surprise. So bright, she thinks. Thank you. It means a lot to me. With that I grab her hand and start walking to class. She follows along, confused at my reaction. Even though I know it won't happen again, I'm glad that there was someone who was nice to me. Even for a little bit. We enter the classroom, and unfortunately the teacher isn't here. But Kaken and Izumi are, along with some of their other friends. Seeing that I'm with the new girl, they scowl. Hey, Todoroki, you shouldn't hang around with him. That Deku is quirkless. Izumi shouts to her, and I drop her hand immediately. I walk to my desk with slumped shoulders and my head hanging. Even if it was only for lunch, at least I had a friend. I nearly stumble when I hear what she has to say. I don't think there's anything wrong with being quirkless. I'll hang out with whoever I like, and it's definitely not people who ignored what I asked. They stare at her, mouths hanging as she walks to me and puts a hand on my shoulder. Ignore them. Let's sit down, the teacher will be here any moment. I take my seat, my expression frozen in shock. She's still going to be my friend? Even though I'm quirkless? I manage to snap out of my shock by the time the teacher gets here, but as I look at Kaken and Izumi's glares, a shiver goes down my spine. I know that my bullying is going to get a whole lot worse. But I look at Todoroki, who gives me a small smile in return. I blush and look away. Maybe with a friend, it won't be so bad. Before we continue, I've decided to bring in a special guest. Everyone looks at Sochik in confusion. Before they can ask who it is, they snap their fingers. To the surprise of those from UA, a pink alien-looking girl appears. Mina looks around in confusion, asking the usual questions. Where am I? Who are you? Why am I here? After a quick explanation, barring why she was randomly summoned, she shrugs it off and sits between Uraraka and Toga. Let's get this show on the road. I can't wait to see who gets with who. The heroes and students facepalm, Toga chuckles, and Tamura sighs. The screen continues to play, and as the crowd watches a montage of Bakugo and Izumi bullying Izuku, they glare at him. Bakugo, when we get back you're going to be meeting with Hound Dog every week until you get a handle on your anger issues. He clicks his tongue and looks away, not meeting anyone's eyes. Fine. Ooh. Maybe he'll be nicer covered in blood? People are usually nicer to me when I make them bleed. Well, some get more mean, but making them bleed more fixes that problem. Toga looks at him, her grin promising pain. Despite her alarming words, almost nobody has the energy to comment on it. I know I shouldn't say this, but he does deserve to get hurt. Everyone looks at the glaring Inko Midoriya in surprise. I never thought Midoriya's mom would be so scary. Kirishima shudders. Yeah, Uraraka says quietly. How come this kid became a hero? His childhood is as bad as mine was. Truth. The detective's shocked words cause the attention to shift to the man who attacked the USJ. Perhaps the bullying wasn't so bad without his sister to join in? Nizu sips from his eternally full teacup as he theorizes. But before the discussion can continue, Bakugu's words cause them to focus on the screen. We never got a transfer student. When they see the person who enters the classroom, they exclaim in shock. Though none are as shocked as the person who's appeared. I'm a girl? Shaking his head, he raises a hand to cover his scar. Even as a girl, the old man has no mercy. His words are unheard in the commotion the others are causing, though Mina is by far the loudest. Ship it. I totally ship it. I don't know who I'm shipping her with yet, but I'm totally shipping it. Soch's snort of amusement quiets them down. If a simple gender change is enough to throw all of you into a fit, you definitely won't last the entire film. They quiet down and try to calm themselves at his words. Instead they watch as they see Midoriya eat, then draw. The angle shifts when Todoroki leafs through it, and they can't help but admire the artwork. Ah, he's so talented. I never knew young Midoriya could draw so well. And he looks like he's only 8 years old. All Might can't help but think about how much he really knows about his successor, realizing that he doesn't really have a grasp of his personal life. I knew, since I made his hero outfit when he got into UA. He's actually the one who drew it. They look at Inko in surprise. It seems like their Midoriya has a few tricks hidden away. I'm more curious as to what he's written in his hero analysis notebooks. He doesn't know why, but Nizu has a bad feeling about those. His words go ignored as they watch the touching scene of female Todoroki standing up to Izumi and Bakugu for Midoriya, punctuated by Mina's squeals of shipping them. Their Todoroki blushes at all the praise they heap on him for his counterpart's character, unaware of his true thoughts. Honestly, there are times I wish I was quirkless. It would be better than having my old man's quirk at least. All Might POV. I wake up in a hospital room coughing. I look around in a panic. How did I get here? More importantly, why am I here? I'm All Might. The symbol of peace doesn't lose, he can't lose. I finally calm down enough that I can take notice of my sidekick, Sir Night Eye, also known as Mirai Sasaki. A good kid, and a powerful quirk. He can look into the future of someone he touches for. I think it was an hour. Useful in a fight, or when trying to find out a villain's plan, though being limited to once a day does mean that he needs to be more careful than most heroes. Seeing me try to sit up, he scrambles to his feet. Hey All Might. Stay down. You're seriously injured. I blink at him blankly. Injured? What are you talking about? As the symbol of peace I can't be injured. That's what reassures the population, as well as strikes fear into villains. He gets an uncomfortable look on his face, and I'm about to ask him what's wrong when I start coughing again, covering my mouth with my hand. Damn. Did I get sick or something? I hope I didn't collapse in front of the kids, I wouldn't want them to worry. Now that my coughing fit has passed, I can question my sidekick more thoroughly. But when I pull my hand away, I see it covered in a red liquid. I stare at it for a moment, uncomprehending. It's not until my teacher, Gran Torino, enters the room that I realize what it is. And I start shaking. I'm injured. How? It's been so long that I've forgotten what it's felt like. Inori. Tashinori. I'm pulled from my thoughts by my teacher's words. Seeing that he's gotten my attention, he continues. What's the last thing you remember? My brows furrow, and I realize that I'm in neither my buff form nor my skinny form, but something in between. Another thing that hasn't happened before. But that can wait, for now I need to work things out. Well, I was patrolling the city when I heard a scream. I approached and saved a young woman from a villain. After the police came, I took my leave. I was on the edge of the city when I felt something hit me. I trail off as my memories start to piece themselves back together. My eyes widen in terror. All for One. I was attacked by All for One. One for All flares up, reacting to my emotions. I'm filled with the feeling of power, but there's something else now as well. I'm filled with intense pain and I cough up more blood. One for All starts to recede, and most of the pain goes with it. What happened? I groan out. Teacher sighs as the sound of rapid tapping comes from the hallway. I'll let Chio explain your injuries. The door slams open, and there stands Recovery Girl. I can't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter what type of injury a person has, she's able to fix it. I'm sure I'll be back up on my feet in no time. I stare at her in open-mouthed horror. See, can you say that again? I must have misheard you. She sighs. Your stomach is basically destroyed, and you've lost half of your respiratory system. I'm sorry to say, but you can't continue as All Might, Yagi. I'm shocked into silence, broken quickly by my teacher and sidekick speaking up. You don't have to worry, Toshinori. You've done your duty as All Might. You managed to defeat All for One. You've made Nana proud, so you can retire. Why yes, All Might. You can focus on finding your successor. You've defeated the greatest threat to peace that the world has ever seen. So now you can focus on passing on your legacy. If you like, I could construct a list of potential applicants. Mirai adjusts his glasses nervously. A splendid idea. A high-pitched voice comes from the door, drawing everyone's attention. Am I a rat? Am I a bear? Who knows? The principal of UA High School steps into the room, closing it behind him. UA has a plethora of students who you've inspired to become heroes. If you like, you can come and observe them so you can make the best choice on who to pass your quirk on to. My head is reeling. All for One is dead? I killed him? Yes, my memories of the fight are finally coming back to me. I crushed his head, but in his last moments he managed to use one of his stolen quirks to blast my side. But giving up being a hero? Finding a successor? No. The sudden silence in the room is oppressive, but I continue on. I won't be retiring. The world still needs the symbol of peace. Don't be ridiculous, Toshinori. Teacher is the first to object, but I know the others won't be far behind. Did you not listen to Chio when she told you your injuries? You'll be lucky if you live another 10 years living as a civilian, much less if you force yourself to continue heroing. Just retire now that Nana can rest in peace. It's not too bad, except when people make personal requests. He mutters that last part to himself. I understand where he's coming from, but I shake my head. I won't retire. The world needs the symbol of peace. At least until I can find my successor and pass on my power. And how long will that take, All Might? My sidekick asks. My thoughts turn to my son, and the plan I'd originally made for him. But even with One for All, will he be able to stand strong against villains? It's only a matter of time before another symbol of evil appears. If I give him my quirk when he turns 10 like I'd originally planned, will he be able to become the next symbol of peace? I was so sure of my idea when I first told Inko about it back when he and Izumi were 4. But back then I thought that, as the 9th bearer, One for All would be strong enough to keep him safe from any kind of harm. But if even I obtained such a debilitating injury even after such a long career, I shake my head free of my thoughts. I can think on it another time. For now, I turn my attention to Mirai. It will take as long as it takes. But the world cannot go without a symbol of peace. So long as villains never rest, neither shall I. That would sound more convincing if you didn't throw up a waterfall of blood after you finished talking. Nizu comments. All Might. Mirai looks at me with eyes full of resolve. You need to retire. Please. Work on finding a successor, someone who will become the next symbol of peace. But do it from the safety of retirement. My brows furrow. He's never insisted on something so insistently before. No, he was much more insistent when he asked to become my sidekick. But nowadays he's only this persistent when. Suddenly, I know. You used your quirk on me. He flinches, confirming my words. He looks hesitant, but after a sigh reveals what he saw. Within the next 7 years, you'll be killed by a dangerous villain. Oh? I question. Within 7 years, huh? That's quite a time frame for someone who can see the future. He frowns. Looking so far isn't easy. And there's something wrong with what I'm seeing. Oh? Before I was just going to brush off his words. After all, I can't stop being a hero just because of something that will happen in 7 years. But this is the first time Mirai has ever sounded unsure of his quirk. Normally, he slowly says, my quirk shows me the future as a type of real. I watch what happens around them in a third-person perspective, along with the choices they make. But this time, he trails off with a concerned frown. This time, when I looked into the future, it shattered. Silence. Nobody understands what he means, but we know by his tone that it's serious. It shouldn't be possible. Everything I've seen with my quirk is 100% accurate. But in 5 years, everything becomes jumbled. My foresight can't determine what will happen, nor what leads to the choices that get made. He looks me in the eyes, and I shiver. They're desperate. Panicked. All I know is that whatever is happening, it will end in your death. Soch claps, startling everyone as the screen goes black. Okay everyone, sorry about this, but this scene contains far too much sensitive information for all of you to know about. At least to the point where your reactions will give away certain parts of the narrative, as well as giving each side too many advantages back in your world. So I think that I'll just keep things quiet until the next scene. He listens as everyone boos him and demands he lets them see it. He taps his chin in thought before raising a finger. I suppose a few of you can watch it. But I'll leave it up to the person this scene features to decide on who. With that his finger falls, pointing to All Might. And me? He's shocked that he's being featured in what they're seeing, but since he's young Midoriya's father in this universe, he supposes that it makes sense. Indeed. It has to do with your condition. Soch taps his side with a knowing look. All Might panics at the thought of having his weakness suddenly revealed, but he continues before he can say anything. Of course, it's up to you who can stay. But since it also concerns Mr. Gamer, he'll be allowed to stay and watch as well. Not like it's nothing he doesn't already know. All Might sighs while Tamura raises an eyebrow. This basically confirms that All for One is alive in our world. As such, I should allow those who know to watch. Very well then. Principal Nizu and Tsukachi are who I'd like to watch it with me. Ahem. Ah, and Aizawa. All Might had honestly forgotten the man was there. He doesn't know about his quirk, but he does know about his injury. Soch nods, and all the students and Inko disappear despite their protests. Very well then, let's dash. Wait. At Soch's questioning look, All Might points at Toga. Should this young girl not be sent away as well? Nope. Soch shrugs. Like I said earlier, this scene could provide too much of an advantage to one side. But Toga doesn't take sides. For her, it's family or murder. Plus, the heroes here already outnumber the villains. Having a 4-to-1 advantage for this is simply too much. So Tamura gets the only other villain to watch it with him. At his words the two exchange glances, Toga with an excited squeal and Tamura with a tired sigh. Anyways, no more interruptions, let's play. Nobody says anything as they watch All Might in the hospital, each lost in their own thoughts. Huh. Maybe Night Eye's quirk is getting static from us watching this world? Sochk mutters, low enough that nobody else can hear. It's unlikely, but he doesn't know what else it could be. That could prove interesting. Todoroki POV. Izuku's bullying has gotten worse apparently, but whenever I'm around Izumi, Bakugo, and the other kids leave him alone. I think they're probably scared of me getting my dad involved. But after all the hell he's put me through, I know that he'd probably encourage them to do worse. Either to toughen me up or because Izuku is making me weak. Either way, me and Izuku will be dealing with them ourselves. But before we get to that point, we have to get through our last few weeks of elementary school. But since we're both confident in passing our final exams, we're just hanging out at the park. He's also showing me something he hasn't shown anyone else apparently. You promise you won't make fun of me? Or laugh? Or stop being my friend? I sigh in exasperation. I promise I'm not going to make fun of you, laugh, or stop being your friend. He opens his mouth but I continue, knowing what he's going to ask next. Nor am I going to tell anyone else what you're going to show me. He lets out a breath. Okay then. If you're sure. At my nod, he finally pulls from his backpack a notebook. Seeing it, I give him a dead-eyed stare. Which is different from my usual blank stare. It's hard to tell the difference for people who don't know me, but Izuku can. I've already seen your artwork. Why would you make such a big deal out of this? My eyes widen fractionally and I take a small step back. Don't tell me you're drawing something lewd. Huh. His mouth hangs open in shocked silence. Which just confirms my theory. My mom warned me that all boys were interested in things like that, but she said that I wouldn't have to worry about it until middle school at the earliest. But you have always been ahead of everyone else in academics. I guess it makes sense that you're ahead of them here too. Wait. He shouts to stop my muttering. It's an odd habit I picked up from him after spending so much time together. Though I can't mutter nearly as fast as he can. Sometimes I wonder if he mutters enough to fill an entire book. It's not my artwork. He takes a deep breath. It's one of my other notebooks. You know, the ones that make Izumi and Kaken get angrier whenever they see them? Todoroki scowls at the reminder. Yeah. Though you won't let me, she trails off as she realizes what's going on. You're going to show them to me? He nods, his nerves acting up. Why yes. I am. You know that I like analyzing quirks and writing them down in these? How could I not? What with Izumi and Bakugo spreading around how creepy Izuku is for doing that. At my nod, he takes another breath. Well, my notes may be a bit more detailed than anyone knows. He holds it out to me after a moment's hesitation, the title proclaiming it to be Hero Analysis for the Future, number 10. I open it up to a random page and see a detailed picture of a woman with bunny ears in a leotard. Seeing my judgmental stare, he flushes and tries to assure me that the person in the book is actually a popular up-and-coming hero. I decide to hold off on punishing him until after I've read what he's written. Name, Mirko. Quirk, rabbit. Enhanced physique, and animal traits. Prefers to use her legs when fighting. Speed, strength, stamina, and flexibility are far above most heroes. Likely to enter top 10 quickly. I look at him in surprise for a moment before I continue reading. Master of hand-to-hand, can hear smallest sound from great distances, possibly had fighting experience before becoming a hero. What follows are details upon details of how her quirk might be affecting her body below the surface, such as theories on how it enhances her Not to mention where she might have gotten her fighting experience, theorizing that she might have gone around challenging anyone she met back in high school. Then I get to a section that's more concerning. Loud or high-pitched sounds might cause disorientation. Earplugs a part of costume? Good instincts, but straightforward personality. Traps most likely weak point. Rabbit instincts? Possible repression of prey mindset. Overwhelming foe might cause flight instincts to flare. I look at him, my best and only friend, in confusion. He waves his hands in front of him as he assures me that his notebook shouldn't concern me. I just really like analyzing heroes. When I do, I can't help but think about who they are, and what kind of situations they might get into. Then when I throw kirks into thequatuschen you have to wonder how things would change, so I do anything before I realize I team up with a fupage soft stuff about the hero and dinowitz word. I'm sorry, I understand if I don't want to be my friend in immoral ganoso, ow. He yelps in pain as I smack his head with the spine of his notebook. You were panic muttering again. He says sorry and I sigh, trying to parse what he said while he was muttering. You don't have to worry. I told you that I wouldn't stop being your friend, and I meant it. I was just surprised about how detailed it was. Really? He asks, his voice hopeful. I nod. The notes are really good, not to mention the part where you made notes on how the hero could improve themselves, even if it was only them adding more protections to their hero outfit. He beams at me. Why yeah. I've noticed that a lot of hero costumes are more centered around aesthetics than functionality, though I'm sure that they're made out of really strong materials. Which does mean that villains they fight will underestimate them, thinking that they lack protection, unless it's associated with their quirk. I'm sure that's how a lot of villains have gotten captured. Striking the hero and thinking that they won only to find out that their costume protected them. I just love the surprise, ow. I smack him on the head again. You were fanboy muttering again. He repeats his apology and I sigh as I go back to the page about that rabbit hero. Unknown to me, my eyes glare at her picture as they look at her body before switching over to the information portion. I only skimmed it at first since there's so much written down, and it's all crammed onto the page. Flipping it, I see that there's 2 more pages written down. I shake my head in bemusement. Izuku really is smart. No, he's a genius. If even half of the theories he wrote about her are true, he could either skyrocket her hero career, or end it completely. Just then, my eyes alight on a certain part of the analysis and the air around us grows cold. Izuku, feeling the change, looks around in confusion. Huh? Did the temperature just drop? Oh, did you do that, Todoroki? If you were feeling warm, we could have moved to the shade. Though this also works to train your quirk control dash. Izuku. I say, my voice as cold as my ice. He looks at me questioningly while I point to the section of his notebook that caught my eye. Why do you have such a big section dedicated to theorizing on whether or not she goes into heat like a normal rabbit? He says nothing, his mouth hanging open as he tries to think of how to explain. His punishment for being a pervert is brutal. Nothing really going on with this scene. Just Midoriya showering Todoroki with his passionate words. Hey! Sochik's phrasing is not taken well by certain members of the audience. Most notably Uraraka in jealousy, and Todoroki in embarrassment. Mina, however. Don't go sinking the ship. They're adorable together. Set sail on the Todoriya Express. Wait, his last name is Yagi here. Shoku? Izuku? Yagoroki? Todoragi? Shut the hell up, raccoon eyes. Bakugu, tired of their noise, decides to shout back. This is a rather troubling discovery. Nizu mutters. When we get back, remind me to talk to Midoriya about his notebooks. It would be quite dangerous for them to fall into the hands of any villains. Detective Tsukachi is in agreement. Aizawa nods, impressed by his student's analytical abilities. He knew about his notebooks of course, but he never realized just how detailed they are. I wonder what he's written about me? He is the only one who realized who I was during the test on the first day. All Might is bursting with pride at his successor's obvious genius. I should set up some exercises for him to do that will train his brain, as well as his muscles. Though maybe I should do that for myself as well. Tamura is wondering if he should try to recruit the kid to the league. Even though he doesn't like him, he can get over it if he gets someone so helpful on his side. Or he can just kidnap him. Either way works. He thinks as he looks at Mother Midoriya. The mother in question is gushing about how the two children on screen are so adorable together, along with Toga and Mina. She's gotten used to the way the girl talks about blood, so now she just ignores it while they talk. After all, other than that, she seems like a nice girl. Everyone chuckles when Kid Todoroki gets mad at Midoriya for writing his theories about Mirko having a heat, while Nizu is mentally stunned. How on earth has he figured that out? It's a well-kept secret, not nearly as much as All Might's, but still not easy to discover. If it was released to the public, trust in heroes would fall quite far, and her own reputation might not be recoverable. I'm very happy that Midoriya decided to become a hero. Mom, Dad, and Izumi are planning to throw a big party for her 12th birthday, but for me, Todoroki and I are going out for ice cream. I mean, I would prefer it if we could all celebrate together, but I would just bring the mood down. Though I'm sure Izumi and her friends would enjoy beating me up. But Todoroki says I shouldn't think like that, which is why we're enjoying ourselves outside the ice cream store. I decided to get my favorite, cinnamon, while Todoroki gets a mix of strawberry and vanilla, causing me to giggle at how it matches her hair. We talk about random stuff, school, the people passing by, heroes, and quirks. Eventually, I pose the question I've been wondering about for a while now. Todoroki, why do you come to school hurt sometimes? She freezes with a scoop of ice cream halfway to her lips. I know it's not often, and that you work to hide it, but we've known each other long enough that I can tell. I rub my stomach where Kaken hit me with an explosion last time Todoroki wasn't around. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But I know what it's like to be hurt by the people you care about, so you don't have to be afraid of sharing. I smile at her. Because I am here. She lowers her ice cream back to her cup and stares down into it. She's silent, but I don't interrupt. It's her decision, and I'll respect whatever she decides. That's what friends do. Minutes pass as her ice cream slowly melts. Given how rarely I can enjoy stuff like this, I make sure to eat mine before that happens. Just because I'm here for her doesn't mean that my ice cream should be forced to suffer. Eventually though, she speaks. My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor. I'm not surprised since I know Endeavor's name is Enji Todoroki. It's on the hero website after all. But I still make sure to listen carefully to her. He's obsessed with surpassing All Might and becoming the number 1 hero. At one point, he decided that there's strength in numbers. She looks at me. Tell me, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? I think for a minute, trying to see if I know. Something nags at me, but it's just out of reach. Shaking my head, she explains. A quirk marriage is when 2 people marry in the hopes that their child develops a more powerful quirk combination. That's the kind of marriage my parents had, though my mom was forced into it by her family to build connections with my father. She sighs, stirring her ice cream as she continues. I got my mother's ice quirk, and my father's fire quirk. Due to this, my father sees me as the perfect tool to use in order to take All Might's place. She stops talking, and we sit in silence while she gathers her thoughts. He trains me. But it's not training. He has me use my quirk until I'm falling over in exhaustion. I spend most of my time at home doing exercises to increase my potential regarding being a pro hero. And at the end of every day, he has me spar with him. But he doesn't hold back. And he's a pro hero. She spits out the last sentence, her voice no longer her usual monotone. Now it's filled with venom as her words come out in a rush. He's a pro hero and I'm his 9-year-old daughter. Of course there's no way that I can beat him. But he doesn't understand that. After he beats me to the ground he just stands there and tells me that I need to do better. That my quirk is strong enough to let me beat him. But it's not. And he refuses to see that. She takes deep breaths after her rant, finishing it off with some final whispered words I don't think she meant for me to hear. At this rate I'm going to end up like Tuya. I let her cool down from finally letting her feelings out as I finish my ice cream. After I swallow the last bite and am sure that she's calmed down, I speak. I read something online once. She looks at me in confusion as I continue. The opposite of love isn't hatred, it's apathy. I had to look that word up, but it means that the person doesn't care about you. At all. That's what it's like with my parents. So I can't really say I understand your problem. But it sounds to me like he cares too much about you. Her eyes sharpen into a glare, but I just look up at the sky as I try to say what I'm feeling. It sounds like he cares, but he just doesn't know how to show it. To him, being the strongest is most important, so he wants you to be the strongest. So that you can be the most important person. Her glare softens, just the smallest bit. He knows that you're strong, and he wants everyone to see it too. At least that's what I think. I shrug. But I don't know him like you do. I barely even know my own parents after all. But do you have anyone supporting you? Her glare still isn't gone, but now her mind flashes to her older siblings, Natsuo and Fuyumi. She nods. So it's not all bad. You have people who are there for you, even if it seems like your dad isn't. There's quiet once again as she thinks on my words. Like I said, I can't really understand her own situation, but it sounds like her relationship with her dad is similar to mine with Izumi and Kaken. But his goal is good, even if he needs to work on his methods. He wants to see his daughter rise to the top, and he believes she has what it takes to get there. But for Izumi and Kaken, I shake my head. Their reason for attacking me is because I'm quirkless. That's all, I think. But as long as I think of it as training for the future, I can push through whatever they throw at me. I've already gotten really good at treating injuries, so it's working. I'm already learning skills that would help a pro hero. But still, I don't know what Todoroki's training with her father is really like, so I can't say either way. But it at least seems like he cares. At least he's paying attention to her. When I came out to get myself breakfast this morning, Mom walked right past me while carrying a tray of pancakes, eggs, and bacon to Izumi for a breakfast in bed. She didn't even glance in my direction. I'm pulled from my own thoughts by Todoroki restarting the conversation. My mother gave me this scar. She covers the scar around her left eye tenderly, lost in the memory. She was in the kitchen, boiling water to make something. But she was also on the phone, and I heard her talking. I didn't hear all of it, but I did hear her say that whenever she saw my left side all she could see was my father. She said she wanted to run away. She takes a shaky breath. Then when I called out to her, she looked at me. The look in her eyes. It was like she was looking at a monster. She grabbed the kettle and threw it at me. It was so hot. She hunches down into herself and I put a hand on her shoulder. To show that I'm here for her. Afterwards Dad had her put in a mental hospital. He said that he couldn't have her hurting his masterpiece. She spits out the last word like it's a curse, looking down at her left hand. So I decided that I would become the #1 hero. But I would do it without using my left side. Without using his quirk to do it. Mom's ice is the only thing I need to be #1. You're kind of dumb, you know that, Shoko? She looks at me in shock, but I continue before she can speak. It's not your dad or mom's quirks that you have. It's yours. Your dad can only use fire, and I'm guessing your mom can only use ice. Neither of them can use both, which means your quirk belongs to you. Nobody else. She looks at me in surprise, but I don't know why. It's her body and her quirk. It would be pretty weird if she would somehow get somebody else's quirk. Just imagining that is crazy. But if it was possible, I wonder what I would do to get one. Mentally pushing the inane thought aside, I point my spoon at her mostly melted ice cream. How about you use your power Todoroki to fix your ice cream? Looking down, she blinks at it before the air around her hand gets colder, refreezing the melted parts. Seeing that she's distracted, I sneak my spoon in to snatch a scoop, laughing at her bemused expression and the slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Seeing the scene start with young Todoroki and young Izuku, the audience can't help but smile. Other than Tamura, who's getting impatient for the brats to grow up so he can see if he's changed in this universe. Hey guys, Mina asks, do you think we should have nicknames for the other us? Uraraka taps her chin. I don't think so. I mean, we know we're talking about our counterparts, and there aren't a lot of us here anyways. Toga bounces in her seat with her hand raised. But what if someone there does something really stupid, like really stupid like that spiky-haired guy did and everyone wants to call them out on it? If we use our own names then it would feel like we're insulting each other. Hey! The two spiky-haired people shout in offense before the more chill one realizes that they aren't talking about him and calms down. I don't see the harm in it. Todoroki shrugs, still kind of bemused at the fact that he's a girl. Well, since you have a different name, being Midori's future beau and all, we can just call yours Shoko. Mina ignores Todoroki's sudden coughing fit as she ponders on what they should call the other Midoriya, especially since he's not Midoriya there. All Might opens his mouth to suggest just calling him Yagi, but Tsukachi slaps a hand over his mouth. Unlike the number one hero, he knows how to read a room, and he can tell that nobody has a good impression of his own counterpart. People start calling out suggestions while they wait for the children on screen to do something other than small talk. Broccoli head? Green bean? Cinnamon roll? Midori bro? Bush boy? Deku. Problem child number 2? Bloody green? Future party member? Everyone turns to look at Tamura at his suggestion. What? He asks. Collectively deciding to make a note to address that later, they continue making suggestions until someone finally gets fed up. Let's just stick with Midori since he isn't here anyways. Plus it still fits his green hair. Everyone nods in acceptance just as Midori asks Shoko a question. Todoroki, why do you come to school hurt sometimes? Now that they're thinking about it, they realize that his words are true. In the montage of clips they were shown between what they call episodes, sometimes Shoko would have bandages on. Listening to her talk about her father and his training, they turn to Todoroki, who nods. Tsukachi coughs to get his attention. Has what happened to Shoko happened to you? I need a verbal response. Yes. Tsukachi sighs. Looks like we're going to have to investigate Endeavor when we get back. And schedule therapy for more than Midoriya. Aizawa pipes up, drawing looks from Inko, Toga, and Tamura. Wait, what do you mean schedule therapy? Shouldn't all of the kids be in therapy after getting attacked at school? They won't need it. I never got it and I'm fine. I would hope that my attack at the USJ would at least warrant therapy given that I failed to kill All Might. Wait, does our school even have a therapist? Mina asks. I think we do, that guy who looks like a dog, right? Kirishima responds. Oh, you mean Hound Dog? Yeah, I was wondering what he did at school since he doesn't teach any of our classes. Uraraka exclaims. Sighing again, Tsukachi turns to Nizu. Have you neglected getting therapy for your students after a traumatic villain attack on your school? He asks with a monotone voice. Perhaps. Getting a glare for his flippant answer, Nizu sighs before giving a proper one. Yes, though once we get back I plan to. Though I'll be prioritizing Todoroki and Midoriya. While the adults have been revealing the neglect on their part, Todoroki is considering Midori's words. He cares, too much. And it's my power. Looking down at his own left hand, he clenches it, deep in thought. Teacher. Another school year is coming to an end. Just one more day and I can go home to my manga. Which I will stare at with longing as I create lesson plans for the next year. Sigh. Sometimes I really envy those American teachers who get twice as long a break than we do from dealing with students. Especially the problematic ones. Standing at the door to my classroom, I adjust my glasses with one last sigh before walking in. Good morning, class. Good morning, Ms. Mino. I smile at the usual greeting. I know that they don't like it since it gives them the feeling of being in primary school again, but it makes me happy to be greeted every time I come in. Taking attendance, I frown when I see that Todoroki isn't here. This isn't something that happens often, but when it does she always comes back with bandages. I've asked her about it, but she just tells me that it's family business and that it doesn't concern me. I went to the principal about it a few times, but he simply told me not to look into it since it concerns the family of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Actually, he did more than that and told me that if I tried to look into it, I would be fired. Sometimes I hate this school. Continuing to take roll, my eyes land on a lowered head of bushy green hair. Izuku Yagi, a friend of Todoroki. Actually, he might be her only friend. I never see her talk much to the other people in the class. Well, she doesn't talk much at all, but that's beside the point. Anyways, he's another kid I've been forbidden from helping. Or as the principal puts it, launching an unlicensed investigation into the students' personal lives. Irritating swine. Literally, since he has a mutant quirk that makes him a pig. It's not mild either, he's fat, pink, and has a pig's snout. I've gotten sidetracked again. The kid is bullied. A lot. He's even bullied by his sister. I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. Siblings are supposed to stick together, even more than their parents. I might be a bit biased given my relationship with my own sister, but betraying that bond makes her worse than scum. She and Bakugu, the most problematic student I have, are the kid's main bullies. He's always hurt, no matter what day it is, whether it's bruises or burns. It also doesn't help that he's obviously malnourished. When compared to anyone else in the class, it's clear to see that he's not eating enough. I know it's not because his family lacks money, his sister's condition is proof of that. Flawless skin, a full figure for her age, and smooth and vibrant hair. Looking at the two side by side, the difference is clear as day. It's clear that he's obviously being neglected by their parents, at the very least. But the principal's damn threat is holding me back from calling the police. I really hate this school. But I need the money, and I'm sure the pink bastard would ruin my chances at applying anywhere else. So I just try my best to make my class a safe space for him. I ensure that there's no bullying, and I don't leave them alone for a moment. I also pay special attention to his sister due to her quirk, even if she does need to be able to see to use it. I just hope the little I can do is enough for him to get through the day. Clerk. All kinds of people come into the pharmacy for all kinds of things. At least, that's what my boss says. I actually just started a couple of weeks ago. But when I see a kid with a bush for hair enter the store, I can't help but feel concerned. Even if I haven't been here long, it's been long enough that I can tell that this is a pattern. My first day was on a Monday, and when the kid came in covered in barely healed burns and covered in bruises, I wanted to call the police. He looked like he'd been attacked. The only reason I didn't is because he told me that the police are already aware of what happened. Normally I'd call bullshit, but the steady beating of his heart told me that he wasn't lying. Normally when a person lies, no matter how small, their heartbeat will increase in tempo. And thanks to my quirk, heart sound, I can hear it. Of course, that doesn't mean I always know when people lie. Someone who doesn't care about their lie, or an experienced liar, wouldn't have their heart rate increase. But this kid is obviously suffering, so his worry about lying would make his heart rate skyrocket. And the various burn creams, painkillers, and bandages he bought told me that he definitely cares about his injuries. So even though I was concerned, I let the kid convince me that he's okay. If the police already know about it, then calling them wouldn't do much good. I told him that he could come to me if he was ever in trouble, and the smile he gave me made me wish that I'd been wearing sunglasses. Seriously, is the kid's quirk bright smile or something? Anyways, by the end of the week I'd managed to convince myself that the kid was okay since he hadn't shown up again. But Monday afternoon rolled around and I saw the kid again, in almost the exact same condition. The only difference is where some of his injuries are. Obviously I panicked, but he assured me that it's nothing to worry about. How could someone not worry? But damn, the kid is convincing. He bought the same things, in the same quantity, and left with a shy smile and a wave. But it's my third Monday working here, and the kid is back. I need to talk to him about it. Hey kid, are you absolutely sure that the police know about what's happening to you? This isn't normal. He jumps a little when I talk to him, the same as every time he's come in. Why yes, I'm sure they know. I actually went to an OO officer when they were still fresh once. Hearing this, I frown. Then why the heck are you still coming in with injuries? Why haven't they done anything about whatever's happening? He shuffles in place and looks down, avoiding my eyes. There are circumstances. Seeming to panic at having said that, he looks back at me and rapidly waves his arms in front of himself. But don't worry. It's nothing I can't handle. Frown deepening, I come out from behind the counter and crouch down so that we're at eye level. He looks away, not meeting my eyes. Kid. Let's make a deal. I'm only doing this since it seems like you always come in around the same time every week. He briefly meets my eyes before looking away again, giving a brief nod. If you can look me in the eyes and tell me that you're going to be okay, then I'll stop bringing this up. I raise a finger. But, if you ever don't show up within an hour of your usual time, I'm calling the police and telling them that something's happened to you. He looks like he's about to protest, so I finish my offer. Or you can tell me what's going on and I'll decide from there. He closes his mouth and looks down. We stay like that for a few minutes as I wait for his response. I'm not going to push him. I feel like if I do, he'll bolt. If that happens, I'd be worried about where he'd get his medical supplies. We're the only dedicated pharmacy in the area, and we have a lot of local stuff that's way cheaper than those big-name companies but works just as well. His mind seems to catch on something and he takes a deep, shaky breath before meeting my eyes. I'm going to be okay. I hold the stare for half a minute, but he doesn't look away. Nor does he blink. Sighing, I stand back up while shaking my head. Well kid, a deal's a deal. Let's get your usual packed up for you. In fact, I'll put together a bag for you every week so you don't have to scramble around for everything. Just come right up to the counter and I'll have it ready for you, sound good? He nods happily, and I have to shield my eyes from how bright his smile is. If I'm going to be working here, I'm going to have to invest in some sunglasses. Blinking them clear, I see him gathering up his stuff. By the way, what's your name? Hopefully I won't ever have to tell it to the police. He doesn't look at me as he replies, focused on his shopping. Izuku Yagi. I smile at him, though he doesn't see it. I'm Rado Hyato. Hope to see you for a long time. Attention, this episode will be from the viewpoint of others, and some of their thoughts will appear in CC. Looking at the screen, a few people can't help but tilt their heads in confusion before shrugging it off, thinking that it will be like when it focused on Izumi. It starts off with a teacher standing in front of a classroom door, who sighs. I really don't want to deal with the problematic children today. Immediately all the students turn to face Aizawa, who scowls back. What? They exchange glances before looking back at the teacher on screen, who's entered and started taking roll. Todoroki is the one who answers their teacher, having pulled out a notebook labeled theories. Including your parents, aunts, uncles, etc., how many female relatives do you have? He gets a glare and reply, though it's not nearly as intimidating as when he uses his quirk for it. He looks at the screen, ignoring the questions about his family tree. Everyone says their praises for the teacher's concern for Shoko and Midori, except for the villains, that is. But they can at least appreciate the fact that there's at least one adult who's looking out for the boy. Growing up, neither of them had that. Well, Tamura didn't until he met his sensei. The hell she means I'm the most problematic. The teachers fucking loved me. Bakugo gets quiet chuckles in response to his outrage. Nobody believes that for a second, not even Inko after seeing what he did. She's definitely going to be speaking to Mitsuki when she gets back. Bakugo gets a shiver down his spine, causing him to look around in confusion. I just hope the little I can do for him is enough to get him through the day. Nizu sips his tea. Aizawa. All Might. Both of you please make notes to remind me to give Midoriya's middle school all the publicity they could ever want. The two teachers shiver at his words, knowing that the school will suffer a fate worse than death. The screen abruptly changes, causing another round of confusion. Was that it? Usually they go on for longer. I don't know. It does seem kind of abrupt. It would totally be better if they told us the name of the episode. At least then we'd have a hint of what's going to happen. Seeming to take the suggestion to heart, Sochik snaps his fingers and a title abruptly appears before vanishing as the next scene starts. Someone always cares. I will only do this very rarely, and for things I believe you would need help for understanding. Of course, the title doesn't really help the people in the room who grew up normal. Only 3 people understand. Nizu, who recalls an intern at the laboratory who started his love of tea. They would slip him ones that had a calming effect after every experiment, even before he started showing signs that he could think and speak. Tamura, whose mind immediately falls to his sensei, the only one who'd held out his hand to help the boy. But it goes back further, a hazy image of a young girl appears before he feels a pain in his head and he flinches, losing the memory. Toga thinks of her false friends and scowls. They never knew the real her, so they could never truly care about her. But the school nurse. Sometimes, when she had a hard time keeping on her mask, she would hide in the infirmary. The nurse never questioned her, never told her to leave. She would just remind her to close the curtains so she could have privacy. Without her, she would have lost control much, much sooner. These 3 understand, and they pity the boy they're watching. Unaware of these 3's thoughts, everyone else gives awkward chuckles as clips of the clerk at the pharmacy freaking out seeing Midori plays. It's all they can do given the state they see him in each time. But seeing him make his promise with Midori, the students cheer while the teachers nod in satisfaction. Inko has tears in her eyes from relief, but they don't fall due to Sochik using his power. He doesn't want the theater to flood after all. Summary. The start of canon, and its divergence. Chapter text. Today has started off so well. I wake up before everyone else and manage to make myself some breakfast before leaving. No one to tell me to save breakfast for Izumi, or for her to hurt me with her quirk. Since I can't show up to school early though, I just wander around until I can go. While I'm doing that, I get to see a hero fight. Kamui Woods is fighting against a villain with some kind of enlarging quirk. I get called out for fanboying about him, but I don't take it personally. Much. At the very least the guy looks like he doesn't mean anything bad by it, and when Kamui Woods is about to use his special move, he seems just as excited as me. But just as he's about to capture the villain, a loud but high-pitched voice echoes down the street. Canyon Cannon. A giant woman in a white and purple outfit comes flying at the villain from the side and kicks him off the train tracks. But he doesn't go flying off, instead he falls backwards, unconscious, breaking the wall in the process. I think it's safe to say that everyone is shocked by the sudden development, Kamui Woods most of all given that his wood is still outstretched for his special move. Afterwards, the newly introduced lady shrinks down and I start taking notes on her. While I'm doing that, the guy who was standing next to me speaks up. "What's that fanboy, you taking notes over there? Wanna be a hero too, huh?" I tense, waiting for the usual torrent of ridicule. "That's great. You can do it." My pencil freezes, and I look at him with eyes filled with shock. I see him smiling while giving me a thumbs up. I smile at him. "Yes. I'll do my best." Oh, how I'll regret those words by the end of the day. School is normal. I walk in, get tripped, get hit, a few of them use their quirks to hurt me. I quiet the voices in my head telling me to hurt them back, and the ones telling me I deserve it for being quirkless. Though thankfully the two sides usually cancel each other out. The usual stuff. But when the homeroom teacher calls roll, I know that the day is going to be one of the worst normals. Shoko isn't here today. Which means that nobody has to be careful with their bullying. It starts off with the normal excitement everyone usually has when she's absent, then Izumi is the one to start off the day. For her to use her quirk on something, she needs to be able to see it. But that's only for the initial grab. Once her telekinesis has a hold on it, then it doesn't matter if she can see it or not to move it. From what I can tell, it's like the difference between writing and typing. The former you focus on and gives you more options in how you write stuff down. Size, length, style, all of this is stuff you can easily change depending on how you move your hand. Easy. While typing is basic, and unless you go through a few hoops, it all comes out the same. Or I guess you could say her moving it out of her sight removes her fine control of the object, if you wanted to simplify it. The difference between fingers and a closed fist, I guess. Really though, all this is just me trying to distract myself from the fact that she's using her quirk to repeatedly throw erasers at my ears. I can move my head a bit so they miss, but with how little attention she needs to pay to move things so small, I get hit so much that it eventually turns my ears red as a stinging sensation spreads through them. By the time the class ends, the back of my ears are raw, and I can feel the air on a few small spots where the skin has broken. But now, while we wait for the next teacher to come in, it's everyone else's turn. A kid with a quirk that lets him take out his eyeballs twists my arm. He likes to hurt me because he knows his quirk won't help him to become a hero. Next is a kid who can form spikes on his hands. He pushes my face into my desk so he has a clear shot at my back. He's hurting me so he can practice his control over his quirk. Normally the spikes go out pretty far, so he has to consciously shorten them. His problem with that is they become dull if he does. So he uses me to test how to make short but sharp spikes. It doesn't usually go well, but occasionally he'll open up a previous wound and leave, thinking he's gotten better. A girl who can transform parts of her body into fire. She wants to test the change in temperatures. A girl with wind control. She tries to deprive me of air. A boy with monster-like, disjointed teeth. He gnaws on my arm, but this doesn't hurt. I think he actually just does it because it relaxes him, and the others don't look at him weirdly when he does it to me because I'm Deku, and it's normal to use their quirks on me. This is how the day goes, and my only reprieve is in Ms. Mino's class. She doesn't like bullying, and she's always careful to watch for any that might happen. Kaken and a few of the other students learned that the hard way when she punished them for it. Of course, nothing ever stuck to Kaken and Izumi's records. The school makes sure that nothing will ruin their chances of becoming heroes. I'm just thankful that Ms. Mino even applies her no bullying policy to me. But now it's the end of the day, and soon I'll be able to find a place to hide and let the voices distract me from my life. Sure, they're usually saying mean things about me or others, but sometimes they talk to each other and it ends up pretty funny to listen to. But that's for later. Right now, the teacher is just watching as the class shows off their quirks after throwing the career aptitude tests into the air behind him. Kaken and Izumi are gloating about how they'll be the first ones from the school to get into UA, and I know they can do it. Sure, their personalities are horrible, but they're smart. And their quirks are powerful. But while all this is going on, I'm just listening to the voices in my head going around and around again. Rip and tear, nobody will care. Just let them hurt you, it's all training for when you become a hero. Beat them into the ground, let the blood splatter around. Violence is not the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes. Don't go putting ideas in his head. Fight me. Shut up. You shut up. I'm only pulled away from their argument when I hear the teacher say my name, a fake disinterested look on his face. Oh yeah, Deku, don't you want to go to UA too? Why? Why would you say that? Do you really take that much joy in my suffering? I listen to the disparaging comments, nothing new, but then someone says that I can't get into UA without a quirk, so I feel the need to correct them. I know they meant it more as an insult than a statement of their rules, but still. They actually got rid of that rule. I could be the F first. Suddenly my desk cracks in half when Kaken hits it with an explosive punch and I fall backwards. Before I can hit the ground though, something catches me and lifts me into the air, upside down. Looking in front of me, I see Kaken and Izumi standing there with irritated looks. You're even worse than these damn wannabes you quirkless reject. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have us? Izumi nods along with Kaken's words as I feel her tightening her hold on me, squeezing until I feel like I'm about to burst. Yeah, Deku, you die in the exam. Just accept the fact that you'll never be a hero and give up. You can't even fight back against us, can you? So what are you going to do for the exam? Or against a villain? Her sneer fills my vision before I'm abruptly dropped, my head making a dull thud as it hits the floor. But something like that hasn't been enough to knock me out for a long time. Once everyone returns to their seats, I dust myself off and sit back down, looking at my now broken desk in pity. Poor desk, it never did anything wrong. But it can do something right. Look at that leg, it's practically fallen off. Just a quick little twist and you can put those special theories to the test. The fact that you sat at it was enough for it to fall. Crushed due to you taking up attention from Kaken and Izumi that they could have devoted to training to become heroes. That's a stretch, even for you. The last bit of class goes by listening to the voices argue about my desk. Once the bell rings to dismiss the class, I send Shoko a text wishing her well and encouragement for pushing through her father's training. Afterwards I pull out my notebook to write down some more about the fight I saw this morning, a lapse in judgment seeing as it suddenly pulled out of my hand by Izumi's telekinesis. The collective sound of hands hitting faces resounds throughout the theater as they see Empty Lady damage the city for the sole purpose of stealing Kamui Wood's capture. Heroes. Tamira's derisive snort resounds in everybody's ears. Nizu simply sighs, remembering the event in question and how certain news networks criticized the then-new heroine for her actions. This ship is rejected. Mina crosses her arms in front of her chest in a large X, while making a buzzing sound when she sees Midori and some random bald guy with 3 growths coming out of his head having a moment. Of course it is. The collective voices of all the girls, and Todoroki, who goes unnoticed, cause the rest of the audience to flinch at the sudden noise. I'll do my best. The smiles they get hearing those words freeze as the screen goes gray and words appear. Oh, how I'll regret those words at the end of the day. As the screen continues playing, everyone looks at Bakugo, who scowls back at them. How the hell should I know what he means? I'm not the damn Deku encyclopedia. All Might though, starts to get a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Inko has tears in her eyes as she watches the abuse Midori goes through while at school, while all the kids are glaring at Bakugo, even Kirishima. Tamura grabs his armrest and clicks his tongue in irritation when his quirk still doesn't activate. Nizu, Aizawa, and Tsukachi further resolve to address the matter of Aldera Junior High as soon as they get back. But when Midori's teacher throws the career aptitude tests away while saying that everyone in his class wants to become heroes, Bakugo pales and breaks out into a cold sweat. He knows what's going to happen. This doesn't go unnoticed by most of the adults. Their eyes narrow as they watch him out of the corner of their eyes. The students want to object and criticize Bakugo for the other him's cruel words towards Midori, but they're held back by Tsukachi holding his hand up for them to wait. After the newest round of abuse is over, he turns towards Bakugo. Minus Izumi Yagi being a part of it, did this happen while you were in middle school? Yes. Bakugo looks away, actively avoiding looking in Inko's direction. Do you know what's going to happen next in regards to the other you? Yes. Care to elaborate? He looks down, his eyes shadowed. His voice is quieter than anyone's ever heard before. Just watch. And so they do, feelings of trepidation in their hearts as Izumi and other Bakugo approach Midori. At least we know why Deku is fine with walking around with broken bones all the time. Uraraka's words diffuse a bit of the tension while making the connection click in their heads. Summary. Izumi finally gives in to her guilt. But is it too late? Chapter text. Izumi POV. Looking at the title of the notebook I've taken out of my brother's hand, I scowl. After not seeing them for a while, I at least thought that I'd gotten him to stop writing them. Turns out that he's just gotten good at hiding them from me. Moving it in front of Katsuki, he gives a cruel smirk and uses an explosion on it, charring it. That surprises me. Normally his explosion would have completely demolished a plain notebook, but I shrug it off with a light dismissal. He probably held back a bit. Oh well, it's not like it matters much. Releasing it from my quirk, I watch as Katsuki grabs it and flings the burned notebook out the window. Much to my twin's obvious horror. It sends a pang of guilt through my heart, but we've been bullying him for so long now that it's just a small addition to my long list of regrets. He can't become a hero. Once he understands that, we'll stop. That's all it will take. Just say that you won't try to become a hero, damn it. I take a calming breath, letting it out quietly. I missed a bit of the conversation, but knowing Bakugo, it was just him mocking him, and I watch him passively as he puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke rising as he smiles at him. Don't even bother applying to UA. Or else. A thought seems to strike him and he smirks, sending me a look. One that I've long become accustomed to. He wants me to do something more than usual. Sometimes I go along with whatever idea he has, sometimes I don't. Despite what it seems like, I do try to make sure I don't hurt him too much. Nothing permanent, as far as I know. It's too bad that a middle schooler doesn't have a good grasp of what can cause permanent damage. Hey, Izumi. Since the nerd's notebook is so important to him, why don't you send him out with it? I pause with a look of consideration. To Izuku, I'm sure that it looks fake, but I'm actually trying to figure out how badly it would hurt him. Coming to a decision, I grab him with my quirk, along with his bag, and float them out the window, above the fish pond behind the school. Even if I were to drop him from this height, he shouldn't break anything as long as he lands in the water. Releasing most of my hold on my twin, I let him fall into the water, but cushion him a bit just to make sure nothing breaks. Hearing the splash, Katsuki and I go to the window and look down at him, Bakugo laughing as a fish flaps around on his head. I simply smile at the sight, my enjoyment greatly lessened by the fact that I'm the one who put him into that situation. You know, Deku, if you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. A pit settles into my stomach, some kind of sense that I'm not going to like what he says next. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life. Izuku looks up at us with the most pained look I have ever seen on him before. Worse than after any time we've hurt him. But neither of us are looking down at him now. Katsuki turned away right after he said it and walked away. After a shocked moment of looking at his back, I come to my senses and rush at him. I grab him by his shoulders and turn him around, slamming him into the closed door of the classroom. At his irritated and confused look, my anger flares. What the hell was that? Telling him to kill himself? What if he actually does it? He scoffs, slapping my hands away from him. Relax, the nerd is too stubborn to jump. If it was that easy, then he would have given up on being a hero a long time ago. He's not wrong about him being stubborn. But still. You went too far. You need to apologize the next time you see him. He scowls at me. Huh. Why the hell should I do that? It's not like that. Deku deserves better. Hearing his words, a shiver goes down my spine. Katsuki, did you forget why we're bullying him? He scowls, looking away. I wait for a moment, already knowing the truth. But I still want to hear him answer. Course I do. If he becomes a hero, he'll die. So we're trying to show him that he can't stand up to them. But I know that's a lie. Whatever Katsuki's reasons, I know that he's not bullying Izuku for the same reason as me anymore. He's changed, and not for the better. But I guess the same can be said for me as well. And that's what firms the resolve I've been building up for the past year. I'm done. Katsuki looks back at me, the lack of understanding clear in his eyes. I'm done bullying him. You're the one who convinced me that this would keep him safe, but it hasn't worked, and it's ruined our relationship with him. The anger in my eyes causes Katsuki to flinch slightly, but it goes unnoticed by me as I vent my guilt. We've spent the better part of 10 years trying to hurt Izuku, whether emotionally or physically. 10 years where I haven't been there for him, instead being the one who pushes him down. The one who hurts him when I should be the one protecting him. My fists clench. All because you said that this would be the best way to keep him safe. I cover my face with my hands and turn my face up to the ceiling. Gods, I was so stupid. Katsuki looks like he wants to say something, but I don't want to listen. He doesn't care about what the two of us have put Izuku through, the things I've done to protect him. The very thought of it is laughable to me now. Hell, it's been laughable ever since Izuku became friends with Shoko. She's the one who's been protecting him, the one who's been by his side. I may be an idiot for going along with Katsuki's idea when we were little, but that doesn't mean that I'm not jealous of the connection she has with my brother. But I stuck with this idiotic plan because I thought that Bakugo and I were in it together. But we weren't. It turns out that he was only in it for himself. I can feel myself crying as I make my way to the back of the school building, hoping that my twin is still there. Hoping that I can apologize. I know that things can never go back to how they were between us, not after everything I've done to him. But maybe, just maybe, I can show him that I'll be better. That I'm willing to work hard to earn his forgiveness. But by the time I get there, he's already gone. Sighing, I leave, heading home. I don't know where he might have gone, the only thing I can do is head home and hope that he'll let me apologize. Little did I know that this would be the last time I would ever see Izuku Yagi again. Hold on, we've seen Bakubro's explosions tear through cement walls, how is Midoribro's notebook still intact? He scoffs. Obviously I held back at the time. You don't mess with his notebooks. Not Midoriya's anyways. There's only one time someone messed with them. He shivers. That was enough for everyone. There's a moment of silence before someone asks the question on all of their minds. What happened to them? To everyone's surprise, it's Tamura who asks. It doesn't matter to Bakugo, though. Last we heard he was in therapy. But by the time I got into UA, no one had heard from him since the incident. He sighs. A few of his friends went to his house to check on him, but his house was empty. No one knows why, but the rumors definitely got that rule in place. The only sound in the theater as they watch Izumi drop Midori out their school's window is silence. It's not until he splashes down relatively safely that Nizu breaks it. It appears that we might need to outsource a therapist for young Midoriya. I fear that hound dog won't be up to the task. The only response is Bakugo gulping as he watches his counterpart's expression. He hunches down in his seat as he prepares for his biggest regret to be revealed to everyone around him. To All Might. To Auntie Inko. You know Deku, if you want to be a hero that badly there's a quick way to do it. Tension grips everyone, and Nizu tightens his own grip on his tea, prepared to do something he never has before. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life. Bakugo yells in pain and surprise and pain as a teacup bounces off his head and spills its hot contents all over him. Ignoring his screams of pain, Nizu addresses Aizawa. I believe that young Midoriya is likely able to write his own book based on his mental issues. We'll get the 3 best counselors just for him. As for you. His glare causes the horrible person mentioned to shiver. We shall be going back over your permanent records, and should I find anything hidden by your past teachers, know that we will be forced to consider more drastic punishments. He simply nods, the fight having gone out of him. Mina's hand shoots into the air. I vote we put on screen Bakugo's name as Bakubich. A chorus of eyes fill the air as he scowls half-heartedly at them. Gods, I was stupid. Hearing these words, the class erupts into cheers at Izumi deciding to change her ways. Only to fall silent as dark letters dripping blood pop up. Little did I know that this would be the last time I would ever see Izuku Yagi again. Summary. Don't tell a quirkless person to be realistic. You don't know what that means. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Flipping through my journal, I'm relieved to see that the damage isn't too bad. It's a good thing I took that guy's recommendation and bought their special notebooks and ink. Other than being a bit charred and some water spots on some pages, it's pretty much fine. Hooray for reinforcement quirks. Chuckling at the irony of the thought, I decide to make a detour from my usual route. After what Kaken said, I don't really feel like dealing with the usual abuse on the way back to the house today. So no insults, thrown bottles, and possibly dislocated or cracked bones. They never outright break my bones for some reason, which is kind of weird. Maybe they justify it to themselves by saying it's not as bad if I don't have to be hospitalized. Well, cracked bones are supposed to be a hospital-worthy injury, but the few times I went to get treated they threw me out when they found out I was quirkless. Though there were a few nice nurses that gave me painkillers that were getting close to the expiration date. Sure, I got sick sometimes when I used them after the expiration date, but they still really helped. While lost in my thoughts, I pass by under a bridge, only to hear a loud clanging coming from behind me. Turning around, I see a large pile of sludge looming behind me. A villain. You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. I just stare at them blankly for a moment as I process the situation. Then I do something that surprises both of us. I laugh. Ha, ha. Ha ha ha. It starts off weak, but before I realize it, it explodes into full-blown laughter. I can't help it. It's just, with the way my day's been going, this has to be the absolute worst thing to top it off. A villain with a semi-liquid body attacking me. If it were literally anything else, I would at least have a chance to hold them off until a hero arrives. Shoko has helped me train for things like this. But what am I supposed to do against liquid? Nothing. And I know that I'm not fast enough to run away. So all I can do in this situation is laugh, tears streaming from my eyes as the villain just stares at me in a stupor. Seeming to get a hold of itself, it speaks. I have no idea what your problem is, but, well, I guess it doesn't matter. You'll still end up being my disguise. And with that, they lunge at me, enveloping me with their body. Thoughts run through my mind as they force their way into my mouth. Huh. Their body is surprisingly warm. It does smell though, but that might be because they came out of the sewer. Look at you. Finally getting out of Kaken and Izumi's lives, letting them focus entirely on becoming heroes. Shut up. Don't listen to this tool, fight back. Bite. Rip and tear. Eat them before they eat you. Go for the balls. Okay, I actually have nothing. But you can at least put up some kind of a fight. Just give in. No more pain. No more suffering. No more disappointing everyone. The mean voice's words start sounding better and better as I struggle to breathe. To stop my body from being taken over. But I can't do anything against them, their body just flows around my hands. As I start to lose consciousness, I think I hear something. Texas smash. I fall into the bliss of darkness as I feel a powerful force strike me, scattering the villain's body in the process. All Might POV. Looking down at the boy I just saved from the villain, I'm shocked to realize that it's my son. I panic a bit as I check his pulse, only to breathe a sigh of relief as I find it. After chugging down the soda I'd bought at the store, no point in it going to waste. I gather up the villain into it. While I do so, my eyes keep going back to my son. His uniform is disheveled, I suppose is the easiest way to put it. Though it might be better to say ruined. One of the shoulders is missing, the edges around where it was showing signs of having been burnt. There are signs that it's been sewed back together in spots as well, though those are harder to see. This all can't have been from the villain. What happened to him? I shake my head to clear my thoughts. I can talk to him about whatever happened at home, but for now I need to get him awake so he can get there. My time limit is almost up, after all. Of course, since I know he's a massive fan of mine, I make sure to sign his notebook first. Though given its condition I think it might be time for a new one. And so I start to quickly but lightly slap his cheek. It's a much gentler way to wake him up than my teacher used when I fainted during training. Eventually he wakes up and starts fanboying about me. Honestly, it's a weird feeling. Especially due to how he's never like this at home. Usually he'll just stay in his room all day, or spend his time in the home gym. At least I think he does. At the very least, I never see him hanging around the living room. But I can feel that my limit is fast approaching, so I hastily say goodbye and urge him to head home. It's not until I'm already flying through the air that I realize that he's hanging on to me. Hey, kid! Let go! I panic as I start to try and pry him off of me, only for him to remind me that we're flying through the air. That's certainly embarrassing. Good thing he spoke up so quickly. We land on a rooftop and I tell him to bang on the door to get someone to come let him in. But now I really have to go. I'm already struggling with holding my form. But his question stops me. Can someone who's quirkless like me become a hero like you? I pause, hearing his words. For a moment I'm taken back in time, to where I asked my master the same thing. But before I can answer, smoke explodes out of me. Shit. I lost focus and I'm going back to normal. The smoke starts to clear, and I see Izuku looking at the ground, mumbling. Raising his voice, I can finally hear what he has to say. Saving people with a fearless smile, I want to be a great hero. Like you. He looks up, and I can see the shock and confusion clear on his face. Dad. I sigh, scratching my cheek. Yeah. Hey, son. Looking away as I consider how to handle this, I don't see the dark look that flashes across his face at the word son. By the time I look back though, there's a light shining in his eyes. Why you're All Might. My dad is All Might. That's so cool. Is this why you're always out of the house? Why we've never been to your work? Why you always say that your quirk is a secret we'll learn when we're older? I hide a wince at his last question. I broke the promise I made with myself back when I first learned he was quirkless. But after my injury, I didn't want to see the same thing happen to him. All for One is dead, but eventually someone just as strong will be born. Anne. I can't see my children getting hurt the same way I did. I can't do anything about Izumi, but I can do something for Izuku. That's right. I couldn't have any villains finding out about the three of you, so I hid the fact that I'm All Might from everyone. As far as the world is concerned, Toshinori Yagi and All Might are two different people. He nods, his smile bright enough to make my eyes squint. But wait, he still wants to be a hero? I feel something in my chest, telling me to say yes, he can do it. Which I know he can, if I give him one for all. I don't know if it's my sense of parent, or one for all pushing me to pass it on. But, with eyes shining and fists clenched with hope, he asks again. So, do you think that I can become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Looking at him, I can't bring myself to deny him. I'm sure that I can get my teacher to teach him, and I can probably pull in a few favors as well. Just as I'm about to answer, I vomit out a waterfall of blood, much to his shock. And just like that, I'm given a reality check. It doesn't matter how strong someone is. All it will take is a single moment of weakness for them to lose their life. I sit down and look at the ground with a sigh. Do you recall that time I got into a car accident back when you were 9, and the doctors said I'd be coughing up blood for the rest of my life? Still looking down, I don't see him shake his head, but I continue anyway. I pull my shirt up to reveal the extent of my injury. Well, I was actually injured by a powerful villain. My stomach was destroyed, and my respiratory system was damaged beyond all repair. I look at him, the horror on his face just as I expected. If an injury this bad can happen to me, the number one hero. The symbol of peace. What do you think would happen to you, someone who doesn't even have a quirk? I feel a wrenching in my chest, causing me to cough up more blood. It's not the same as usual, for some reason it seems angry. But I push the thought to the side as I make sure my son understands. There are lots of ways to help people. You can become a doctor. Or even a police officer. I rise and walk over to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He looks down, his eyes shadowed under his hair. It's okay to have dreams, son. But, keep them realistic. As I walk to the door, the pain in my chest becomes worse, and I feel like I can almost hear angry voices yelling at me. I know I shouldn't be killing his dream like this, but I don't want to see him in the same condition I'm in. As I open the door, I hesitate and look back at him. He hasn't moved from his spot. Sighing, I call out to him. Come on, we can talk more at home, if you want. Maybe swing by somewhere for a treat? I rack my brain for what kind of thing he'd like to make himself feel better, but for some reason I draw a blank. Odd. His voice is small as he replies. That's okay. I'll catch up later. I hesitate one more time before releasing one last sigh and heading down. Patting my pocket, I confirm that the sludge villain is still there before starting my way to a police station. Izuku POV. I stare at the ground as tears fall from my eyes, staining the rooftop below me. His words echo in my head as the voices clash. Be realistic. Kill him. Who is he to think he can talk to you like that? Be realistic. You heard him. Give up, you can't become a hero. Be realistic. Screw that. Show them. Show them that you're stronger than all of them. Be realistic. And how will he do that? He can't do anything against someone with a quirk. All Might himself said so. Be realistic. Weapons can make anything equal. What's someone like Envy Lady going to do if you stab her in the face? Get bigger and crush a bunch of people. Show them how they've underestimated you. Be realistic. What can a quirkless person really do? Be really. My mind catches on that last thought, and I think back to all the results I'd found online about quirkless in today's society. What can a quirkless do? Be realistic. According to reports, nothing. Be realistic. There is no place for a quirkless in today's society. Be realistic. I think it's time for me to be realistic. Taking off my backpack, I pull out a pen and my notebook. The one that Dad signed. Looking at it, I can't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. So many people would kill to get this. But now? Now it doesn't matter. I turn to the next page and start to write. Not to my family, no. They won't care. Mom won't. Izumi might be happy about it. Dad, he might blame himself. But that's not going to be my concern anymore. No, the person who I'm writing for is the one who's stood by me. The one who's believed in me. The one that I'm going to make sad. She'll cry, and I don't like that. But it does spark a bit of joy that she cares so much. I'll just have to make sure she gets her birthday present early. Finishing, I contemplate what I should do. I've been up here for a while and nobody has shown up, so I don't really want to leave it up here. But if I hold on to it, it will probably get ruined. Looking at my backpack, I shrug. I can just put it in. Maybe put a note on the outside? Flipping to the last pages, I tear them out. One I fold up and put it between the pages with All Might's signature. The other I write down some instructions and put it in the pocket for water bottles. As I'm about to put my notebook inside, I catch sight of the cover. I stare at it for a moment before angrily scribbling out the title. Under it, I write, "I'm sorry, Shoko." Taking a breath, I look over the side of the building. Taking a guess on the place that will be the least affected, but still easily found, I drop it. I watch it land, nodding in satisfaction as it goes where I want. Taking a deep breath, I take off my shoes and put them on the ledge. I put my hand on it to climb before stopping. Chuckling, I let go and step back to the center of the rooftop. What was it you said, Kaken? A swan dive, wasn't it? Well, I never did much swimming, but I'll give it a shot. Nobody is watching, but if they were, I'm sure they'd say that it's pretty good for my first and last attempt. Summary. The audience comes to know there is more to their viewing. Chapter text. Huh. So Deku gets attacked by the sludge villain instead of me? Bakugo questions as various people freak out about his imminent suffocation. All Might clears his throat. Actually, young Midoriya was attacked before you on that day. What? The sudden shouts mixed with on-screen All Might shouting his attack cause Aizawa to cover his ears. Be quiet. Or else I'll wrap you in my scarf. This doesn't deter anyone, but at the moment they're more focused on the principal and detective admonishing All Might for his methods in waking up the victim of a villain attack. Is nobody going to comment on how Midori laughed when the villain showed up? I mean, there's laughing in the face of danger, but it's still kind of concerning. He doesn't back down from anybody, no matter what. He's so manly. If things go the same as our time, All Might sighs as he watches Midori cling onto his counterpart's leg as they fly through the air. I suspected as much. This is actually the reason as to why the villain got free and attacked Bakugo after I'd caught them. They fell out of my pocket during my initial panic. Something that would not have been able to happen if you simply followed proper protocol in detainment of villains. Nizu sips his tea while Takachi nods his head in agreement. He tries his best to soothe over the problems All Might causes when he doesn't follow protocol, but it's not easy. Seeing All Might slouch at the admonishment, Uraraka decides to cheer him up. At least in this world you didn't drop the villain. She points at his counterpart's pocket, where everyone sees the bottle with the villain. Just before he becomes enveloped in smoke. Seeing on-screen All Might deflate on a rooftop, Nizu and Tsukachi sigh. You really should be more aware of your time, All Might. That is, I'm assuming that this happened the same way in our time? He nods. So, do you think that I can become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Hearing Midori ask the question again, this time visibly shining with joy, the students have expectant looks on their faces. After all Might's entire motto is that anybody can become a hero. So obviously he'd say yes, right? Tamura, watching his guilt-ridden expression, has a feeling that he's going to enjoy their expressions in a few moments. To Tamura's surprise, he's surprised too. The students' expressions immediately turn from excitement to shock and horror when on-screen All Might vomits up a waterfall of blood. It's only thanks to Toga's high-pitched squeals of excitement that they aren't shocked frozen. Which is further cemented when he pulls up his shirt, revealing his injury. This is a national-level secret, children. So make sure you never speak of what you're about to witness. Unless you want all traces of you to vanish. Nizu's light-hearted tone doesn't match the ominous words, the juxtaposition causing the students to shiver. As they listen to him explain his injuries to Midori, a bad feeling starts to envelop them. Even Aizawa tightly grips the armrests to his seat. What do you think would happen to you, someone who doesn't even have a quirk? The only sound heard in the theater is Tamura's derisive snort, everyone except for those who know of All Might's quirk too focused on the words being said. As for those who do know of it, they simply look at him with judgmental eyes, promising a reckoning. It's okay to have dreams, son. But, keep them realistic. As he walks away from Midori, everyone's attention turns to the All Might with them, the question obvious in their eyes. Sighing, he looks away as he confirms their suspicions. I did indeed tell young Midoriya that. Luckily for him, I realized that he had a quirk and helped him train it to become usable. Seeing their expressions morph into shock, he raises his hands in defense. Look at what happened to all of you at the USJ. If young Midoriya was there, quirkless, do you think he could have defended himself? While that silences the students, he forgot who's there with them. I don't know, All Might. How about we go and ask all the people with mutation-based quirks, which my quirk doesn't work on, I put in the hospital and ask them. After all, against people like that I'm basically fighting quirkless. Hearing the venom in their teacher's voice, the students flinch. The only time they've heard him sound like that is when he was fighting against the villains at the USJ. When he was defending them. Unable to say anything in response, All Might stays silent. As they wait for the screen to continue, Toga decides that it's time for alternate All Might to get a nickname. Should we call the big guy here Hypo? The randomness of the nickname immediately lightens the mood, causing a chuckle to run throughout the theater. Where did that come from? Kirishima asks. She taps her chin. Well, it's short for hypocrite. You know, since he decided to pick and choose where his motto applies. Damn. Language. Aizawa shouts at Uraraka, who hunches down in her seat as a blush crosses her face. Meanwhile, nobody other than All Might has any objection to the nickname, so his counterpart's name is decided. Is the damn screen busted? Bakugo questions, as it still shows Midori standing on the rooftop in the same position he was before. Sochik shrugs. No. But since the sludge villain didn't attack you this time, there's nothing to distract him from his thoughts. Excuse me, but what do you mean by that? Inko asks, her nerves already frayed from everything she's found out about her son's life. Instead of answering right away, they snap their fingers and thought bubbles appear around Midori. Midoriya, well, the one you've all taken to referring to as Midori, suffers from schizophrenia. For those that don't know, that means he has voices in his head. That go round and around and again. At everyone else's glares, Mina hunches down. Sheesh, sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood a bit. It's like a funeral in here. Poor choice of words there. Before anyone can ask Sochik what they mean, the screen begins playing again. This time, they can see Midori's thoughts. They're all shocked at what the voices in his head are saying, no one more so than All Might, who's finally realizing how traumatizing his words could be to someone in a negative headspace. Well, considering he's the #1 hero, to anyone really. But still. Progress. But what concerns them is Midori's thoughts. Or rather, one thought. While the voices argue, the only thing going through his head are 2 words. Be realistic. I think it's time for me to be realistic. A shiver goes down everyone's spines at the utter defeat in his tone. Their concern rises as he takes out his charred notebook from his backpack. After seeing him write in it, their confusion rises instead as he tears out a page and writes something on it before putting it in the side pocket of his backpack. When he scribbles out the notebook's title and writes something else, even Bakugo starts feeling concerned. But everyone's terror peaks when they see him throw his backpack over the side of the building and take his shoes off. There are tears in some of their eyes as they watch him begin to climb the ledge. There's a collective sigh of relief as he goes back to the center of the rooftop, only to still as he speaks. "What was it you said, Kaken? A swan dive, wasn't it? Well, I never did much swimming, but I'll give it a shot." He runs forward and leaps, angling his body so that he'll land head first. They wait for the screen to shift, and it does so, turning dark without them having to see him hit the ground. "I don't know a lot about swimming either, but I'd give his form a 7. What about you, crusty lips?" Scowling at the blonde next to him, he decides to play along. "I've played a few swimming games, so I'd say you're on the mark. Silver medal, at least." Toga taps her chin. Maybe if they let us see him hit the ground, all covered in blood, I'd rate it higher. But they didn't, so oh well. Hearing their conversation, the students and heroes feel their anger rise, only for a susurration to run through the room at Bakugo's words. What happened to Auntie Anko? Looking at her seat, they see that she's no longer there. Looking around the room, nobody sees her anywhere, but there is a new addition. On the wall, there's a portrait of her, her eyes widened in horror. Seeing everyone start to panic, Soch claps his hands to get their attention. Once it's silent, he explains. "As I told you before, time is frozen in your world while you're here. Which is why you are all still awake despite however much time has passed. You will remain in the state you were in when you were brought here." He points at the portrait. But the shock of seeing her son, even if she knows he's not her son, committing suicide caused her to faint. Her state of being changed, so she was ejected from the space. "Any questions?" Nizu raises his hand/paw. "Are there any side effects of this?" Soch nods. "There are, in fact. She'll lose her memories of everything she's seen here, but retain the emotions she felt. Think of it like when you have an odd feeling about something but don't know where it's coming from." Nizu nods before pointing at the portrait. "And that?" He gets a shrug in reply. "I felt like keeping a record of those who failed to hold out until the end. Anyways, would you all like to continue this world, or take a break for something more lighthearted?" Izumi POV. At home, I knock on the door to Izuku's room. "Izuku, are you there?" I wait for a moment, but get no reply. Not that I should expect one, even if he is in there. I can't help but sigh as I head over to my room. Inside, the walls are covered in All Might posters, as well as various weights that I use to train my quirk. Sitting on my bed, I decide to start out light, at 150 pounds, then work my way up to the heavier ones. While I do, I make sure to keep an ear out for the front door. Mom's already home, so the only people that would be coming back would be Dad or Izuku. Unfortunately, that still leaves me with my thoughts. What am I going to say to him? "Sorry for making your life hell for 10 years and being a shitty sister, I hope we can get along now." Yeah, no. Maybe? He's never been one to hold a grudge, so maybe all it would take is an apology. But that wouldn't make up for all the abuse. Maybe I can convince Dad to pull some strings to get Izuku into UA. Despite how secretive he is about his job, I know that the people he talks about on the phone are people with influence. Hooray for the power of the internet. But no, that's just stupid since Izuku isn't. Even if he can't get into the heroics course, he'd easily be able to get into their general studies. Maybe even their support course, depending on the exam. Is there, actually nothing I can do other than apologizing? The more I think about it, the more I realize that there's really nothing I can do for Izuku that he can't do for himself. And even then, why would he want me to do something for him when he could ask Todoroki to do it instead? It's pretty obvious that she likes him, after all. Well, obvious to everyone except him. And maybe her too. They're both pretty socially dense. I wince at that last thought, the weight I'm lifting wobbling in the air. Refocusing on it, I see that I've already gotten to the 500 weight, my usual one. Outlining different figures with it requires more focus, so instead of thinking more on my problem, I let my mind focus on my training. I guess I can just ask him what he wants me to do to make it up to him later. Toshinori POV. Closing the door to my home, I sigh, thinking back to what happened earlier on the rooftop. Maybe I should have phrased it differently. But I don't want to see him ending up like me. Seeing Izumi rushing out of the hallway, I let out a sad smile. Neither of them. Opening my arms to receive a tackle hug, I'm taken by surprise when she instead stops with a disappointed look on her face. Oh, it's just you. Hearing that, I cough up blood in surprise. Slumping my shoulders, I mutter. Oh, yeah. It's just me. Your dad. That you haven't seen all day. Who wants to see me? Maybe Inko? She'll probably be disappointed too. Izumi rolls her eyes at my act. Come on Dad, you know that's not what I meant. She sighs. I was just hoping that it was Izuku coming home. She says Izuku's name with a determined expression, confusing me. Why does she look so determined? And what was she going to say before she changed it to his name? A nickname? Wait, does Izuku even have a nickname? But before I can continue that chain of thought, and why it's bothering me for some reason, I realize something. Wait a minute. Izumi, why didn't Izuku come home with you? Don't they always come back home together? She blinks at me in surprise. What are you talking about? We never come home together. She looks away for a moment. We have different friends. I blink before sighing. Oh, well. Izuku might be a while. Something happened. Seeing the concern in her eyes, I rushed to reassure her. Don't worry, it was nothing major. But we did end up having a talk, and he needs some time to himself. I sigh again. Maybe, don't push him for the next day or two. He took it pretty hard. I can see her concern intensify, making me smile for how she cares for her brother. I pat her head as I pass. Don't worry, with a supportive sister like you I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't see her flinch at my words, having already walked past her to greet my loving wife. Katsuki POV. I stare up at the ceiling with my arms behind my head, wondering about what Izumi was so mad about earlier. So what if I told Deku to jump off the roof? It's not like he'll actually do it. It's not like nobody else hasn't said it to him before. Things like that being told to him are just a drop in the bucket for what everyone does to him. I scoff at the idea of him actually doing it. Obviously nobody likes Deku, which means that everyone picks on him. I scowl as a girl with a split hair color appears in my mind. She's the only one who hangs out around that Deku. He's also the only one who hangs out around her, but for a different reason. Unlike Deku, people have tried to be her friend. Given the fact that she has a powerful quirk, as well as being the daughter of the number 2 hero, obviously people would be climbing over themselves to get close to her. Well, other than me and Izumi. We're good enough to make it as heroes on our own. We don't need to leech off of someone stronger than us like those extras. I smirk, holding a hand in front of me and letting off a small explosion. Not that there is someone stronger. Sure, Izumi and Icy Hot have strong quirks, but mine is stronger. Especially since that icy bitch doesn't use her fire. As for Izumi, I frown before shrugging. She might be able to match my quirk's versatility and power. But she's too nice to bring out its full potential. But I clench my fist. Even if she tries, she won't surpass me. I'm the best, and everyone will know it. Hearing the old hag screaming about dinner being ready, I get up and head down. Especially that shitty Deku. Shoko POV. I frown at my phone, unread, glowing on the screen. It's odd. Usually Izuku would answer within a few minutes. If he's busy, an hour at the most. But it's already Saturday, and he hasn't even read it yet. I can't help but worry about it, even as I wince while grabbing a drink from the cupboard, having stretched too far and agitated my bruise. Did Izumi and Bakugo break his phone? If they did, I could probably convince my father to get him a new one. Ever since Izuku and I had that talk at the ice cream parlor, I've been learning to use my fire. It's difficult, not physically but emotionally. However, I've definitely made good progress. Much to my father's satisfaction. Another thing that's been making progress is my training with him. After I started using my fire side, he's been going a bit easier on our spars. Not a lot, but enough for me to notice. It's like he cares about me. Not as his tool to surpass All Might, but as his daughter. It's a weird feeling, but now I can see what Izuku meant back then about him caring. Shoko. Stop daydreaming. If you have time for that, you have time to improve yourself. At least sometimes. As I drink from my can of Pepsi, look at my hair and tell me I wouldn't like it, I can't help but glance back at my phone. Something my father notices. Why do you keep looking at your phone? Are you waiting for a text from someone? He pauses for a moment before continuing, a low growl in his voice. Is it a boy? Are you dating someone? Imperceptibly, I blush. It's actually pretty difficult for someone to notice, since I can use my quirk to regulate my body temperature. Even without fully summoning it. Izuku helped me figure that out. It's just a friend. The one I train with sometimes. He gives me a suspicious look, but grudgingly nods. You always come back from those with a great deal of determination to train. And they are the one who managed to get you to begin using your flames, correct? I nod and he continues. I would still like to talk to them. Thanks to them, you are much closer to surpassing All Might. I roll my eyes. He's still spouting that, but there's something different about it now. Maybe it's his tone. Or maybe there's less intensity in it. Either way, my training isn't as bad as before, and injuries that require me to stay home are now mostly by accident. I'm fairly certain. As I throw away the can and head for the door, I hear my father speak up, clear hesitance in his voice. Are you going to visit her again? I nod, not looking back. I open the door and wait a moment, wondering if he'll say more. But he doesn't. Instead I leave the house in silence, pondering if I should head to Izuku's house to check on him. But he doesn't want me to go to his house. He says I'd probably kill his family, and he doesn't want me to go to jail. It's sweet, but paranoid. But I'll put that on the back burner. I can always talk to him on Monday, after all. For now though, I have someone else to see. Walking through the sterilized walls of the hospital, I can't help but grow nervous. Sure, it's not the first time, but that doesn't change my feelings every time I come here. Standing in front of the door, I take a deep breath and open it. Inside, I see a beautiful woman with long white hair and bags under her eyes from sleeplessness. But that doesn't really matter to me. What matters? Hello, Mom. Is that she's my mother? Third POV. The weekend passes by without incident, everyone with their own thoughts. Todoroki is worried about the fact that Izuku hasn't read her text. Izumi and Toshinori are realizing how normal it is that they don't see Izuku around the house. Something Izumi feels guilty about, and Toshinori feels confused about. In opposition to these three, Bakugo and Inko continue as usual, unaware of anything wrong. But that's when Monday rolls around, and roll is called for the first class of the day. Shoko noticed of course, but she hoped that he would have come in at the last minute like he does sometimes. After all, despite all the abuse he's suffered, he's never been late for school. So when the teacher calls his name, everyone is surprised when he doesn't burst into the room, out of breath from rushing in. Instead, Shoko stands, her chair falling backward from the force. She marches to Izumi's desk and glares down at her, ice frosting one side of her uniform while flames flicker in her hair. Izumi shivers, the coldness in Shoko's eyes terrifying her. Her voice rings out through the silent classroom. Where is Izuku? No one says anything as they watch Izumi knocking on Midori's door, for they already know she's too late to make amends. But for one of them, that prompts a question. Pardon me, Mr. Sochk. Nizu raises a paw. But did you not say that Izuku is a focal point for change during our time period? If that is true, then would he not have survived in this universe? The students and teachers brighten up at this, their hope restored. Only to burn once again at the deity's words. The death of an individual can bring change just as much as life. Isn't that what Tamura Shigaraki hopes to achieve by killing All Might? Everyone looks at the man in question, who looks startled at suddenly being the center of attention. But instead of him proclaiming some kind of goal that killing All Might will achieve, he simply shrugs. Why should I tell a bunch of heroes what I want to achieve? He focuses on the screen, obviously ignoring them. Instead they turn back to the screen themselves, where they see Hypo talking to his daughter. Izuku might be a while. Something happened. Yeah, you crushed his dream and drove him to suicide, you skeleton-looking motherfucker. Ashido. Language. He totally deserves it though. Not only does he neglect his son for 10 years, but then he crushes his dreams the first time they have a real conversation. To quote Bakugu, die. She throws a bag of popcorn at the screen, causing All Might to wince. Sure, he can agree that his on-screen counterpart is pretty bad, but that's still technically him up there. Wait, where'd you get popcorn from? Uraraka asks, prompting Mina to look at her. Oh, I said that this show could use some popcorn, then a bag of it just appeared. I also got a drink like that. Something called apple blood. It's pretty good. Blinking in surprise, everyone else except Nizu asks for their favorite drink, and it appears. Though Toga's blood gets substituted for apple blood, though in a different container than Mina's. Glaring at it, she gives it a try and finds that it has the same texture of blood while being a bit sweeter, causing her to nod in satisfaction. The clip moves to show Bakubich, laying in bed while staring at his hands. It doesn't focus on him for long, and he doesn't do anything while it does. Instead, one of his thoughts simply shows on the screen. I'm the best, and everyone will know it. Especially that shitty Deku. I don't think dead people know anything. Todoroki deadpants, though the others can't tell if he's being serious or not given his unchanging expression. Obviously I know that, I see why hot. It's a manly thought, mostly, but since he knows Todoroki, shouldn't he be a little more humble? Huh. I wouldn't lose to I see why hot. Before he can continue screaming, Aizawa wraps him up with his scarf, still sitting down. Good. I wasn't sure that would work. Anyways, you're going on timeout for a while. The screen changes to Shoko getting a drink, though her wince doesn't go unnoticed. None of her thoughts play across the scene, though Todoroki does stiffen up when his father appears, shouting about how Shoko should be training, and will surely surpass All Might now that she's using her fire. But his eyes widen when he sees her blush when they talk about Midori. So, Shoko likes him. He thinks on that for a moment, continuing the thought to its next step. I wonder if that means I could like Midoriya. Am I even interested in guys? I don't think I've been interested in either gender before. Maybe I'll look up signs when we get back. Oblivious to Todoroki's possible awakening, the others simply watch as Endeavor expresses his desire to meet Midori, causing a few tears to be shed. But his next words not only pull Todoroki from his thoughts, but confuse everyone else. Are you going to visit her again? Who's he talking about? Do you know, Todoroki? He thinks on Uraraka's question for a moment and quickly arrives at one person his father could mean, but he shakes his head, having a hard time believing it. Let's just watch. We'll probably know soon anyways. So they do. They watch as Shoko leaves the house. They watch as she walks into a hospital. They watch as she opens the door. They watch, and they see. Hello, Mom. Her mother. They look at Todoroki, and he nods. My mother is in the same place as Shoko's. But I'm not talking about it. Respecting his space, they just watch as a calendar appears on the screen, Monday being circled. Then it moves to the classroom, with one seat notably empty. Wait a minute, Tsukachi says. Has no one realized that he's been missing all weekend? His question is answered soon enough when Shoko marches over to Izumi. Where is Izuku? Summary. The hunt for Izuku begins. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Detective Tsukachi POV. I rub the bridge of my nose, trying to get rid of the headache I've developed over the course of the day. First, I get a call from the chief of police telling me to look into a missing teen. Nothing new, except for the fact that he's asking me specifically to look into it. Then he tells me that it's the number 2 hero, Endeavor, asking for it. Though the way the chief said it, it was more like he demanded they put their best detective on the case. To my surprise, it's a boy whose name is Izuku Yagi. Yagi. The same surname as Toshinori Yagi. Publicly known as All Might. And also holding the title of Symbol of Peace. Now, Yagi isn't exactly a common surname, but I feel safe in saying that they aren't connected. Toshinori hasn't even mentioned having a son, only a talented daughter named Izumi. But an hour later I get a call from Toshinori telling me that his son has gone missing, prompting me to ask what I feel is a pertinent question. First of all, why haven't you ever mentioned that you have a son? And more importantly, how did Endeavor find out that your son was missing before you did? There's silence over the phone for a few seconds, I assume because he's shocked. But to my surprise, he actually has an answer. I didn't find out until Izumi came home from school and told me. I'm assuming that Endeavor's daughter told him about Izuku missing as well, though I'm not sure why he would want to know where my son is. I sigh. Well, regardless of the reasons, the chief has ordered me to make sure Endeavor is the first to hear about any leads on the case. Apparently he threatened to burn down the station if he didn't. More silence. Odd. Shouldn't he show more? I don't know, outrage at how Endeavor wants to know where his son is before him. Eventually I hear a sigh. Okay. Just make sure you tell me as soon as possible as well, okay Naomasa? Now it's my turn to be silent. There's something off about what I just heard. But I'm not going to address it right now. Instead, I'm going to get to work on finding the kid. Starting with finding out when he was last seen. You don't know when he was last seen by any chance, do you? I say it half jokingly. After all, if he already has an idea of where he might be, surely he'd already be there. But I'm surprised again. It was in Mizudafu on Friday, on top of one of the office buildings. He grabbed hold of me just as I jumped after saving him from a villain, and we landed on one of the rooftops, though I'm not sure which. He found out that I'm All Might, and we had a talk. He needed to get his thoughts in order, and I had to deliver the villain to the police. Wow. There's a lot to talk about in what he just said. So, you're telling me that your kids don't know that you're All Might, but your son found out right after being attacked by a villain. I'm assuming this is the first time he's been attacked since you've never mentioned either of them being attacked before. I wait for a moment, and he doesn't mention any other attacks, so I continue. So, after a traumatizing experience requiring 3 days of mandatory, nationally sponsored therapy to ensure they can cope with the stress of suddenly being attacked, he found out the world-shattering revelation that you, his father, is all might. And then you decided it was a good idea to leave him on a random rooftop after flying through the air, another first I'm assuming, which would be traumatizing if the person in question wasn't prepared for it. I wait for a moment to give him a moment to speak up, but he remains silent. Did I sum it up pretty well? Yes. You did. The shame in his voice is obvious, but I just can't feel any sense of pity for the man. You are aware that, even if the person attacked wasn't your son, you would still need to take them to the police station so they can get their testimony, right? Yes. I sigh. I admire the man, I really do. It's not easy being a symbol for an entire nation. But sometimes, especially times like this, I can't help but think that he's an idiot. Are you at least searching for him yourself? It's not late, so you should have no problem covering a large area in your buff form. His voice gets a bit of confidence back in it. I am. I'm searching from the skies, but I need to ration my time just in case he's in trouble. I hold back the urge to run my palm down my face. Obviously the kid is in trouble. If he wasn't, he likely would have been home by now. Unless he ran away. But Toshinori is a good person, and I doubt that he would give his kids a reason to run away. But then again, this is the first time I've ever heard of his son. Just to cover my bases, Toshinori, before I go. Is there any chance that he could have run away? What? Of course not. Why would he have run away? He trails off, as if something came to mind. I wait with bated breath for him to continue. Any kind of hint would be helpful. Especially this late in starting the search. He might have. But I do not believe that is the case. If it was, either me, my wife, or my daughter would have seen him come home to get his things. I sigh. Still though, we can't rule out the possibility. Which would make this all the more difficult. Finding someone who doesn't want to be found is a whole other problem than finding a lost kid. I'll call if we find any leads. Thank you, Naomasa. I'll get back to searching as well. I hope to hear from you soon. I hang up, a pensive look on my face as I stare at my phone. Sighing, I dial the number the chief gave me. It barely gets to the first ring before it's answered. Hello, is this Endeavor? We haven't found him yet, but we do have a location for where he was last seen. Endeavor POV. Thank you for the information. Keep me informed. I hang up with the detective assigned to the case and look at my daughter, who's been hovering nearby ever since she arrived home. The question is clear in her eyes, but I shake my head. They haven't found him. But they do know that he was in the office district of Muzutafu. She simply looks at me for a moment before her eyes fill with determination and she heads to the door. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I follow her with only a shake of my head, having already alerted the family's driver to be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. While we wait in the car, I can't help but think on how things ended up like this. Shoko had called me from school, the first time I've ever gotten a call from her since I bought her that phone. I immediately assumed that it was something serious, and I was right. Her voice was filled with desperation, the most expressive it's ever been. The only time I've ever heard such emotion coming from her was after the incident with my wife that ended with her institutionalized. It pulled at my heart, another thing that hasn't happened in a long time, and I immediately began calling in favors to start a search. She came home immediately after the call. Apparently she confronted the boy's sister and a bully about his whereabouts. It almost came to blows before their principal made an announcement saying the school day had been cancelled. And now, only an hour later, we're heading to Muzutafu to search for him ourselves. She showed me a picture she took of the two of them so that I could recognize the boy, and I couldn't help but stare at it in surprise. In it, Shoko was smiling. It's a small smile, but immensely noticeable due to how happy it is. It was an effort to look away from her and focus on the boy, but the sight made me wince. His own smile was so bright that it felt like I got the sun's glare in my eyes for a second. But pushing that aside, the boy is thin, around Shoko's height, and has a head of dark green hair. There's a set of 4 freckles under each of his eyes in the shape of a diamond. His eyes are a bright green that contrasts with his darker hair. As the car pulls to a stop, I shake my head to clear my thoughts. I'll have time to ponder about my family later. For now, we search. It's hours later without any luck that we get a call. Immediately answering, I wait for news as Shoko hovers around my shoulder. Hello, is this Endeavor? Yes. You have news? I get right to the point. The sooner we find him, the sooner the desperation in my daughter's eyes goes away. It makes me uneasy, seeing so much emotion in her eyes. Possibly. We just got a call from a famous local pharmacy. Apparently Izuku Yagi visits there every Monday at around the same time. Since he didn't show up today, they were concerned and called in. Give me the address. 20 minutes later, we're standing outside a traditional medicine shop. Entering, I see a 20-something man behind the counter whose eyes widen at the sight of me. I know I can be intimidating, it's on purpose so that I can strike fear into the hearts of villains. But it does make it difficult when trying to simply speak to people. We're here because you called about Izuku Yagi missing his pickup. We're currently investigating his disappearance, so any information you can offer would be helpful. He hesitates for a moment before his eyes flicker over to my daughter. A look of recognition seems to cross his face, making me frown. As far as I know, Shoko has never been to this area before. So how would he recognize her? That question is answered when he speaks. You're Izuku's friend, Todoroki, right? She blinks at him in surprise but nods all the same, causing him to let out an uneasy smile. I thought so. Whenever I manage to get him to talk, half of the time it's about you. The other half it's about heroes and quirks. She chuckles at that, and I feel myself stiffen. So that's what her laugh sounds like. But I have no time to be overcome by the realization, as the clerk continues with a downcast expression. You said he's disappeared? I was hoping that it wasn't anything serious, he sighs. But if it wasn't he would have shown up for his pickup. What exactly does he pick up from here? I find it difficult to believe that a child would need anything major from a store specializing in healing medicine. He chuckles darkly. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But no, every week he shows up and gets the same exact thing. Bandages, burn ointment, and antiseptic. He shakes his head. The amount he buys would last a normal person at least a month. I mean, most people don't get all that injured going about their day, right? But he'll go through everything in a week, then show up in just as bad a condition as before. Condition? I can't help but be surprised by this. But the one who answers isn't the clerk, but Shoko. He gets bullied for being quirkless. The school also doesn't punish students for using their quirks, so that adds another level of torment for him. Her eyes are hard. They don't do anything when I'm there, but when I'm not it's basically a free-for-all against him. The clerk winces while I stare at Shoko in surprise. A quirkless boy is who Shoko has been training with? The one who convinced her to stop holding back? That's... I don't know how to feel about that, but I push it aside for now. Do you have any information on where he could be? As of now, all we know is that he was last seen in Mizudafu. He hesitates for a moment before slowly pulling out a 3-pointed leaf. I don't recognize the type, but anyone would be able to say what's notable about it. The left point is glowing a dull red. My girlfriend's quirk made this leaf. If she taps something, she can make a leaf that will tell you where it's at. It won't give you directions, not exactly. But it will tell you which way it is. He rotates the leaf until the center point glows red while the left fades away. If the middle point is glowing, that means you just have to go straight to find the object. I had her make this one for the kid's backpack after he almost missed his check-in time. He looks down. I know we aren't supposed to use our quirks without a license, but I was just so worried about the kid. I place a hand on his shoulder, much to his and my daughter's surprise. Don't worry about it. In this case, you've greatly helped us. Just remember not to do it again in the future. We won't let it slide again. He nods, handing over the leaf. As we follow its directions, I'm acutely aware of Shoko's gaze on me. I choose to ignore it until she's ready to talk about it. That was kind of you. I didn't expect that from you. I feel a vain throb on my forehead. I speak to her through gritted teeth. Finding your friend is more important than arresting a concerned citizen. Especially given that his actions are helping us find him. She nods. I agree. But it's just surprising when it comes from you. I don't answer, and we continue following the leaf in silence. Eventually we enter a series of alleys, and after establishing a baseline, we head towards where the leaf is leading us. There we find a bright yellow backpack, now covered in dust. That's his backpack. Shoko says, more to herself than to me. She approaches it slowly before suddenly stopping. Stepping up beside her, I see what has her so shocked. Not far away from the abandoned backpack is a large, red stain on the ground. The strong smell of iron leaves no doubt as to what it is. Blood. To Detective Tsukachi's surprise, he appears on the screen. Huh. It's focusing on me? He thinks on it for a moment. I guess that makes sense, since All Might would want me to help him find his kid. He sighs. Too bad that version of me is going to have to deliver him bad news. But to everyone's surprise, a flashback plays of Endeavor, of all people, telling the chief of police to ensure that he's the first notified of any progress on the case. Todoroki frowns as his brows turn down in confusion. Since when is my father someone who cares about other people? Unseen, Aizawa pulls out a notebook labeled, Therapy Priorities. Inside is a list of his students with marks next to their names, denoting who he thinks should take priority on visiting Hound Dog. After jotting down a mark next to Todoroki's name, he looks at the top where Midoriya's name is circled and underlined multiple times. Putting it away, he resumes watching. Hypo bashing courtesy of on-screen Tsukachi. All in favor of the detective's name being Preacher, say preach. A chorus of preach fills the air as All Might hunches down in his seat. Other than the parts pertaining to Midori being his son, everything played out the same, after all. He really should put more effort into the administrative side of hero work. But, it involves a lot of paperwork. The scene shifts to show Endeavor on the phone, listening as he's told that the office district of Mizutofu is where Midori was last seen. He and Shoko swiftly leave their house and enter a car that had been waiting for them. While they wait, a flashback of how they got here plays. The fact that he's searching for Midori so Shoko doesn't worry is so manly. Todoroki rolls his eyes at Kirishima's shout. He probably just doesn't want her to be distracted from his training. Even if that's true, he's still helping her look for him. That counts for something. He can't argue with that, so he doesn't. Instead remaining silent. A speeded-up montage of the two of them searching the city for any sign of the girl's friend plays, all fruitless. It ends with Endeavor receiving a phone call, then cuts to them outside of the pharmacy Midori frequented. Ooh, the clerk is back. I wonder how he'll react knowing that Midori's missing. He has a lot of drugs. Maybe he'll use M on his bullies? That would be illegal. Toga gives Aizawa a confused look. So? He just sighs. After talking with the clerk for a bit he gives the two of them a leaf, explaining that it's the result of a quirk and will lead them to Midori's backpack. Nizu sips his tea. It is quite refreshing seeing Endeavor being reasonable. In our world, he likely would have handcuffed the man to the counter and called the police. Anyone else finding it adorable that Midori apparently talked a bunch about Shoko? There are various head nods, and a pouty Uraraka glaring at Todoroki. The screen fast-forwards the two following the leaf, occasionally running into trouble when they can't follow it without doing a sizable detour. In those cases, Endeavor, being the impatient man he is, simply holds on to Shoko and flies them over the obstruction. Flying is so manly. I can fly just as well as Endeavor. Don't think it makes him special. Wait, you can? Then why didn't you do it at the USJ? Uraraka questions the angry Pomeranian. He scowls back at her. I did. I just didn't go high because there wasn't a reason to. Didn't you think it was odd how I managed to catch that smoky bastard without touching the ground? She puts her hands together and tilts her head in apology. I was too busy watching Deku. Sorry. Damn it, DKU. Quiet. The father and daughter walk down an alley and find an iconic yellow backpack lying abandoned on the ground. When they approach it, they see beyond. A large stain of dried blood covers the alley floor, the splatter reaching up to their height on the walls. There's silence in the theater. The ones who'd held on to the faint hope that someone saved Midori before he hit the ground are thrown into a state of shock at seeing the truth laid bare before them. All except for Toga, that is. OMG, OMG, OMG. Look at all that blood. It's so pretty. Summary. The calm is over, now the storm begins. Chapter text. Todoroki POV. I stare at the blood covering the alleyway. Then I stare at Izuku's backpack, lying not far from it. Back to the blood. Back to the backpack. Dimly, I hear my father saying something. But it seems so far away. I take one step. Then another. Before I realize it, I'm standing over the backpack. Reaching down, I pick it up by its top strap. I raise it to eye level and just look at it as it slowly rotates in my grip. That's when I see the paper folded into the side pocket. My old man's voice is getting louder, getting closer. But my attention is fully on the piece of paper I'm pulling out. I lower the backpack as I unfold it and start to read. Asterisk to whoever finds this, because the only person who would care wouldn't casually be wandering back alleys. Please take this backpack to the Todoroki residence, and inform them that it's for their youngest daughter, Shoko Todoroki. Inside is a notebook with a message for her. Then after you hand it off, run away as fast as you can. She's not good at processing her emotions and might lash out at you. Oh, but don't tell her I wrote that. It might upset her a bit, asterisk. I can feel my eyebrow twitch at his comment about my emotions, but I can't really say that he's wrong. But at the moment I'm not feeling much of anything to process. Mainly, I'm just numb. I only realize that I froze when I feel my father's hand on my shoulder. Shoko. You haven't been responding. I called the detective and informed him of what we found. He's on his way with forensics. He looks at the blood-splattered alleyway. There isn't likely to be good news when they get here. But there's a chance given there's not a body. I nod absent-mindedly, carefully folding the paper back up before handing it to him to hold, and he instinctively takes it. With my now free hand, I reach towards the zipper, only for him to grab my wrist. You shouldn't disturb the scene more than you already have. Everything here could be a lead to your friend's location. I look at him blankly for a moment. Then I look at his hand holding my right wrist. A quick flex with my quirk has him pulling his hand away to avoid the bracelet of ice spikes now wrapped around it. Ignoring his protests, I unzip the backpack and pull out the notebook. Dropping the backpack from my left hand, I bring it to my wrist to melt the bracelet as I stare at the cover. I recognize it. It's one of Izuku's analysis books. But on this one, the title has been scribbled out. Instead, it reads, "I'm sorry, Shoko." My father is saying something, but all I can hear from him is some kind of buzzing sound. I rub my ear to see if I can clear it up, but it doesn't work. Giving up, I lightly trail my fingers down the cover, feeling a bump from something inside of it. I let it fall open in my hands, right to a pair of pages holding a folded piece of paper, and All Might's signature. I stare at it for a moment, my thoughts silent. I know that Izuku is a major All Might fan, but he never mentioned getting his autograph. Which means that he got it just before, whatever happened. I flip to the next page, and my breathing hitches. It's a note. Addressed to me. I read it, and my previously dulled emotions start to flare up. Sadness. Horror. Rage. I look up at my father, and he flinches back at the unfiltered maelstrom of emotions swirling in my eyes. Father, I say with a voice of barely restrained fury. You want me to surpass All Might? Right? Taken aback by the sudden question, he simply nods his head. A smile crosses my face, a twisted thing that would cause a shiver to crawl down the spines of those who see it. Then let's go to Izuku's house. Just have the detective make sure the Yagis are there. Oh, and the Bakugas as well. Aizawa POV. Detective Naomasa sits in the living room with his friend Toshinori Yagi, along with his wife and daughter. On the couch sits the Bakugas, who are absorbing the information he's given to both families. Given the news he just delivered is about Endeavor finding their son's backpack in a bloodied alley, the atmosphere is understandably tense. Especially since he asked to meet with both families at the Yagi residence. But I'm assuming what has him taking medicine to settle his stomach is the fact he asked for me to be present as well. It's no secret that neither Endeavor nor I enjoy each other's presence. In fact, we loathe each other. Endeavor because he thinks of me as cowardly for focusing on stealth, and me because I think the number 2 hero is a glory-seeking idiot. So the fact he specifically asked for me to be present at the meeting raises some major red flags. There are only 2 reasons I can think of for me to be here. Either he needs to use my contacts, or he thinks he'll need my quirk. But the sound of a knock at the front door signals that we'll all find out soon enough. Inko Yagi rushes to answer it, and Toshinori sits back down and fidgets with his hands. But when she returns, it's not just Endeavor with her. A girl with red and white hair split down the middle is with her as well. But before I can question why she's there, she raises her arms and alarm bells ring in my head. I immediately activate my quirk, but in the split second between activating it and it affecting her, flames have already shot from her left hand towards Toshinori Yagi, and an icicle shoots from her right towards the Bakuga kid. Though the kid is surprised, he manages to bring a hand up and lets out an explosion from his palm, destroying the icicle. As for Toshinori, a rush of wind bursts through the room, throwing off the end of my scarf that I threw towards the girl. Looking towards the source, I see All Might? Where Toshinori was sitting, now stands All Might, his hands clapped together in front of him from dispersing the flames. Judging by the looks of shock on the faces of his daughter and the Bakugas, I can guess that this is news for them as well. A glance reveals Endeavor being in the same boat, but the girl isn't. Relaunching my scarf, I restrain her, with my quirk keeping her from trying to burn or freeze it to escape. Explain. Now. I look at Endeavor for answers, who manages to shake off his shock and in turn looks at the girl. Shoko, why did you attack them? Simple and to the point. I can appreciate that. I wanted to check if Izuku was tricked. She frowns at All Might, derision clear in her voice. Looks like he wasn't. In a puff of smoke, All Might turns back into Toshinori, a shocked, angry but hopeful expression on his face. Izuku told you that I'm All Might? So he's okay? Her expression twists, but before she can reply his daughter jumps up from where she was sitting next to him. Wait. Izuku knew you were All Might. Why didn't you tell me? He looks away and opens his mouth, only to be cut off by Shoko. Izuku only found out not long before he took Bakuga's advice. There's silence as the adults are clearly confused. But the kids, the kid's expressions say a lot. The Yagi girl looks at the Bakugu kid with horror, matching his own. But it's brief. He immediately sneers at the girl and crosses his arms. The hell are you talking about, Todoroki? There's no way Deku did that. Though the confidence in his voice is undeniable, so is the fact that before he crossed his arms, his hands were shaking. Deku? I think. Maybe it's a nickname for the missing kid. Not a very nice one. Examining the kids as the Yagi daughter's hands clench into fists and the apparent Todoroki daughter glares at the Bakugu kid, I start to build a picture of their relationships. For the first time, the Bakugu parents speak. Katsuki, his father says calmly. Judging by his wife still staring at Toshinori, it seems like she's still processing the fact that he's all might. What advice did you give Izuku? He just clicks his tongue and looks away. It's a good thing the Todoroki girl hasn't realized that I deactivated my quirk, or else the fire in her glare might have actually burned the boy. After a minute of useless coaxing, the Yagi daughter speaks up, causing a silence to fall over the room. Take a swan dive off the roof. And pray for a quirk in your next life. Every adult in the room looks at her in horror while the boy looks at her in betrayal and rage. He opens his mouth to say something, but before he can his father stands and whirls on him with a strong backhand, causing a meaty thud to reverberate. He falls to the ground, his shocked expression mirrored on nearly every face in the room. The sole exception is his mother. If this wasn't such a serious situation, I would have wanted to make some popcorn for what's about to go down. Suicide baiting is never okay. Given I've experienced it myself, I would know. But he doesn't continue. Instead the man looks at his wife while his son is too stunned to get off of the floor. We will be talking about how we raise our son from now on when we get home. She nods, anger in her eyes. He turns around and bows at all of us. I apologize for losing my temper. Please, let us continue. Tsukachi nods, refraining from commenting on what just happened as he looks towards the Todoroki girl. Please explain why you think this is a case of suicide. She shifts her glare from the boy to the detective but nods. She gestures to my scarf with her chin, and I carefully unwrap it, ready to erase her quirk the moment it seems like she'll attack. Luckily she doesn't, instead pulling out a notebook and putting it on the coffee table. I see the Yagi and Bakugu kids' eyes flash with recognition, but the others stare at it blankly. After All Might's signature, she glares at him, is his suicide note. How about you read it out loud? I need to get what he left for me. And without another word she goes towards the hallway. I raise a hand to stop her, but Tsukachi shakes his head as he rises. I'll keep an eye on her. You read it, and I'll be back in a moment after asking some questions. I nod and pick it up. The title has been scribbled out and replaced with an apology. Opening it, I flip through the pages as my eyes widen. It's filled with notes on various heroes. Their quirks, their strengths, their weaknesses, their patrol areas. It's all written down in this middle schooler's notebook. This is dangerous. I mutter. Indeed. A small voice says as their head pops out of my scarf. At this point I think the surprises are getting to everyone, since the only ones to bat an eye at the scarred rat face that's appeared are Toshinori and Mrs. Midoriya. Principal Nizu. What are you doing here? Climbing out and revealing that he's wearing a suit, his reply is logical. This is a situation involving both the number 1 and 2 heroes, so of course I would desire to be on top of any developments. Not to mention that each child involved has applied to my school. The girl jolts as if electrocuted, and the boy finally shoots up from the floor. You're the principal of UA. Indeed. He raises a paw. Am I a rat? A bear? A dog? Who knows? Just know that I am the principal of UA, Nizu. He turns to me. Now, Aizawa. Please skip ahead to the section of the book that will reveal what we all wish to know. Nodding, I stop getting distracted by the analysis and quickly speed through the pages. Finally coming to All Might's signature, I cringe at how ostentatious it is. One more page and I'm at the suicide note. Deciding to take the girl's advice, I read it out loud for all to hear. Shoko. I'm sorry. I wish this never would have happened. But, it has. I know that you've helped me, trained me, supported me. But the words of my father, the number one hero, All Might, can't be dismissed. Heh. It's funny. But what he said to me today is actually the first time he's acknowledged me in. I can't even remember. And I find out that he's the symbol of peace. It's just too bad what he answered me with. If it had been anyone else, then maybe I would have chosen differently. But the symbol of peace knows what it takes to be a hero better than anyone. Which is why, when he told me that I don't have what it takes, I believe it. There were only two things holding me up, two pillars that supported me. You, and my belief that I could become a hero. But with one of those pillars shattered. I'm sorry. He told me to be realistic. And I've done the research before today. Realistically, a quirkless person won't be able to find employment, anywhere. Every article I've read about the quirkless can be summed up into a single phrase. They have no place in today's society. So, I've decided to listen to someone for once. I'll be realistic, and take Kaken's advice. I'll pray for a quirk in my next life. Please Shoko, don't blame yourself. You are the light that's been guiding my way ever since we met. The only one who's been there for me ever since I was diagnosed as quirkless. The fact that you decided to be friends with me, a quirkless Deku, thank you. But now it's time for me to go. To be realistic. Me being around, being your friend, will only hurt you. People will look down on you for our friendship. For letting a Deku into your life. You wouldn't care. You're too strong to let their small-mindedness affect you. But I want you to reach your goal. To become a hero who truly stands for everyone. And, to help you, I need to be realistic. I know you told me you didn't need it, but I made a notebook for you. I was planning for it to be a surprise on your birthday, but they'll be under my mattress at my house. I'm sorry that you have to go there, but please don't kill the Yagis. They might not be my family, even if we are connected by blood, but I don't want you to hurt your future hero career. Heh. Look at me. Even now, I'm still rambling. I'm sorry Shoko. And, thank you, for being the frozen torch that brought a warm light into my life. But now it's time for you to be everyone else's light. Achieve your goal. For the both of us, asterisk. There's a lot to digest from that. The fact that it's supposedly the only time he's talked to his father is concerning enough. But the fact that he felt like the symbol of peace destroyed one of his emotional supports is. There's silence except for the faint voices of Tsukachi and Shoko Todoroki from the boys' room. Eventually, Nizu breaks it. Tashinori. He stiffens up at his tone. What exactly did you tell your son? We all listen, our bodies tense as we wait to hear the words he said that put the nail in his son's coffin. Tears flow from the eyes of the Bakugu parents, as well as the Yagi daughter. Tashinori looks like he's aged a decade. But his wife. She's acting like she feels guilty, but there's no sadness on her face. Just guilt. Tashinori finally answers, his voice no louder than a whisper. I told him that he can't be a hero without a quirk. And that he should be realistic. Sobs echo out from his daughter while the Bakugu parents close their eyes as fresh tears flow. Before I can point out how absolutely fucking dumb his words are, the temperature drops, heralding the return of Shoko Todoroki. Apparently getting the notebooks worsened her mood, or maybe it was Tsukachi likely questioning her, but an icy mist flows from the right side of her body and envelopes the room. Clutching 3 notebooks tightly to her chest, she glares at the Yagi family. Her voice is practically cold enough to freeze the air even without her quirk. Which one of you went into his room and moved his notebooks? It's not a question. It's a demand for answers. Summary. Punishment is decided. Concessions are made. Chapter text. Shoko POV. I glare at the room filled with the bastards, frozen fury in my eyes as an icy mist floats off of my right side. Not only did they drive Izuku to suicide, force him to live like that, and also snoop in his room, but they had the nerve to act like everything is normal. When I first attacked Toshinori, All Might, I just needed to see it for myself to believe it. Now I'm so tempted to turn the remaining Yagis into a pile of ash. The mother doesn't even look sad. Just uncomfortable. And the biggest bastard, Katsuki Bakugu, doesn't even have that. He just looks angry at everything going on. I know I didn't expect much when I attacked him earlier, but it really is disappointing that he reacted so fast. It wouldn't have killed him or anything, but an ice spike to the shoulder definitely would have made me feel better. At least until I entered Izuku's room. An issue that's currently being exacerbated by the Yagis not saying anything. A small flame appears on my left shoulder, contrasting with my right as my emotions rise. Well? I ask. They exchange glances before the bitch daughter speaks up. None. I don't think any of us have gone into his room. She shakes her head. I always thought of it as being his safe space. My quirk flares even more at her explanation. That is considered a safe space. Before I can tear into her, whether physically or verbally, I can't tell anymore. Toshinori speaks up. What do you mean a safe space? I could understand for when Katsuki is over, but why would he need it when he's not here? And I'm sure one of us has entered his room at some point. Right, honey? It's at this moment that I come to a realization. Izuku's note only mentioned Bakugu specifically. But as for Izumi? He only wrote about his family as a whole, there was no mention of her bullying him along with the blonde. Actually, there was no mention of the bullying at all. And apparently it didn't come up while I was getting the notebooks either. I glare at her, waiting for her to answer her father's question. Waiting for her to reveal the truth. She looks away from her father, meeting my eyes and flinching away, looking at the ground instead. She peeks at the room, waiting for her to answer. She opens her mouth, hesitates, closes it, and opens it again. She starts to speak, but the detective's return stops her. I sneer at the look of relief clear on her face. But the shock that replaces it when the detective speaks almost has me smiling. Toshinori, he says in a cold tone. If you can't explain to me why your son's room is like that, then I'll have no choice but to bring you down to the station, consequences be damned. The abject shock that appears on the face of everyone actually does make me smile. Then I get an idea. Detective, I doubt that he'll be able to tell you anything. At least, if Izumi's words are true and nobody here has ever been in his room. So why don't you show them all? My glare encompasses all of them as I speak. It will also tell me which one of them decided to snoop in his room. He hesitates for a moment, but nods his head at the suggestion. Waving his head, everyone, not only the Yagis, rise to see his room. It makes for a cramped walk in the hallway, but me and my father have room due to nobody wanting to accidentally brush against either of our quirks. But the reactions I see when they reach his room are upsetting. Like none of the Yagis have been inside it before. Which leaves me with the question. Who put the notebooks on his desk? Nizu POV. I have to admit, this trip started out as an idle curiosity, but has rapidly turned into a rather serious issue. Toshinori Yagi, known to the world as All Might, neglected his quirkless son while favoring the boy's twin sister. And then he caused him to take his own life. The blame does not rest solely on his shoulders, of course. But a great deal of it does. Much of the rest of it rests on the shoulders of the boy, Katsuki Bakugu, who applied to my school. Honestly, getting the 3 children's applications was a delight. Izumi Yagi had been All Might's recommendation, and I had no doubt that she would have gotten in without any trouble. As for Bakugo, his records speak for themselves. A powerful quirk. A top-tier intelligence as shown by his high grades, matching point for point with Yagi and Todoroki. And according to his records, a determined child who pushes ahead through any adversity. An overall stellar student. Evidently, that was a lie. Most of it I can still believe, but any notes on his character are clearly suspect. Though few of the others have picked up on it, I feel as though Yagi falls under the same category. She was not mentioned in her brother's letter, but then again, why would he? It is clear to me that the letter was intended purely for Todoroki. So why would he even bother mentioning anyone else? Even the boy was barely mentioned, only a passing thought to explain why he jumped. But things are rarely ever the fault of a single person, and I've been watching her closely. But that is something for me to deal with soon. For now, I must convince the detective not to arrest the symbol of peace. The repercussions when the knowledge gets to those who know of his identity would cause chaos in the government. And while I normally wouldn't object to teaching those filthy humans a lesson in humility, they are also known to react badly when negatively surprised. So I must ensure he is not imprisoned. But seeing Izuku Yagi's room, I make myself a promise that he will be punished. The entire Yagi family will. The walls are covered in a thick layer of dust, with only the spots hanging with All Might poster having been cleared. As if that was the only thing they cared about being clean. But even those are faded, clearly having been hung long ago. Other than the old mattress sized for someone much smaller than a middle schooler, the only thing is a desk with splinters peeling off of it. Honestly, it feels like the room at an orphanage of a child averse to cleaning. If it wasn't for the wastebasket filled with bloodied bandages. I step inside as the others look on with horror. For those who haven't experienced many hardships, I'm sure that the state of the room shakes their already disturbed mental states. I also find it upsetting, but my own experience has hardened myself against such things. My nose twitches as I follow a scent. Right to the closet. Detective, I ask without turning away. Did you by chance look inside here? Hearing him reply in the negative, I pull it open and see 4 contraptions made of what looks like wood and rope. I tilt my head, wondering as to what they could be before my eyes alight on the labels on the floor. Left leg. Right leg. Left arm. Right arm. I read them out loud, and after taking a closer look realize what they are. They are splints. Commonly used to secure a broken limb and prevent it from being jostled while moving. But these are more compact, easily hidden under clothes. Normally they'd be altered depending on where exactly the break is, but these also seem to be modular. I sigh. It truly is a shame. Especially since I was looking forward to meeting the boy myself. His application to UA had caused a small uproar with some of the teachers. The fact that he was listed as being at the top of his school academically was nothing of note, we get many applicants like that. But his own had been accompanied by several notes that could be split into 2 categories. He was a horrible student that was always picking fights with others, and likely cheated to obtain his scores. Though they were unable to determine how and as such unable to dock his grade. The other, much lower quantity of notes warned that his school attempted to artificially lower his grade due to his status as a quirkless individual, and that we should test him ourselves to verify how intelligent he was. They also claimed that he would be able to get the top score for our written test, which I took as a challenge and as such made the test much harder. A shame that I will no longer be able to test the one the change was intended for. I turn to the group, who since started glaring at the Yagis with accusing glares. But it's Todoroki's confused expression that I choose to address. Is there a problem, young Todoroki? She hesitantly nods. Izuku said that his notebooks would be hidden under his bed. But when I came to get them, they were on his desk. And his other ones were missing. Alarm bells ring in my head. Are you saying that he had more notebooks along the veins of the one his suicide note was written? She grimaces at my callous phrasing, but nods all the same. That one is number 13. The 3 he'd written for me aren't included in that. She looks down at the ones she's been clutching since she returned from this room with a small smile. He even filled one with costumes and possible hero names for me. I nod absent-mindedly while meeting Aizawa's eyes. I see that he understands as well. If the Yagis haven't entered this room before, then it means someone else did. And they now have a great deal of information on many active heroes. The pros and detective tense up, understanding the seriousness of the situation. But this provides me with a perfect opportunity. Detective, please contact the station and attempt to get your best tracker here as soon as possible. We need to find this person before villains get their hands on the information. If they haven't already. He hesitates, looking at Toshinori with a conflicted gaze. Do not worry, I will ensure that they are punished. Taking my word, he nods to me before rushing out, already dialing a number on his phone. Meanwhile, I look to Endeavor and Aizawa. Would it be too much to ask for both of you to begin a search of the area? Aizawa shakes his head while Endeavor crosses his arms. I have a feeling that you plan for me to be involved with the punishment somehow, so I'll be staying to find out what it is. And though I didn't know the boy, he helped my daughter, so I would like to know the end result for this fiasco as well. I nod, surprised at Endeavor. We all return to the living room where I lay out the punishments. Now, I say with a clap of my hands. All Might, your family's punishment is the revoking of Izumi's recommendation, as well as having your and your wife's pay severely docked and being donated to organizations that provide aid to the quirkless. He looks like he wants to object, but at the mention of quirkless aid he falls silent. I can see his daughter gritting her teeth, but oh well. This is simply a part of her own punishment. I turn to the Bakugas. As for you, I say to the boy, seeing him gulp. From now until the end of the school year, you and Izumi will be attending therapy to work out the various issues the two of you have. Of which I am certain there are quite a number of them. If your therapists do not report adequate results to me, neither of you will be allowed to enter UA. In fact, I will blacklist both of you from all hero schools. That's too far, Anizu. All Might enters his buff form to object, but I simply wave him off. I assure you that is far from enough, All Might. They should be happy about not being arrested. In fact, the only reason they are not is because I am positive that you would attempt to pull strings to get them off with a clean record. He nods as he powers down, a determined look in his eyes. And the only reason I'm allowing them to apply to UA with such light conditions is because I worry about them becoming villains otherwise. At least at UA I'll be able to keep an eye on them. I tap my chin. Which reminds me. I hadn't finished listing your punishments. In addition to the therapy, both of you will be required to perform mandatory community service a minimum of 25 hours a week. Aren't I generous, leaving you time to study, train, and go to school? I don't wait for a reply, hopping up Aizawa's body and nestling into his scarf. That concludes the first phase of punishment. Should the two of you get into UA, you will learn of the second. Until then, we must locate Izuku Yagi's remaining notebooks. Summary. Izuku died. So why is he still alive? Chapter text. I wake up with a gasp, shooting into a sitting position, and startling the girl who was leaning over me. Oh. I'm so sorry about that. Are you okay? I try to get up in order to help her up from where she fell, but a bout of dizziness causes me to miss my footing and I fall on top of her. I push myself up, groaning in pain, Actually, there isn't any pain. Weird. But I still groan. It's sort of like a conditioned reflex given how being put in a similar situation before would cause me to do the same. The only difference now is that I don't actually hurt. Unfortunately, the time I spend thinking about this is time that I haven't finished pushing myself up. So, The girl under me starts, grabbing my attention. Not that I don't appreciate the energetic greeting, but could you let me up? Realizing that I'm laying on top of her with our faces only inches apart, I blush and scramble backwards, banging my back against. I tilt my head backwards and see a bloody kitchen table. I blink. Then blink again. I look down at myself and finally realize how I'm dressed. Or rather, how I'm not. Where are my clothes? I quickly cover myself, steam coming off of my face from how heavy my blush is. Standing up, the girl brushes off her school uniform and looks at me with a tilted head. I threw them away. I'd already gotten all the blood out of them, and it's not like you needed them anymore since you were dead. A light bulb seems to go off in her head as I process her words, barely hearing the next. Speaking of, what the hell? You've been dead for, like, the last day. How are you alive right now? That is enough to break me out of my wondering on why she would get the blood out of clothes then dispose of them. Dead? I was dead. I blink, memories of my final moments coming back to me. That's right, I mutter. I jumped off of the roof head first. So why am I alive right now? But like the memories of before I died, I slowly start to remember what happened after I died. I'm in a dark room, extending as far as the eye can see. How can I see far if it's dark? Well, it's just the kind of feeling it gives off. I can't actually see that far. In fact, the area immediately around me isn't dark at all. Instead, it's illuminated by a single light. An old-style lantern sits on a desk woven from bamboo. And behind it sits a dark-haired woman in a business suit. She looks up from whatever it is she was writing when I appeared and quirks an eyebrow. This is unexpected. How rare. She gestures and a chair appears in front of her desk. Please take a seat so we can identify your oddity and determine where you will be going. Hesitantly, I do as she asks, gingerly taking the seat as I try to think about how I got here. Where here even is. Or heck, even what day it is. I don't expect anything from that last one, but it's still another thing to wonder about, so I might as well. Not much else to do when, you're... Oh. I died, didn't I? The lady across from me nods her head in a single simple motion. That is correct. But according to the paperwork, you aren't. She pulls open a drawer, prompting me to look down in front of me. But nope. It's a simple desk, really just an arch of interconnected bamboo with a flat top. Nowhere for there to be a drawer. I dismiss the thought as she pulls a file from the impossible drawer and opens it, frowning as she does so. Ah yes. Quirks. Irritation is clear in her voice, and I can't help but feel offended. You don't like quirks? I spent the majority of my life studying them. Theorizing on them. Heck, sometimes I even dreamed about them. Her disliking quirks is basically like her disliking my existence. Disregard the irony of how important they are to me despite me not having one myself. Incorrect. But contrary to my expectations, she shakes her head. We don't have a problem with quirks in general, they're just a part of the mortal world. Like giraffes. A shiver goes through her. Freakish abominations. She mutters under her breath, but not quietly enough that I can't hear. Before I can ask about it though, she continues. No, the problems only arise when a quirk interferes with processing souls for the afterlife. I perk up at that. So the afterlife exists? Yay! No more constant suffering. Oh wait, I killed myself. So I guess I'll be going to eternal damnation instead. Sigh. Just my luck. She wiggles her hand a bit. Yes, but actually no. See, afterlife is a broad term. So while it does technically fit, it also doesn't. At my confused look she sighs before looking at an hourglass on the corner of her desk. The sand in it isn't moving. I suppose we have time. So, essentially, after an intelligent being dies, we recycle the souls after removing their memories. However, this is not a short process. Especially if we want to avoid damaging a soul. See, as a soul lives, experiences new things, builds a personality, overall just exists, it becomes imprinted. To remove the imprint, we give them new things to experience in the afterlife. I can feel the quotes she puts on the word. Weird. Since what happens in the afterlife is not real, the soul gets filtered as the old memories are replaced by the new, and eventually becomes clean. She looks at me, asking if I'm following so far. I nod and she rounds it off. Now that it is a blank slate, so to speak, it can be reused. That is the process of rebirth. She pauses as she seems to realize something. But that doesn't really tell you what the afterlife is like. She shrugs. Basically, depending on the type of person you were when you were alive, your stay can either be pleasant or terrible. Though it also depends on your handler. Sensing that she's done, I finally ask my question. So, since I killed myself, does that mean my stay is going to be terrible? I was really hoping that I would finally get some peace. But to my surprise, she snorts. Of course not. A single moment does not make up your entire life. More to that, your stay is directly connected to your mental state. She points a long finger at me. Essentially, your mental state and our mood will determine what your stay here is like. I will not give any more details though. Oh, I look down. So my stay isn't going to be pleasant? Because my mental state is pretty bad. My hands clench as I think back to everything I've gone through. How Izumi was doted on while everyone else turned a blind eye to what she, Kaken, and the other kids were doing to me. I shouldn't have let them. I should have listened to the voice and fought back. I sigh. But now it's too late. It wouldn't, if you were actually staying here. My head shoots up. Like I said, the only quirks I have a problem with are the ones that interfere in the soul. She glares. Like yours. Again. But I don't have a quirk. She shakes her head, and pulls out a bucket. She tosses it across the desk and it lands upright next to me. Try to kick that. If you can, you will be staying dead. If not, you will be returning to life. Because you have a quirk that is pulling you back. She shakes her head and shuffles her papers as she mutters to herself. Jumping off a 20-story building and thinking they do not have a quirk despite not staying dead, while she mutters about how people are getting dumber with each generation, I stare at the bucket. I jumped. More than that, I jumped head first. And from that height? There's absolutely no way that I should be able to come back. My brains would be scattered all over the alley. But what if she's right? What if I have a quirk, and it's keeping me alive? But no, she said that I am dead. But it's bringing me back to life? Is that what my supposed quirk does? Bring me back to life after dying? I choke back a chuckle at the thought. That would be ironic. A powerful quirk going undiscovered due to its stringent activation requirements. But, I stand and take aim at the bucket. If I do have a quirk, I pull my leg back. Then I can be a hero. Izumi and Kaken will stop bullying me, and I won't even have to fight them. I let loose, and watch as my foot goes through the bucket, my excitement reaching new heights. Inko and Toshinori will finally acknowledge me. I freeze at the final thought, and the woman speaks. See, not permanently dead. And it seems like you are being pulled back to your body, so this is goodbye. Try not to return until you get rid of your guilt and regrets. It is bitter. And suddenly, the darkness vanishes, and I'm looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. I start giggling, something I haven't done before, startling the girl before me. Somehow, that changes my giggles into full-blown laughter. Before I realize it, I'm laying on the floor, holding my stomach from how hard I'm laughing. The girl is standing by this point, and she's pointing a knife at me, but that just keeps me laughing. Eventually though, I manage to calm down. When I do, I look at the girl who doesn't seem scared of the naked, hysterically laughing, formerly dead boy laying on the floor. Instead, she looks like she wants in on the joke. But that will have to wait. I stand up, still making sure to cover myself. Her knife doesn't waver as it follows me, and I look at her curiously. We stand like that for a few moments before I clear my throat. Sorry, but would you be able to find me some clothes? Being naked is kind of. While I trail off, she looks at me with suspicion clear in her eyes, but nods all the same. Sure, but stay here, all right? If you try to run, I'll stab you. I giggle again, causing her to raise an eyebrow. I won't, don't worry. I smile and watch with curiosity as she winces before retreating while rubbing at her eyes. With her gone, I'm free to look around the kitchen, making sure I keep an eye on the door of course. The kitchen is pretty bare. Other than the blood-drenched table, the only thing in here is the refrigerator. At the sight of it, my stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten since lunch yesterday. The girl did say that I stayed dead for a whole day. Does it take a day for me to come back to life? Can it be trained so that I come back to life sooner? Or are there other factors at play? Maybe the severity of my injuries made it take longer to bring me back to life? So if I'm killed by a clean strike, maybe a broken neck or stabbed through the heart, would I come back to life quicker? What about Dash? My theorizing comes to an abrupt halt as I pull open the fridge, and what I see inside. There's no food. No drinks. Nothing that the typical person would consider should be put inside a refrigerator. Instead, 3 large jars of blood stand proudly as the only things worthy of being cooled. I close the fridge. I open the fridge. I close it again. Open again. I stare at them for a moment. I close the fridge and turn back towards the door as I hear the girl returning. There's nothing here, so I dug your clothes out of the trash cinnamon roll. She stops at the doorway on seeing me standing at the fridge. Her eyes narrow. Did you look inside? My clothes fall from her hands as she flicks her wrist and her blade appears. I look on, disappointed about my clothes now being dropped on the dirty floor. Though she did say she dug them out of the trash. I nod, pointing a thumb behind me. Yep. I looked. Do you need blood for your quirk? My eyes gleam and my hand twitches, looking for a pen to write down what she says on instinct. She blinks at me in surprise. Yeah? I can drink blood to transform into people. To demonstrate, her body becomes engulfed in some kind of mud-like substance, and when it clears, she looks like me. But wearing her school uniform. I leap towards her, ignoring the knife now pressed against my throat. That's so cool. Is there a time limit? Does it matter how much blood you drink? Can you use their quirk? Oh. What about memories? Do you get flashes of memories when you transform to help you in acting like them? I don't wait for her to answer, bombarding her with more and more questions about her quirk as her eyes start to glaze over. Then I realize my situation. Clothes. I'm still naked. I hurriedly pick my clothes up off of the ground before shooting the girl a look and deciding that with how unfocused she is, I'm good with simply turning around to get dressed. It's not like she hasn't seen me naked already. I pause as I put on one pant's leg. Wait, why was my naked body on a kitchen table? I turn my eyes to the blood-soaked top, and see that some of the blood is leaking onto the floor from some holes inside of it. I breathe a sigh of relief as I finish getting dressed. Oh, you were draining my blood for your quirk. I nod in satisfaction. That makes sense. But you probably should have found someone better to look like. I'm kind of universally looked down on. I jump, the realization that I've been gone from home a full day finally sinking in. Oh no. My family must be worried. I pause as I think about that statement for a moment. They must be worried. Right? I've been gone a whole day, and even they must have noticed by now. My eyes gleam as I whirl on the girl, grabbing her hands in mine. But I'm not going to have to worry about them ignoring me anymore. And when I get back, they're going to be so happy. I finally have a quirk. I start bouncing in place, the girl quickly following suit even if she doesn't get it. But she's sharing my happiness. I stop as I look at her with shining eyes. Would you like to come with me? But? A weird sound comes out of her mouth, setting me back to giggling. Do you want to come with me? I'm sure that once I tell them about my quirk, they'll support me going to UA. They'll actually pay attention to me. And All Might, who's apparently my father, could probably convince the principal to get you in too. After all, your quirk is amazing. I stand there smiling at the girl as she blinks at the unexpected propositions. I can see the gears in her head turning before she takes them and smashes them with a mallet. She smiles back. Sure. Why not? I jump in place for another minute with her before excitedly pulling her with me to the door. That's great. Oh, and what's your name? Sorry, I was too excited to ask earlier. Mine is Izuku Yagi. She smiles, fangs poking just past her upper lips. Himiko Toga. Summary. Izuku was broken. Now he's shattered. Chapter text. Toga POV. I was walking around the back alleys of some city in a foul mood after drinking the blood from some random lady. Normally I'd be feeling pretty good, given how much I enjoy blood. But that lady's blood tasted nasty. Like, I didn't even know blood could taste bad. Sure, a person's personality affects how their blood tastes, but it never tastes outright bad. I've literally drunk the blood of rapists that have tasted better. The only conclusion I could come to was that her nasty blood was somehow related to her quirk. But I wasn't finding anybody around in the alleys, and was considering just transforming into the lady and drinking from someone on the main streets. But that plan went out the window when some guy practically fell into my lap. Literally. His body made some kind of whomp sound when he hit, and I heard several cracking noises come from him. His head cracked open, and I think I could see his brain, but I was distracted by something far more important. The blood. Since he landed right in front of me, I was covered in it. That's not even mentioning how much of it got splattered on the floor and the walls. I looked down at it with wide eyes. I mean, it's not every day that someone nearly lands on you when they kill themselves. But a flick of my tongue to catch some of the blood dripping down my face pushed all other thoughts from my mind. It tasted like cinnamon rolls. And that's why I took your body to the place I was staying. There's no way I was going to let such delicious blood go to waste. Though I did leave everything that had already splattered. I didn't want to get sick after all. As I finish my explanation as to why I took his body, the kid, Cinnamon Roll, taps his chin in thought. He's pretty weird. Especially given how he just shrugged off how I held a knife to his throat back at the empty house I'm staying at. And he thinks my quirk is cool. It's the first time someone said something positive about my quirk. Though, the people who know about it make up an admittedly short list. Really, it's only my parents and a few random gang leaders I've worked with before. But that doesn't matter right now. Well, it's the entire reason I'm going with Cinnamon Roll, so it kind of does but not really. Anyways, what's important is that he invited me over to his house. My heart is beating super fast at the thought, but it's no big deal. Even if I am skipping my way there. Izuku started doing it not long after I started, so he shouldn't think it strange. But I have to say, his thinking face while he's skipping is totally cute. Hey. Toga? I pout at him using my last name. I've drank his blood. He likes my quirk. He said I can drink his blood later. We're already the bestest of best friends. Call me Himiko. He blinks at the wide smile on my face, but shrugs off my interruption. Okay. Himiko, do you ever feel bad about the people you kill? Like, they're just going about their lives, enjoying their day. And then you come in and stab them to death. I frown at him. Do you hate that I kill people for their blood? If he does, then was he lying about how he thinks my quirk is cool? Is he actually trying to get me arrested? If he is. Luckily for him, that's not the case. No. I mean, I get that I should. But after dying myself, well. I can't seem to bring myself to care. I mean, if they were someone I care about, then I'd be mad? Or sad? He shakes his head, his curly green hair bouncing with the motion. I don't know. I've been feeling off. His skipping slows down, starting to walk instead, and I follow suit as he looks into my eyes. But no, Himiko. I don't hate you for killing people. Your blood craving is a result of your quirk, so the government should have made blood accessible to you. Since they didn't, you need to get it yourself. That makes me happy. My new friend stays as my friend. Friends shouldn't lie to each other after all. He stops and I follow his gaze up to the building we're standing in front of. It's a 2-story building with a big front yard that I can see through the front gate. Though the high walls surrounding it means that anyone trying to get more than a peek would be called out for their creepy behavior. He sighs as he opens the gate. Weird. I thought that he was super excited to show off his quirk to his family. We walk through, but before we can reach the door it flies open and a tall woman with long green hair done up in a ponytail hurries out. Izuku immediately perks up, his shining smile making me thankful that it's not directed at me. Hi Mom. I dash. Sorry, I have an emergency at work and probably won't be home until late. Just make something for yourself for dinner. Without so much as a glance at the 2 people standing in front of her, she rushes past, heading to the detached garage. Cinnamon Roll just stands there, frozen while the woman drives away. I move in front of him and wave my hand in front of his face but get no reaction. And his smile is weird too. It's frozen, it looks like how it did when he smiled at the woman I'm guessing is his mom. But now it's not bright. Instead it seems dark. Twisted staring at it while he's frozen, I feel another feeling building up inside of me. I feel the urge to do something, and so I act upon it. I lunge forward and dig my fangs into his neck, ignoring the small sound he makes in surprise. I've drunk blood from plenty of people before. Usually unwilling. But the feeling behind my thirst. I've only felt this once before. When I first gave into my thirst and attacked that cute boy at school I felt something similar. But that pain-filled, broken smile. One that hides something darker underneath. I want to see what's hiding below. Izuku POV. I'm in shock. I've been gone an entire day. I mean, I half expected something like this to happen. But to not even glance at me? Do they really just not care? Do they even realize that I was gone? Do they even know I killed myself? Do they even care? And that's when it hits me. They don't. None of them have ever cared about me. But no, that's wrong. Izumi cared. She cared that I would be there for her and Kaken to take their frustrations out on. But Mom and Dad? No, Inko and Toshinori. They don't. They never did. I feel something break at that realization. I'm pulled from my thoughts when Himiko bites down on my neck, a small eep coming from my throat. I raise my hands to pull her off of me, but hesitate. It doesn't hurt, but the sensation of her sucking my blood is odd. Not bad, just odd. Instead of pulling her off of me, I give into my instincts and simply wrap my arms around her. I can feel her tense at the action and internally sigh, deciding to pull them away and apologize. But she surprises me. She moves her hands from my shoulders down to my arms. Then she moves them around me, and we're hugging. Even with her loud gulping of my blood, it feels reassuring being held like this. Like I'm not alone in the world. Shoko was never one for physical connections, so this is the first time I've been hugged since. Izumi started bullying me. I tighten the hug, Himiko choking a bit on the hot liquid filling her mouth. If they really don't care about me, even after driving me to kill myself, then why should I care about them? Why should I care about anyone who doesn't care about me? The only one who's cared before Shoko, so why should I treat them better than they treat me? No, they don't care about me. I don't think they ever did. All of Toshinori's excuses on the rooftop were just that. Excuses. He probably just didn't want to have to go through the trouble of spending any time or money on me when he could be spending it on Izumi. By the time Himiko pulls herself off of me, blood trailing from her lips, I've come to a decision. But that doesn't mean that I don't have business here. I smile at the girl with a blood quirk, ostracized by society for something she couldn't control. Someone the world tried to push down, but pushed her back. I want to be strong enough to do the same. Himiko, I say, with a determined voice. Would you let me come with you? She looks at me with a blank look. Huh? Where am I going? That causes me to chuckle. I start pulling her into the house as I explain. You tell me. I just know that I don't want to stay here. I can't stay here. I growl out. She tilts her head in confusion before shrugging. Sure. Why not? Just let me suck your blood every morning for breakfast. It's been so long since I've tasted cinnamon rolls. I laugh as we make our way through the empty house, nobody else being home. It cements my thought that nobody has even realized that I'm missing. Not even Shoko. I shake that thought away. Why would she know? She doesn't live with me. Sure, I always respond to any text she sends me, but maybe she thinks I lost it or something. My phone was in my pocket when I jumped, and unlike me it didn't come back from the dead. I open the door to my room, noting the dust that's always covering everything hasn't been disturbed. The only things not covered in it are my bed, desk, and the All Might posters hanging on the walls. Looking at them used to pull me out of my darkest thoughts. Whenever I or the voices started encouraging me to hurt myself, seeing that reassuring smile made me feel safe. But now all I feel is irritation. Fake. If the number one hero is a fake, then how many of the others are the same? I don't hate heroes, not exactly. But I don't want to be one anymore. I'm not sure what else I'll do, but I do know that traveling with Himiko will help me figure it out. But I'm getting sidetracked again. I make my way to my bed and lift up the mattress to reveal 15 notebooks. And laid out next to them is the one thing I splurged on with the money I got from doing odd jobs. A jacket that's a darker green than my hair, with bunny ears that would reach my shoulder when the hood is pulled up. When I saw it in a store I was passing by one day, it just felt right for me to own it. So I saved. And saved. And saved. Until eventually I had enough to buy it. Of course, I almost never wear it. I wouldn't want Izumi or Kaken to destroy it. Or else I might have hurt them. Now though? I'm not planning to stick around long enough for any of them to see me. I'm not going to be trying to get revenge on them either. At least not right now. Maybe I'll torment them a bit later. I giggle at the thought. Just because I don't hate them doesn't mean that I've forgiven them. Well, most of them. Kaken is the one who told me to jump, and Izumi did look mad at him when he said it. So I hate him, but everyone else I just dislike. Leaving the bed leaning against the wall for support, I dig under my bed for a moment before pulling out my old, yellow backpack. It's basically patchworked with the remains of my old clothes in an attempt to keep it together, but eventually I decided that I needed a new one. But now it makes its glorious return as my getaway bag. I quickly stuff my 12 hero analysis notebooks inside before staring at the 3 for Shoko. There's no particular reason for it, maybe I just don't want her being in the room longer than she needs to, but I move them to the desk, stacked in the center before tossing on my jacket and putting the bed back down. I turn to Himiko as I heft the bag onto my back. Sorry for dragging you here. I'm ready to head out when you are. She nods and we make our way back through the hall before she comes to an abrupt stop in the living room, her eyes locked on the kitchen. Seeing the mischievous look in her eyes, I roll my own. We aren't going to wreck the place. I'd rather they not know I was here. I shake my head. Heck, I'm not sure even Inko knows we're here right now even though she passed us. She shakes her head. Nah. I was just thinking, she turns to me with a smirk. Living on the run is hunger work. And since we're already here. She trails off leadingly and I can't help but laugh. Ha. You know what, you're right. We might as well help ourselves. It can be their going away present for me. She giggles before doing something that catches me completely off guard. She leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. I'm frozen in shock and embarrassment while she rushes into the kitchen, opening every cupboard and drawer she can while looking for the food she wants. She kissed me. My mind is stuck replaying the moment. She kissed me. She kissed me. Come on. You don't want to regret not grabbing what you want. Himiko yells, kickstarting my mind once again. Regret, I mutter, thinking back on what the lady I met when I died said. My eyes glow with a mad glint. Yeah, I won't regret anything anymore. Summary. Characters react, characters faint. Who will remain? Chapter text. Endeavor repeatedly tries to get Shoko's attention, only to fail, so focused is she on reading Izuku's first note. After finally getting her attention, she simply hands him the note and opens the backpack. He tries to stop her, but the sudden projection of icicles from her wrist forces him to retreat. What the hell, I see why hot. You can make weapons. Bakugo isn't the only one surprised by the scene, as the other students start muttering to each other about why he's never done it before. Only to be quickly shut down by the most surprised of them all. I can't. With 2 words, Todoroki manages to silence them all. He grabs his chin as he starts thinking. Maybe Shoko's quirk is different from mine? Or is it a matter of control? Preference? I tend to focus on more immediate elimination of a threat, so maybe I can do it? Listening in, Aizawa opens his little book to a new set of pages and titles it Possible Quirk Training, marking down fine control for Todoroki. Meanwhile Tamura starts wondering if he should kidnap the kid to have him make infinite weapons for the LOV. It would be an amazing glitch. Father, you want me to surpass All Might? Right? The heroes and students shiver at how cold Shoko's voice is, and shivers go down their spines, and a thrill goes through Tamura's at the promise of pain her voice promises. Shoko requests that they go to Izuku's house, her voice clearly brooking no argument, while also asking for the Bakugas to be present. So, Kirishima trails off. Anyone else getting a bad feeling from the look in her eyes? Silence from the adults and rapid head nods from the students are the replies he gets, along with Toga cheering in anticipation for more blood. The scene changes to show the Yagi family, minus Izuku, sitting in their living room with the Bakugo family. But they're not alone. With them sit Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi. Mina's hand shoots up, a glint in her eye that's quickly extinguished by Aizawa's glare. If it's something ridiculous, extra training for everyone. They all gulp, looking at Mina with worry. She sweat drops, desperately trying to think of something other than hobo to call their teacher's copy. Her eyes finally alight on the cup in his hand and she throws out the first thing that comes to mind. Captain Cappuccino? The sudden silence is only broken by the collective smacks as faces meet palms. We're dead, they all think. Aizawa doesn't say anything. just staring at the nervous pink-skinned girl for a couple of tense seconds. Eventually, he speaks. Not bad. But make it shorter. She breathes a sigh of relief as she rests a hand on her chest. Now having the go-ahead, she taps her chin in thought. Coffee bean? Dark roast? Latte? Depresso espresso? Her suggestions proceed to become more whimsical as everyone listens, but by the time she starts naming the overly complicated drinks that tempt baristas to murder, he interrupts. Roast. Now stop. Nodding in acceptance, everyone refocuses on the screen, only to see Shoko attacking Hypo and Bakubich with her fire and ice, respectively. Vengeance. Blood. The shouts of excitement at seeing the two of them get attacked on screen causes All Might to slump down and Bakugu to glare at them all. Toshinori Yagi disappears in a puff of smoke and All Might takes his place, his hands clapped in front of him to dispel the fire. Meanwhile Bakugu destroys the icicle before it can hurt him, and Eraserhead wraps Shoko in his scarf while deactivating her quirk. Boo! The collective sounds of disappointment ring out from the majority of the audience, the exceptions being the adults and Bakugu. After explaining why she attacked, Izumi jumps to her feet and questions why Izuku knew her father's secret but she didn't. But her outburst is quickly forgotten when the truth of what Bakugu had told Izuku comes to light. It takes everyone by surprise when his father knocks him to the ground with a single swing of his fist. There's shocked silence for a few moments before Mina and Aizawa repeat their earlier interaction, prompting those shocked silent to restart. That coward doesn't have the balls to hit me. Child abuse isn't manly. But he definitely deserves it. Uraraka counters. Shut the hell up, round cheeks. After revealing Izuku's suicide note, Shoko leaves the room to get what he'd left for her, quickly followed by Detective Tsukachi. After opening the notebook, surprises continue when a white rat pops out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu has appeared. So he does that in both worlds. Sochik shrugs at Aizawa's words. It seems to be one of his favorite things to do in all three worlds. Oh? 3? Obviously there's no way that the rat in question would let that little tidbit go. He nods. That's correct. I oversee several worlds/timelines, but yours is sandwiched between the one we're currently viewing and one other. A shrug. I flipped a coin to decide which one to show. Nizu files that tidbit away while everyone else just ignores it. It's not like that knowledge would affect their lives anyway, right? There's silence in the Yagi home while Aizawa reads the letter. A silence that persists even after the letter is read. Nizu questions him about what he'd told his son, and various expressions cross everyone's face. Aizawa looks like he wants to strangle him. The Bakugu parents look at him with shock. Izumi with horror. Bakugu with self-satisfaction. But Inko. Something flashes across her face, gone too quickly for anyone to notice, quickly overcome with a slightly guilty expression. A deafening silence echoes across the room once again, each person processing what they've just heard. Midori hug squad when we get back? Sounds of agreement come from Uraraka, Toga, Kirishima, Todoroki, All Might, and Aizawa. At the looks he gets, he glares back, preventing them from saying anything. Tsukachi and Shoko return to the room, both showing hostility towards the Yagi family. After some pointed words where Shoko comes to the realization that Izumi's bullying hasn't come to light but does not reveal it, they all make their way to Izuku's room. There, it's revealed to them just how far the neglect has gone. Even my room has more stuff than that. Not to mention how bad all that dust is for his health. Tsukachi adds on to Uraraka's comment. Reminds me of my training room. Tamura muses, thinking back on all the times he's decayed training equipment or random thugs while undergoing sensei's training sessions. Shivers go down the students' spines as they recall seeing what his quirk had done to their teacher's elbow. After finding the modular splints, Shoko reveals that someone has been in Izuku's room before them. as well as the notebooks not meant for her being missing. Understanding the danger, Nizu sends away the detective to begin an investigation, though he doesn't hold out much hope. He attempts to send the two pros while he informs the Bakugas and Yagis of their punishments, but they refuse. Why do I have a feeling that you cause as much of a headache for roast as much as you do for me? Nizu sips his tea with a smirk, not deigning to answer. Instead, Tsukachi speaks up. You know, he muses. Your nickname around the precincts is Rat Satan. His smirk widens as his counterpart's name is decided. Nizu declares that Katsuki and Izumi are to attend both therapy and community service until the end of the school year, and threatens to blacklist them from every hero school if they fail to make adequate progress. Meanwhile, the Yagi parents are getting a major pay cut. Rat Satan is scary. A sadistic aura seems to exude from him now, taking satisfaction in his students' fear. The screen shifts, changing scenes to a nice if plain kitchen. Normally, the sight would be unremarkable. But one thing causes it to stand out. A seemingly dead body rests on the table, a girl with messy blonde buns leaning over him. Midori. The hero side shouts, while Tamura looks on with interest. Toga is squealing about how she's made an appearance, her initial disappointment that he's not all bloody gone as soon as it appeared. But everyone gets shocked when his body suddenly sits up with a sharp gasp, startling the on-screen Toga. With a gasp, Izuku sits up, the surprised girl falling on her behind. Feeling that it's his fault, Izuku gets up to help her, but slips and falls on top of her. Though he avoided grabbing anywhere cough in particular, when he pushes himself up their faces are extremely close. Under consideration. Rejected. Approved. And thus, the three girls present state their stances on this potential new ship while staring at each other with different expressions, with the verdicts being as expected. But one little detail that everyone's shock has caused them to overlook. Where are my clothes? Snapping their heads back to the screen so fast it's a wonder they didn't get whiplash, they see a naked Midori covering his crotch. They click their tongues in disappointment, even while they shyly cover their eyes with blushes on their faces. Except for Toga, who's unabashedly taking in his entire appearance, though the blush is still present. On-screen me, let's call her Vampy, has already seen everything. So it's perfectly acceptable for me to look too. No, it's expected for me to look since I already have. Wait a minute. I don't even have to justify myself. Mina and Uraraka's blushes deepen as they listen to her ramble, before Mina gathers up her courage and uncovers her eyes. She side-eyes the males in the room, trying to see if they're going to be judging her for looking. Despite how she acts, she does care about what people think of her. It comes with all the insults she's endured due to her appearance being altered by her quirk. But they aren't looking at her, instead they're staring at the bare Midori even more than the girls. To say Mina is shocked would be an understatement. Maybe I should warn Midori about all these guys being interested in his body. Or it could be fun to try setting him up with one of them. Decisions. After being told he'd died a day ago, Izuku freezes, seemingly recalling what had happened to him. What he'd done. The girl creeps towards him cautiously, knife extended defensively. Then he starts laughing. Oh dear. That is not good. Nizu advises. It reminds me of your laugh. Aizawa agrees. After getting his laughter under control, he ignores the fact that the girl is pointing her knife at him and asks for clothes. After a quick threat, she leaves to get him some clothes. Boo! Mina and Toga object, though with Vampy gone Izuku has stopped covering himself. Mina nods in admiration, Toga drools, and steam starts coming off of Uraraka from how red she is. Bakugu, for once, is suspiciously silent. Deciding to grab a bite to eat, he opens the refrigerator, only to stop when he sees that the only thing inside are large jars filled with blood. His blood. The fuck? That's creepy as hell. Toga sticks her tongue out at Bakugu. Cooled blood lasts longer before going bad. Just like any other drink. Returning to see his position, the girl gets a dark look on her face. Only to be taken aback by how casual he is about the blood. After explaining how her quirk works and giving a demonstration, Izuku goes into analysis mode, only stopping when he realizes that he's still naked and rushing to get dressed. Sigh. Maybe I should give young Midoriya some advice on talking to girls. All Might muses, only to be shot down by his longtime friend. Pretty sure the symbol of bachelorhood shouldn't be giving romantic advice. Burn. At Mina's shout, Todoroki touches his scar. He knows how it feels to get burned. An epiphany seems to strike Izuku, and he explains to the girl how his family must be worried, and how they'll be so happy that he has a quirk now. All the while not seeming to realize how desperate and broken he sounds. But to the girl's surprise, he invites her to his house, revealing his father's secret at the same time. After introducing each other, they depart. All Might sighs. I'm so glad young Midoriya is better at keeping secrets than Midori. Bakugo stiffens, recalling a certain confession the broccoli-headed boy had made to him on their first day of combat training. There's no way, right? We would have seen some sign of it if it were true. But we haven't, so it's not. That shitty Deku was obviously lying to me. A quick round of explaining how she found him and why she took his body helps to pass the time while walking to Izuku's house. Which is followed by the first overt signs that all is not right in his mind. If his casual disregard for his murderous new friend wasn't enough. Perhaps he got brain damage when he jumped? He most likely landed on his head, after all. Tsukachi nods. That's a solid theory. I doubt that he'd just disregard the lives of others so casually otherwise. At least based on what I've seen of the version of him in our world and of his personality on screen. While the adults are having a serious discussion, Mina is leaning over to whisper to her new friend who's wondering if her blood is acidic. So, does blood really have different flavors for you depending on who it is? She nods. Yep. It generally fits their personality, I think. So it could change quite a bit depending on if a person has experienced certain emotions more frequently. Reaching Izuku's house, the two of them are just in time to encounter his mother rushing out. Elated, he immediately tries to explain his quirk to her, only for her to casually dismiss him. Not unlike a piece of trash on the road. Inko Murder Squad? Toga asks innocently. A few people's hands twitch but Bakugo shouts before anyone can actually make a motion. Don't compare Auntie to that trash. She's the nicest woman you'll ever meet. Taken aback by this uncharacteristic show of compassion, it's enough to knock them out in shock. Kirishima, eliminated. Or at least one of them. Damn it, shitty hair. After becoming frozen in shock, you can practically see Izuku's mental state deteriorating. Stopping only when Toga bites his neck, prompting him to initiate a hug. One that's eagerly reciprocated. Too close. Too close. Uraraka frantically waves her hands in front of herself and closes her eyes, face still red, to try and deny what she's seeing. But when she looks again the scene hasn't changed. After pulling himself together with Toga's help, they enter his house and head to his room, where his living conditions are revealed. A stark contrast to the rest of the building. He gathers his notebooks, leaving the three he intends to gift to Shoko, as well as a dark green jacket with a rabbit-reminiscent hood. On their way out, Toga stops him so they can grab some food. He agrees, and she kisses him. 3, 2, 1. Uraraka is down. Not appropriate, Mina. Shut down by her homeroom teacher, Mina can only pout. Now there's only her and Toga left as the only girls in the theater. Sure, they've already exchanged numbers in the hope of contacting each other once all the nonsense is over with, but they were already outnumbered by the guys. Now it's even worse. Summary. Toga helps Izuku experience his first time. Chapter text. Are you sure this is a good idea? I can't help but look at Himiko with some doubt in my eyes, to which she rolls her own. Obviously it's a good idea. How else are we supposed to get money? But, it will be my first time. I don't think I'm ready. Huffing at my resistance, she grabs my hand and pulls me deeper into the alley. You'll do fine. Just make sure you stay relaxed and follow what your body wants to do. It will know how to react. Mine did the first time. I squirm as we round a corner and a person comes into view. The man is leaning with his shoulder against the wall while he scrolls through his phone. He doesn't look bad, especially for being in some random alley. In fact, his clothes practically scream that he's well off. Or at least that he's doing well for himself. Honestly, the only thing detracting from his appearance is his quirk, which has replaced his mouth with what looks like a speaker. Normally I'd be jotting down notes and questions about his quirk, such as how he eats, if he still has a tongue, what exactly it might be, etc. But right now I'm far too nervous thinking about what Himiko wants me to do. Luckily the man hasn't seen us yet, so I can try to gather up my courage. It will be okay. Himiko said that she's done stuff like this plenty of times. I mean, I don't encourage it, but I'm not going to try and force her to change. That would defeat the whole point of me coming along with her. I'm the one who wants to change. To live my life with no regrets. I mean, it's not like I mind doing this. Which is weird because I feel like I should. I really do need to figure out everything that my quirk has done to me since I first activated it. In fact, I should do it now. Yeah, this can wait until Ano. I'm knocked out of my thoughts by Himiko bonking me on the head with the handle of one of her knives. I asked her once how many knives she carries with her, and boy was that a mistake. She spent a good 20 minutes lecturing me about how I can't go questioning girls about their secrets, then proceeded to pull a dozen knives from out of various spots inside her shirt. She said that was all she was willing to show me, but that she had another 15 scattered around the rest of her body. She said that I'd have to find the rest myself, and that she'd give me a prize if I managed to discover where they were all hidden. But given the lack of her needing to use knives since we left the Yagi house, I haven't had much of a chance. The food, when paired with my blood, has ensured that we haven't needed to go out just for our basic necessities. But that doesn't mean that I've just been lazing about. But judging by her pout, now isn't the time to reminisce. Sighing, I look at the man again, noting that he started sending the two of us covert glances. I mean, not really covert, given that I noticed them, but he's trying at least. Luckily I'm standing in front of Himiko so he doesn't see that she's holding a knife. That would probably send him running. Seeing that I'm still trying to put things off, Himiko huffs at me. If you aren't going to do it then I am. Even if you are a good cook, a girl still wants to go out and have some fun. As she puts a hand on my arm to push me aside I sigh. Putting a hand on her chest to stop her, I nod. It's okay. I'll do it. My nerves are just getting the better of me. But if I want to live freely, I need to make sure that nothing holds me back. Not even this. I take a deep breath, and confirm what I need to do as she gets a wide grin on her face. So I just stab them? Yeah. I nod. Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Accepting the knife from her, I slide it into my sleeve and tense my wrist so it doesn't slide down. It's not really tenable long term, but it's not supposed to be. There are straps you can wear to hold them where flexing your wrist will cause them to fall down, but Himiko doesn't have any in my size. Though she did say that we'll get me some after this to celebrate my first kill. I walk towards the man with my head down and shoulders slumped, playing as the nervous kid worried about drawing attention to himself. It's not like I don't have a decade's worth of experience with it. I hear some shuffling ahead of me and assume the guy has stopped leaning on the wall, but looking up would betray my act. It would be a small thing that doesn't fit with the rest, but it would be enough to give someone the feeling that there's something off about me. So instead, hearing him move, I hunch down farther, trying to make myself as small as possible. When he puts a hand on my shoulder, I jump and look at him with panicked eyes. There's a smirk in his eyes as he looks down at me. "What's a kid like you doing in a place like this?" His voice is a bit odd, sounding kind of synthesized and the pitch rising and falling randomly. I stammer out an automatic reply, playing up the scared kid act while contemplating on where the best place to stab him would be. The throat will prevent him from screaming and calling for help, though his quirk might negate that depending on how it affected his vocal cords. Trying for entry through the ear would give him time to react, and there's no guarantee that I'd get it through the hole and reach his brain on the first try. Maybe I should stab him in the leg so he can't run away. We are fairly deep into the back alleys. Even if he does scream, what are the chances that someone will be brave enough, or care enough, to investigate? And not many heroes are willing to do their work where the media doesn't have a presence. Well, other than the good, underground heroes, like Eraserhead. Man, I hope that I can get his autograph one day. Wait, focus. While I've been thinking, the man has continued talking and trailed his hand down from my shoulder to my left arm. Honestly, I've been acting on autopilot, so I have no idea what he's been saying. But it doesn't really matter since I'm going to kill him. Finalizing my thoughts, I immediately act. I relax my wrist, letting the blade drop and grabbing the handle. Well. I tried to grab the handle. Despite my time practicing with it, I still mess up the timing sometimes. I guess now is one of those times. The clanging it makes as it falls to the ground is deafening in the sudden silence as we both stare at it. Neither of us react for a few moments, both frozen at the unexpected development. Him more than me, which is why I'm the first to act. Crouching down, I scoop up the knife and clasp it between both hands. The man tenses and takes a step back in shock, but despite his feeble stumble, it doesn't help him against my next move. Still clasping the blade, I bow. "I'm so sorry for this. These alleys are dangerous, so my friend insisted that I carry something to protect myself. But I don't really have any experience with weapons, so I guess I didn't secure it well enough. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't scare you." The man simply stares at me for a minute, probably trying to gauge the truthfulness of my words. But seeing my earnest expression, he relaxes and waves his hand though his eyes narrow. "No, it's fine. And your friend is right, it is dangerous around here. Which begs the question, why are you wandering around here?" I fidget nervously, not even needing to act. This is not going as well as I thought it would. But it's also not going as bad as I expected, so I'll count it as a win. "Well, you see," I mumble out a reply. Frowning, he gestures for me to speak up. I repeat myself a bit louder, but still not loud enough for him to hear. Sighing, he lets his guard down and leans in. And I take the opportunity to strike. I reverse the grip my hands have on the knife and quickly bring it up before he can pull away, driving it through his lower jaw. I can hear him take a deep breath through his nose and I scowl at having missed his throat. Pushing me back and forcing the knife out, he stumbles back and I step forward, switching to holding the knife one-handed. I use my free hand to grab his shoulder as I thrust the knife into his chest. Instead of going in though, it just digs a shallow cut as it glances off of one of his rib bones. Why is this so hard? I shove him backwards and he falls on his butt, staring at me with panic as his mouth fills with blood and his shirt gets soaked. He tries to scramble backwards as he holds a hand to the cut, but I climb on top of him, preventing him from getting away. He tries to speak, but the only thing that comes out of his speaker is a spray of blood. Clenching the knife in both hands once again, I raise it above my head and bring it down on his chest with my body weight behind it. Luckily he's too panicked to try and hold me back since my body weight isn't really all that much. But it is enough for it to finally dig deep into his chest. I pull it out and thrust down again. And again. And again. And again. It's not until I'm enveloped in a warm hug that I come out of my daze. Looking down, I see that the man's chest is a bloodied mess. Blood is splattered all around him, and I become aware of just how much of it has gotten on me. It makes me glad that I left my jacket back at our hideout. I stumble to my feet with Himiko's help and take a few steps back, taking in the entire sight of what I've done. Blood drips from his speaker mouth, and his eyes are filled with the terror he felt at realizing that he was about to die. While I'm looking down at him, I feel her lean her chin against my shoulder as she stands on her toes to whisper into my ear. So, cinnamon roll. How does it feel to take someone's life? To splatter their blood around them as they struggled against you. To know that, despite being younger, smaller, beat down your whole life, that in the end you proved your strength superior to them? She spins around so that she's in front of me, her eyes gleaming at the sight of me covered in blood. Leaning up, she trails her tongue along my cheek to get a taste of the blood. Kind of sour, with a hint of bitterness. I can't help the chuckle that escapes me. Looking away from my first kill, I stare into her eyes, and she giggles at what she sees in mine. My grin stretches across my face as I touch my forehead against hers. It feels amazing. Summary. Izuku bonds with the receptionist. Chapter text. I'm in a place of shadow. As far as the eye can see, there's only an all-consuming darkness. It's intimidating. Ominous. Familiar. Back again, are we? The only change is a single circle of light, in which I sit across from a professionally dressed woman at a bamboo desk. The source of light, a single lantern striving to combat the creeping black. Yep. What was it this time? I had Himiko Kali-ma my heart. We found a stash of pre-quirk era movies and kind of got excited to experiment with some of what we saw. Man, am I glad that I don't feel pain anymore. Given how the guy I did that to reacted, I'm sure that it would have been painful. I've become pretty comfortable here, given all the experiments with my quirk that I've been conducting with Himiko. I've even managed to get close to the lady that's always waiting for me. Well, sort of. At the very least she stopped looking annoyed after the 15th time I showed up. Still. Progress. I am quite aware. A few of my colleagues have informed me that some of their recent charges were ranting about a child in green having ended their lives. I do believe that one of them had an entire unexpected batch show up within a few minutes of each other. She raises an eyebrow and I feel the urge to whistle innocently. I mean, I am innocent. Totally. Doesn't that one religion say that murder is wrong, but doesn't clarify about killing in general? Then I'm totally innocent. But since it's clear that she wants to know more about what happened, I suppose I can explain. Well, you see, some gang guy with a weak teleportation quirk decided to harass Himiko. Normally teleportation quirks are highly sought after, but this guy could only teleport clothing. I scowl at the memory. We were just walking down the street to get some celebratory ice cream after killing a guy who was mugging some woman. Ignore the fact that Himiko drained her dry afterwards because her blood she tasted like chocolate syrup, when this random punk grabbed her by the shoulder and leaned in close to her ear. Normally she would have just stabbed the guy the moment he grabbed her, but she really wanted to pour that blood she'd gotten onto some pomegranate ice cream. How chocolate syrupy blood and pomegranate ice cream taste together, I have no intention of ever finding out. But anyways, instead of stabbing him, she just punched him in the stomach. Oh boy, did he get mad about that. While clutching his stomach on the ground, he shouted something about how his gang would show her her place, and made a grabbing motion at her. Since we'd already moved out of his reach, neither of us thought anything of it. But in a world where the extraordinary has long become ordinary, we should have known better. All of a sudden her shirt and skirt had disappeared from around her and ended up in the bastard's hand. Now, obviously Himiko isn't shy about being seen in her underwear. It's kind of a given what with her quirk working better if she strips naked beforehand. But I still have no idea how her quirk is able to copy clothes. Especially since we got blood from someone and followed him until he changed clothes, and when she transformed she was in the clothes from when she'd gotten the blood. It bothered me so much that I killed the guy. What does it mean? Cough sidetracked. Anyways, being seen in her underwear, while a bit embarrassing for her, isn't overall too big of a deal. But the way he was leering at her and talking about how he and his friends would have fun with her? Ugh. The only reason I didn't gut him then and there is because my dear precious vampire held an arm out to stop me. After letting the guy take a picture while covering herself, he ran off. Obviously we followed at a distance after I covered her with my jacket. It took a bit of time, but he eventually ended up at what looked like an abandoned warehouse. I was shocked. Really? It was whatever, honestly. But given how confident he was acting, couldn't he at least have had the decency to be part of more than some small-time gang? Like, abandoned warehouses are the lowest of the low in terms of criminal organizations. Hell, they don't even qualify as villains. In fact, given how dilapidated it was, would say they even barely passed the bar to be qualified as a gang, and would better be classified as delinquents. Off track again. Anyways, after confirming their location, Himiko sent me off to get something burny, and something explodey. A quick robbery of a gas station later, thank goodness that I stole a second jacket on the way. And always keep my mask stashed in my hood, and I'd returned with 4 gallons of gas and a box of matches. Okay, so you can pour one of those cans around the doors of the warehouse and light it so they don't run away. Then go cause a distraction, and after I find my knives I'll give you a signal. Then you can blow up the second one right in the middle of them. I'll stab anyone that survives in a super mean way. I nodded along with her explanation. Obviously Hime wasn't mad about what he'd done to her, well, not too much. Maybe 40%? What really had her mad was that the guy stole all her knives. To make a medium-ish length story short, most of the delinquents got blown up or burned to death, and the unlucky ones met an adorably angry vampire. Oh yeah, and I died for the 7th time. It's actually what started me on fully studying my quirk. But given how that was literally what sparked my 7th visit, I have to wonder why she's bringing it up now of all times. But I decide to just shrug the question off. It's not like it's important anyways. She probably only recently met up with the colleague in charge of that group, so she hadn't heard of it before. After telling her about the incident, she simply nods in understanding before raising an inquisitive eyebrow. I see. It seems that you are living quite a bit differently than you were when you first appeared here. I nod happily. Yep. It's like you said, guilt and regret are bitter. I get a sagely nod in reply. Indeed. Though do try to avoid dying so much. It does have a tendency to disrupt the flow whenever someone who appears returns to the living realm. Though I must admit that it is refreshing to have a visitor who has the ability to retain their memories of this realm. I tilt my head, taken aback by this new information. Do you mean that people who only half die don't remember coming here? If that's the case, what makes me different? The deadpan look I get reminds me of Shoko. There's absolutely no change in expression, but you can just tell that they think you've said something incredibly dumb. The fact that your quirk specifically has to do with dying and returning to life might have a hand in the situation. I gasp, holding my hands to my mouth in mock surprise. You sassed me. That's the first time you've done that. That means you're starting to like me. Her eyes narrow into a glare. You are fortunate that the effort it would take to force your soul to remain here is not nearly worth it to do. That puts me in a serious mood. You can force people to become fully dead if they're half dead? She nods. To simplify it, that would be correct. Although it is more accurate to say that we do not release our claim on their soul. Usually this is only done with incredibly desirable or atrocious souls. I am aware of one of my colleagues who has a team constantly on guard in case of one specific soul's arrival. He claims that it is incredibly slippery, and that he does not intend to allow it to escape. Huh. Who's that? Maybe if I see them I can send them down. You know, since you've been so patient with me. She taps a finger on her pursed lips while she thinks before eventually shaking her head. That will not be necessary. Not only is the individual they desire incredibly powerful, far outside your capabilities to kill, but I also do not care for that colleague. They are unpleasant. I nod in understanding. Yeah, I get it. They steal your lunch from the company refrigerator, right? Or did the two of you used to date? Ah, another deadpan stare. There's something refreshing about getting those. Especially when paired with that certain look in their eyes. Just then I start to feel a faint pulling sensation, making me smile. After showing up here so often, I've started being able to feel when my soul is getting pulled back to my body. The lady tells me that's not how it's supposed to work, but oh well. Guess I'll be heading back soon. I'll see you later. Ooh. Maybe I'll get you to tell me your name next time. I wave my hands excitedly as I get pulled out of this place. As everything vanishes from sight, I think I hear her say something, but I'm not sure. And since I'm opening my eyes to the familiar sight of Himiko leaning over me while sipping on a blood shake, it's too late to ask her. Summary. The two experiment with Izuku's quirk, then run into a familiar face while going out. Chapter text. Seeing Himiko above me I can't help but chuckle, causing her to pout and stop sipping her treat. What's so funny? I shake my head and get up, her moving out of the way so there isn't a repeat of our first meeting. Though she's told me that she didn't dislike it, so maybe she was hoping for a repeat? Tossing the thought out of mind, I answer her question. I was just thinking about how nostalgic waking up like this is. Only this time we didn't end up on the floor together. I chuckle again and she smiles. Oh yeah. I was curious about how you hadn't run out of blood for me to drain and so was going to try just drinking directly, but then you just suddenly shot up and headbutted me. She puts a hand on her head and mock pouts. It really hurt, you know. I roll my eyes at that before moving on to more relevant topics. So, how long was I out that time? Huffing at my dismissal, she puts down her shake and checks the time. It looks like, about 3 hours. I nod. Sounds about right. Regrowing a heart takes a bit of time. Looking up, I tap my chin. You know, instead of our plan to sell information on heroes, we could always sell my body parts instead. Over the course of the 3 months since we met and I ran away from home, we've experimented quite a bit with my quirk. The results have been pretty interesting too. First off and most important, it is not a regeneration quirk. No matter how badly my body gets damaged, it will not heal. Cuts, bruises, amputation. My quirk does not heal any of them. Not while I'm alive, at least. When I'm dead, any damage my body has accumulated will heal. It doesn't matter what it is. Missing limbs, organs, paper cuts, etc. While I'm dead, everything will heal to its previous state. The sole exception to this seems to be anything that's beneficial to my body. For example, when you tear a muscle and it heals back stronger. Instead of healing to its previous state, my body will instead accelerate the healing in those cases. Himiko and I have really abused that to enhance my body to a frankly ridiculous degree. I think that I'm strong enough to compete with some weak strengthening quirks now. Of course, my quirk also has downsides. First of all, the fact that I have to die to activate it is already a pretty big disadvantage that would put most people off of trying to utilize it. Of course I don't have that problem, given how I first discovered it. Which leads me to the second point. It seems that the first activation of my quirk had some complications. See, it heals my body to its previous state before I died. But it also uses my previous death as a sort of progress report on things that have changed. Like how I've gotten slightly taller. Since there's a progress report, my quirk won't try to revert my height. But since there hadn't been any reports on the first activation, well. Complications. As far as I can tell, the major part of that is my inability to feel pain. It's not a direct benefit of my quirk, but more of an issue that healed wrongly in my brain. But since the first report healed it like that, it will keep healing like that. In addition, other parts of my brain seem to be damaged as well. I hadn't studied the brain before, and my interest hasn't increased so I'm not sure which parts are damaged. But my lack of empathy towards the people Himiko and I kill is partly due to that damage. But I'm self-aware enough to realize that the majority of it is showing everyone that I'm not some weak and worthless Deku. Honestly, I've even been thinking of trying to take out some of the weaker and lower-ranked heroes. Showing everyone that the person they berated and degraded for his dream being able to take out those he aspired to be like is just so appealing. But that's for later consideration. In addition to the botched healing of my first activation, as well as how it works now, I've noticed that certain things won't heal. The scars I got from my constant bullying. This one actually took me a while to notice. I just assumed that they fell under the category of no previous report of my first healing. But after I cut my finger during knife-catching practice with Himiko, I changed my mind. That injury healed naturally, which is no surprise since I hadn't died for like a week after getting it. But after I did die, I noticed that the scar didn't heal along with my pre-death wounds. So I got curious and carved a shallow wound on my forearm spelling Himiko's name. Unfortunately, I ended up having to do it twice since Himiko walked in on me the first time and got so happy that she drank me to death, healing the wound. But the second time I managed to avoid dying until it had started to scar over. And the next time I died, it remained as a full scar. So it seems like my quirk won't heal anything that either has passed a certain period of time, or that I start considering part of my body. Obviously I haven't tested it by cutting off any parts, so I'm not completely certain of it. But when I kept a wound fresh for the same amount of time it healed without any problem, so I'm leaning towards the latter for an answer. Now, back to my initial question to Himiko. I think that this basically confirms that the more damage my body takes, the more time it takes for me to wake up. An hour or so for minimal damage like bleeding out or lack of oxygen, then 3 to 4 for serious damage like bludgeoning, dismemberment, or removal of important organs. You know, she leads off. It's kind of weird talking to someone else and feeling like I'm the sane one. I give her a deadpan look. Ooh, I'm doing it now too. Pretty sure you're the one who got all excited about Kali Ma due to all the blood involved. She snorts in opposition to that. Please, you were way more excited than me. You did it to, like, 5 people before I did. That's because you wanted to do it to me first. She blushes and looks to the side while bringing her fists up to her chin. Well, yeah. A girl's first time is special, so obviously I'd want you to have mine. Izuku EXE has stopped functioning. Seeing my state, she sticks out her tongue and taps her head. Hoopsie, teehee. By the time I manage to reboot, it's almost time for dinner. Apparently there's this bar the information broker Himiko's been in contact with recommends, so that's where we're going to eat. Maybe I'll even get to try some alcohol. No drinks. How are you going to be cinnamon roll if your blood tastes like alcohol? I pout while we walk down the street, my hair covered by the hood of my jacket while I play with one of the ears. There are cinnamon rolls made with alcohol, I'm sure. Somewhere. In response to my pout, she clicks her tongue and wags her finger at me. Tisk, TSK. That's some naive thinking, given that I haven't had alcohol before. No drinks for me means no drinks for you. I kick a can while grumbling to myself. No drinking, no cursing. We're villains, sort of. Why am I not allowed to do either of those? A roll of the eyes is her only response since we both know what her answer will be. Those things will ruin my flavor. Humph. Another kick of the can sends it tapping against the shoe of some guy in a vest and wielding one of those trash sticks that stabs stuff. Judging by the way he whirls on me, I'm guessing that he's taken offense at that little tap. But seeing just who it is, that makes sense, and I almost freeze. But I don't. Instead, I pull my hood down farther over my face and look down in order to hide it while they yell at me. Watch it, you damn extra. I already have enough problems dealing with this shit, I don't need you causing more. Kaken's yell echoes down the street, drawing the attention of all the passers-by, though the majority of them go back to what they were already doing. A few others heckle their friends, saying things like, "He's about to explode again," or "Short fuse go boom." Apparently Kaken has been doing this for a while, if their reactions are anything to go by. But it's definitely a surprise to me. Doing community service doesn't fit his character at all. Honestly, I half expected him to turn to being a vigilante now that his favorite punching bag is gone. But that's something I can think about later. For now, it's clear that my leaving hasn't improved his temper any. Luckily my many years of abuse have trained me how to deal with a rabid Pomeranian. I mumble some apologies, make myself look small, and grab Himiko's wrist to drag the two of us out of there. Thankfully he doesn't pursue, just cursing us out under his breath and angrily stabbing the can with his stick. Once we're far outside of view of him, I finally stop and let go of Himiko while catching my breath. I clench my chest just above my heart, trying to stop its rapid beating. Himiko is trying to talk with me, but I can't hear her over the sound of my heartbeats ringing in my ears. I had no idea seeing Kaken would affect me so much. After everything that's happened, I thought that I was over it. I guess not. It just goes to show just how badly I've been affected by him. But I don't think I'd respond to seeing Izumi the same way. Oh, I certainly wouldn't be happy to see her. But after seeing Kaken, a feeling like this, I can absolutely say for certain that Izumi has never evoked the same feelings inside me. Before I can try and think about it more, I feel two pinpricks dig into my shoulder and a calming feeling flows through me, as if my panic is getting sucked away. Letting out a sigh of relief, I tap on Himiko's back twice to signal that I'm good now. Of course, she continues to suck. But since we're on our way to dinner, she does stop in a reasonable amount of time. This time. The rest of the way to the bar, Himiko questions me. And I answer. I give her more details than I'd given previously when describing what I'd gone through before I met her, and her cutely angry face warms my heart. Thankfully I manage to talk her down from going back and stabbing him by the time we get to the bar, and she's once again excited to try the food. I hope they have chicken katsudon. Summary. Toga and Izuku go to a bar. Chapter text. The bar is pretty nice, though there's only 2 people inside it. The first is the bartender, whose head and hands are made out of some kind of dark purple mist. Since he's wearing a suit, I can't tell if the mutation extends to the rest of his body. I wonder what his quirk does, exactly. The other guy looks like he's a few years older than Himiko and I. He has shaggy pale blue hair which honestly looks kind of fluffy. Which is a sharp contrast to his skin. He looks like he's never heard of moisturizer. Well, I can't see his face since he's focused on the game in his hands, but I can say that his hands definitely need moisturizer. Seriously, how can his hair look so soft while his hands look so dry? But I guess it's rude to judge the other customers, even if it's also rude to play games by yourself when you go out to eat. Would that be rude? Since he's by himself, maybe it wouldn't be. I've only occasionally gone out with Shoko before, so I'm not too sure. Whatever. The bartender looks at us with what I'm going to assume is interest. Or maybe surprise. I don't know, his lack of a face makes it hard to tell. Welcome. May I inquire as to your purpose in coming here? Well, at least he's polite. It would be strange if you couldn't, but as for the reason, we were told that this place has some good food, so we decided to come for dinner. He blinks at me and stays silent for a moment. Wow, you really don't realize how much attention you pay to someone's face when you talk to them until you talk to someone who doesn't have one. Eventually though, he speaks. If it's not a bother, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me the name of the person who recommended this establishment. I look at Himiko since she's the one who knows the guy. She taps her chin as if to remember his name. He's an information broker. So I don't think that he'd appreciate it if we went about telling people that he's the one who gave us information. Ooh, how about I give you a hint, and you try to figure it out? She nods her head with a satisfied look. Yeah, that sounds fun. He's always smoking a cigarette, but avoids putting it in the spot where he's missing a tooth. The bartender is silent for a moment before the smoke making up his head slightly flares up before returning to normal. Was that a nod? Very well. Though I should warn you that I have no intention of selling minors alcohol of any kind, despite being villains. How did you know we're villains? I can't help but be surprised at how quickly he came to that conclusion. This guy must be some kind of pro-information broker, or his quirk helps him analyze data. He blinks at me. I was referring to ourselves. Oh. Right, Himiko snickers at my blunder, so I turn my red face away and look at the floor, just letting her pull me right up to the bar and plop me in a seat. Hearing the bartender ask what we'd like to eat, I respond with katsudon and whichever tea he recommends. I mean, he didn't give us menus or anything, so I'm assuming that he's just taking any requests we have. Himiko says that she'll have the same, but instead of getting a drink just asks for an empty cup. I sigh, knowing what's going to be filling it up soon. Hopefully it isn't too big. While he's busy making the food, I turn my attention to the guy on his game. He hasn't looked up from it a single time, so it must be good. Whatcha playing? He doesn't even deign to respond, though I notice that his head shifts a bit, so I can assume that he's at least looked at me. I'll take that as a win. You've been focused on it since we came in, so it must be good. I mean, I'm not much of a gamer, though I have occasionally managed to scrounge up enough money to afford a day pass at a couple of arcades, so I'm not completely useless at them. Oh. Have you ever played? I start rambling about one of the most famous fighting games, oblivious to the fact that I've started rambling. Unfortunately, me being aware of my rambling does not affect whether or not the people around me find it annoying to listen to. By the time I realize it and apologize, his hands are twitching. Sorry about the rambling, I've been trying to break that habit. I rub my head sheepishly. His twitching hands draw my attention, which leads to me noticing how he's holding his game. Why aren't you holding it with all your fingers? Oh. Is it because of your quirk? Do you have to touch something with all of your fingers to activate it? That would make sense judging by how natural yet stiff they seem. Maybe try alternating which fingers you don't touch something with. Ooh. Or maybe. And I'm delving into yet another rant. Thankfully he at least seems mildly interested in it. Though given how he still hasn't put down the game, I have to question how much attention he's really paying it. Still though, his hands aren't twitching anymore, so I consider that a good sign. But there's one thing that's been bugging me ever since we got here. Something that's been poking at my brain the moment Himiko and I walked through the door. It's even enough to cut my current rant short. Sorry, but this has been bothering me since we got here. Why is the TV set to a blank channel? A shudder runs down my spine as the guy finally puts down his game and raises his head. Finally able to see his face, I see that it's just as dry as the rest of his skin, and he has a small vertical scar crossing his lips. And his eyes are a bright red. Just like Kaken's. What makes them different from Kaken though, is that they aren't filled with pride and arrogance. Instead, what I see is a deep-rooted pain and fear. They're like my eyes. But the fear isn't directed outwards. Instead, it's focused on himself. Of course, all of that is currently overshadowed by his clear irritation. I like the TV being on this channel. He starts scratching at his neck. I frown at his sudden aggressiveness. Sure, I guess. But wouldn't it be better to have it on, an actual channel? Don't bars usually have their TVs set to sports or something? He scowls as his fingers dig deeper into the skin of his neck. You can't believe everything you see on TV, kid. I huff at him, and out of the corner of my eye notice that Himiko has her phone out and pointed at the two of us. I dismiss it easily, given how I fully support her oddities. If she wants to record the two of us having a conversation, then that's fine with me. Even if it's not set to a sports channel, we could at least have it on something. This is just drab and boring. I mean, even if it's just an aesthetic choice, you have to take into account your customer base. Here, if you let me have the remote I could dash. You're annoying. As I reach out for him to hand me the TV remote, he mutters and reaches out his own hand. But it bypasses my own, instead grabbing onto my face with all 5 fingers. Then it's dark, and I'm back in the afterlife space with a woman whose eyebrow is twitching across from me. When I wake up, I'm still in the bar, laying on the floor. After standing up and looking around, I find Himiko digging into what looks like a fresh bowl of katsudon, with another warm bowl in front of my seat. Sitting down and giving my thanks for the meal, I notice some extra eyes studying me. Both the bartender and the crusty guy are both staring at me like I've just grown a new head. Which I guess isn't really wrong. Depending on what the guy's quirk is, of course. Hey Himiko. She makes a noise of acknowledgement through her mouthful of food, so I continue. Did you get what happened on your phone? She nods, not stopping her eating. Is the food really that good? She didn't even draw. Oh wait, she did. I notice that she has a cup of what's probably my blood next to her food. Shrugging off both Himiko's addiction to my blood and the two guys staring, I dig into my food. And boy do I see why Himiko is eating so voraciously. It's really good. It really makes up for the fact that the guy, who at this point I'm guessing is related to the owner, killed me. Especially since they listened to Himiko and waited to make it until I was close to coming back to life. All of those experiments are proving useful already. I join Himiko in eating in silence, nobody saying anything, each for their own reasons. Himiko and I because the food is so good, and the bartender and crusty guy, they're probably shocked at actually seeing me come back to life. Even if Himiko told them I would, it would still be a shock to see it happen. After we finish eating, Himiko before me of course, the crusty guy finally speaks. Hey, Kurogyri. We should take this kid to sensei. The bartender. Kurogyri, apparently, hesitates for a moment before doing his odd maybe nodding thing. I agree. Though perhaps we should speak to the two of them before confirming any decisions? Though he scowls, the crusty guy nods at Kurogyri's words before turning to me. How would you like to meet Master, the one who saved me when the heroes abandoned me? I stare at him for a moment, his words resonating with me. The heroes abandoned me. I'm probably one of the best people in the world who understands that feeling. The two who raised me. One of whom is the #1 hero. I want to live freely. But that doesn't mean I don't want connections. And someone like this, who knows what it's like to be overlooked by the heroes. I feel like we'd get along great. And since Himiko didn't attack them after Krusty killed me, I nod. I'd love to meet them. Summary. The final reaction chapter. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Okay, is everyone settled? Sochk asks after allowing everyone to move around before the next series of clips. Though he has to admit, the new seats everyone has taken are interesting. Toga and Mina have claimed the front seats closest to the screen, both excited to see what's next for Midori. Aizawa and Tsukachi are in the center, where they can listen in on everyone's conversations, along with Todoroki who decided against changing seats. All Might and Bakugu are in the back, trying to avoid everyone else's disappointed, or in some cases angry, gazes. And the final members of the audience, Tamura and Nizu, sit on the far left and right of the theater, respectively. Seeing everybody is as comfortable as he doesn't care they can be, he presses a big red button on a remote he pulls out of his sleeve, ignoring the questions as to where both it and his new outfit came from. Izuku and Toga are in an alley, Izuku looking extremely nervous while Toga has a look of excitement on her face as she pulls him along. But, it will be my first time. I don't think I'm ready. The natural sounds of fidgeting and muttering die immediately at those words, and Mina spits out her drink in surprise. Toga starts laughing uncontrollably, which only intensifies when Vampy responds. Just make sure you stay relaxed and follow what your body wants to do. It will know how to react. Mine did the first time. She ignores the jaw-dropped stares she gets, just continuing to laugh. Though she does reach out to tap her palm against Mina's when she tentatively extends it. Aizawa just sighs, fully aware that he's going to be getting a headache from what they're about to see. Good thing Mineta isn't here. Rounding a corner, the two of them see a well-dressed man with a speaker for a mouth. After bonking him on the head with one of her knives, Toga gives Izuku a pep talk. If Midori is by, I wonder if ours is too. Mina's whispered musing can still be heard in the silence, and it sets everyone else to wondering. Wondering that's abruptly cut short at Midori's next words. So I just stabbed them? Yeah. There's a creaking sound as everyone turns their heads towards Toga, whose laughter returns with a vengeance after having finally died down. Ha 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 ha. Why you pervs totally thought it was something dirty, didn't you? Ha ha ha. They look away in embarrassment, unable to refuse her claim. Except for Mina, who nods emphatically. But do you have experience in that? The question causes Toga's laughter to fall silent as she blushes. Oh look, stuff is happening. Smirking at her, Mina lets her avoid the subject. For now. She'll absolutely be texting her about it when they get back. After approaching the man, Izuku strikes. Or at least he tries. Seeing Midori fumble the knife, the audience can't help but facepalm, not yet coming to terms with what they're about to witness. Figures, Bakugu snorts. Damn nerd can't even kill someone right. He promptly gets smacked on the head by All Might. If I do get him to join my party, maybe I should keep him as support, Tamura mutters to himself at the sad display. But he doesn't let his initial failure stop him. Turning his mistake into an opportunity, he gets the man to let down his guard. Which is quickly followed by a quick but bloody struggle. But he doesn't stop after the man is dead. Instead, he stabs him again. Over and over until Toga wraps him in her arms. The silence returns, the sight of the nicest person any of them have ever met, except Toga, putting them into a daze. They understood what he was trying to accomplish. But they never actually thought that he would succeed. Maybe I won't keep him as support. So, cinnamon roll. How does it feel to take someone's life? As Midori looks Vampy in the eyes, the heroes shudder at the gleam shining from his eyes. It's one they've only seen on the most unstable of villains. Ones that are so far gone in their path of villainy that they no longer perceive the world the same way. It's unhinged. Unnatural. Psychotic. It's so cute. It feels amazing. The heroes watching don't know what to say as they watch the boy jump into villainy headfirst, with just as much enthusiasm as their own does with Hero NG. The screen fades to black, the next scene preparing to appear. But only a single image of Izuku sitting across from a woman in a suit appears before the darkness surrounding them stretches. Their forms are quickly obscured, and the screen starts to glitch. Oh. Not letting his panic show, Sochk summons a keyboard that his hands fly across, faster than many speed quirks. The audience looks on in confusion, not understanding what happened. Eventually, he lets out a sigh of relief and wipes his sleeve across his forehead. He looks back at them with a strained smile. Sorry about that. Apparently Midori's quirk works a bit differently than I thought in this world. At their inquisitive looks, he explains. See, while I have jurisdiction over 3 worlds, that's only for the living in those worlds. I have no power over the dead. That falls under someone else's domain. They jolt. Are you claiming that there is an afterlife? He waves his hand in a so-and-so gesture at Nizu's question. Sort of. It depends on who's in charge. Maybe they decide your world gets an afterlife, maybe they decide you immediately get reincarnated. Or maybe they turn your souls into meals. They shrug disinterestedly. It's entirely up to them what to do with your souls after you die. So long as your world doesn't get overrun with free-floating souls. Or as they're commonly called, ghosts. He glances back at the screen. Though it seems like they don't want us seeing what they do in this world. It takes a bit of time before the screen goes back to normal, but it passes quickly for them while discussing what the afterlife in their world might be like. Izuku wakes up to Himiko leaning over him while drinking a blood milkshake. Why didn't I think of that? Just make sure you get a second blender and label which you use for blood. Not everyone wants to have blood in their shakes. Aizawa starts getting a cold sweat while listening to the two girls in front of him. This friendship sounds like a bad idea. After talking a bit about how his quirk works, along with a bit of flirting, Himiko suggests that they go out to eat at a bar recommended by the information broker she recently got in contact with. Tamura's eyes narrow at the word bar. He knows that his master and Kurogyri had discussed letting people in and treating it like an actual bar, but he'd managed to convince them that they shouldn't. Reed threw a fit because he's an introvert and didn't want random people in his secret base. Seeing the route the two on screen take to their destination, he can't help but get a bit worried. It looks like the other me failed to stop our base from getting swarmed by randoms. By the time they encounter Bakubich, he's starting to internally panic. The heroes will definitely check the location when everyone gets back. But I don't want to change bases, I like the bar. After encountering Bakugu, who doesn't see through Izuku's flimsy disguise, the two hurry away. To calm down Izuku's panic attack, Himiko starts to suck his blood, reassuring him that she's there for him. You're a good friend, Himiko. Eesh. Toga makes a buzzing sound while crossing her arms in an X. Wrong. I'm the best friend. Mina laughs, and Aizawa opens his mouth to say something. But. AAA 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 AAA. Everyone suddenly hears screaming. It starts out faint, but steadily grows louder, confusing them. But none as much as Sochk, who knows only another administrator is supposed to be able to enter this space. And even then he'd be aware of someone approaching. But this screaming is completely unexpected. So much so that he doesn't react in time to prevent disaster. The screaming is suddenly right next to them, and they can hear that it's not just one, but two. Both filled with incredible rage and a desire for death. And death is what they get, though not from the one they want to die. Two behemoths crash through the room from above, their flailing limbs striking many of those who were lucky enough to avoid being crushed. There's no blood, for their real bodies are safely back on their world, but they vanish from sight all the same. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, they're gone, the floor having given way under their fighting. Leaving behind a trashed room, a baffled administrator, and two shell-shocked girls. One of whom is having flashbacks back to a certain incident back in middle school. Sochk works furiously to keep the rest of the room from collapsing. Not an easy feat considering all the damage. But he manages after condensing the room into a smaller and more reinforced form. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he turns his attention to his two remaining guests, who are both freaking out in their own ways. What the hell was that? That was some kind of kaiju fight. Why are there kaiju fights wherever we are? Can we turn into kaiju and fight? Toga's freakout is as amusing as it is strange. It was him again, why was he here? Mina's freakout is quieter, more afraid, but perhaps more noteworthy. It seems that she recognized one of the giants. Both of you calm down, have some apple blood. Bottles of the named drink appear in their hands, and Mina uncorks it immediately and downs half the bottle as she tries to calm herself. Toga quickly follows suit. While they do that, Soch goes through the logs he has access to in order to determine what happened, and why people are suddenly crashing through a space they shouldn't be able to get to. Eventually, after the girls have drunk another 2 bottles of apple blood, he finds the answer. He can only shake his head in bemusement. I really should have paid more attention to that third world. He mutters to himself, but is still heard by the only other 2 still around. What do you mean? Are you saying those 2 came from the third world you have? He looks at Mina with a complicated expression on his face before nodding. Correct. Let's just say that a quirk that should have been long gone activated, and your world will have company. It takes a few seconds before they realize what he means, but when they do their eyes widen. You mean our Japan is getting actual kaiju? Soch shakes his head at Toga. They aren't kaiju, just 2 people with strong quirks. Though one of them was being enhanced when they passed through. He shrugs. And while I know that they will show up on your world, I can't tell when it will happen. Might be the moment I send you 2 back, it might be in 1,000 years. Are you sending us back right now? Mina asks, finally calm. They aren't dead, just back in Japan. Another shrug. That will be up to the 2 of you. I'll allow you to stay and watch if you want. Don't worry, I've reinforced this space so we shouldn't have to worry about another incident. Or I could send you both back right now, with your memories intact. Just know that whatever happens, it will happen to both of you. He looks around sadly. Too bad the others lost their memories of all this, but at least their subconscious will remember. I was looking forward to how things would change. After exchanging looks, Toga nods and Mina takes a deep breath. Getting their answer, Soch smiles. Well then, back to the show. Notes. And here is where the reactions end. Originally I was going to tie them into something else, which is why I left Toga and Mina, but have since decided against it. So just think of the reactions so far as for fun. Because I did enjoy them at the time. Like I mentioned way back when, if you want to do your own reaction FIC for this story, just be sure to let me know so I can check it out myself. Summary. Izuku and Himiko meet a famous figure. Chapter text. Himiko and I walk through the purple portal Kurogiri opens for us along with Krusty McChapped Lips. On the other side is someone famous worldwide. Someone everyone has heard of. Someone who either brightens or traumatizes your childhood. Indeed, it's the legendary Mr. Potato Head. I had no idea that the toy was based on a real person. Ooh. Do you have the parts of your face laying around this lab somewhere? Is this like a scavenger hunt? Did you lose them because you took off both eyes and couldn't see anymore? Hey, Himi. Let's help him out and find his eyes for him. Maybe we can get an autograph after. Himiko facepalms while the others are frozen in shock at my barrage of words. But I guess that makes sense. Thinking about it, I doubt Mr. Potato Head is his real name, it's probably just his brand name. And judging how we got here by portal, he probably doesn't get a lot of new visitors. Aizu. Himi says with a serious look on her face. When I tilt my head in confusion, she sighs. Remember earlier when I said that sometimes it feels like I'm the sane one in our relationship? I nod and she continues. This is one of those moments. I pause my excitement for a moment and replay what I said before my eyes widen in understanding. I'm sorry about that, I guess I let my excitement get away from me. I rub the back of my head sheepishly. Thankfully my apology seems to get the other 2 back to normal since Potato Head turns to Krusty. Tamura, why have you brought such a disrespectful child here? Rude. I'm not disrespectful, I'm excitable. There's a difference. Sort of. His quirk brought him back to life. I figured that you would want it, sensei. His reply is straight to the point, rather bland I'd say. Potato Head's reaction isn't though. He jerks straight up in his chair, which honestly looks super uncomfortable without any cushions on it. And he turns his eyeless and noseless head towards him. What? Are you certain that it is not simply a powerful regenerative quirk? The now named Tamura nods his head as he rests 4 fingers on the side of his neck. I'm sure. I completely disintegrated his head, but for some reason it didn't travel to the rest of his body. After he died, his girlfriend Girlfriend. I can't help my blush-accompanied shout at his casual claim. I mean, sure I like her, but we aren't officially dating, I think. Well, I haven't had a girlfriend before, so I'm not entirely sure, but still. As my face starts to reach cooking temperature, I shyly look to the side only to see Hime giving me an odd look. Why are you acting surprised? We've been together ever since you let me drink your blood. That long. This day is just full of surprises. First I see Kaken doing community service, then she brings me to a bar for dinner. I get my head destroyed by disintegration, he said. Meet Potato Head, and now I find out that Hime and I have been dating for months. It's hard to wrap my head around this, but as Hime hugs my arm, I decide that I can accept that I'm just kind of oblivious in social situations. Seeing that I'm done with my outburst, Tamura continues as he scowls at me. As I was saying, the girl told me that his head would grow back after about 3 hours. It took an extra couple hours, but she was right. He was completely dead, and he came back to life. Kurogyri even checked his pulse after I'd grabbed him. Watching him grow a new head was pretty creepy, definitely rated M. Seeing his gaze drop down to my neck as Potato Head turns to me with a smile through his oxygen mask, I try to follow his gaze. But since whatever he's looking at is on my neck, it doesn't really work. Seeing my predicament, Hime, my now girlfriend, takes a picture and shows it to me. Taking her phone from her hand, I look and see what's drawn their attention. There's a jagged scar running around my entire neck, like if someone wrapped something coarse around it and pulled. I'm silent as I turn my head to look at it from different angles, my brow furrowed. This is weird. I've never gotten a scar or anything like that from something that killed me before. Does this mean certain types of wounds can't be healed? Or is it something to do with his quirk? On one hand, I don't really want to die anymore, on the other, I really want to study your quirk. I look up from my thoughts only to have my vision filled with the palm of someone's hand. Huh. I'm surprised, obviously. I really need to stop getting lost in my thoughts and mutterings. One of these days it's going to get me in trouble. But that day is not today, since Hime slashes at the outstretched wrist, causing them to pull back. Even without eyes, you can tell he's angry just by the pressure he's giving off. Hime flinches, and her knees buckle, but I hold out a hand to steady her. Feeling my reassuring presence transmitted through my touch, her legs stop shaking and she looks up to meet his glare. Next to him, Tamura is holding out his hands in his own preparation to fight. But is that really necessary? I'm not even sure what the guy was trying to do given how much I was thinking at the time. Can you explain what you were trying to do? I promise that I'm paying attention this time. Everyone can see that he's impatient, but to my surprise he actually holds up his hand to stop Tamura from attacking. Grumbling, he listens, but given how quick he was to kill me when we first got to the bar, that doesn't really mean much. But my attention is completely focused on Potato Head, something that I'm only comfortable with due to the knowledge that Hime will have my back no matter what happens. The growl is clear in his voice when the man speaks. I have the ability to give and take quirks, as such I would like to take yours. Coming back from the dead is quite the feat. Something that I'd like to add to my own arsenal of quirks. Rest assured that I would allow you to have the quirk of your choice in exchange. You nodded, so I was under the impression that you'd agreed. Ah. I scratch my head sheepishly while Hime sighs beside me. Sorry about that, I was thinking about Tamura's dash. It's Shigaraki to you, Lootbot. I continue as if I wasn't interrupted. Quirk since my healing left a scar. The only time that's happened is when I intended for the wound to stay. See. To demonstrate, I pull up the sleeve from my jacket and reveal the scar carved from Himiko's name. Seeing me showing it off, Hime swoons. So romantic. Carving a girl's name into yourself is one of the best shows of affection. I raise an eyebrow without taking my eyes off of the two in front of me. One of? Then what would be the best? She glances up while tapping her chin with her index finger. Maybe spelling out my name with dead bodies? Ooh. Or blood. I think that I'd prefer blood, that way I can drink it later. But it would have to be somewhere that heroes wouldn't be trying to get rid of it. I nod before noticing that Potato Head and Shigaraki are getting impatient. Focusing back on the matter at hand, I clear my throat. Sorry again. Anyways, even if you obtained my quirk, there's no guarantee it would work for you. The people in charge of the afterlife are able to keep you there if they choose. I'm told that my soul just isn't valuable enough to do so. Seeing that I'm talking about my quirk, the two of them calm down and Potato Head rests his head on his fist. Interesting. And what exactly would make someone's soul valuable? I shrug. Dunno. Probably like, age and achievement or something. They did say that extremely atrocious or desirable souls are the main ones they'll stop from coming back. Apparently one of my handlers, as I call her, has a coworker who's been waiting on a soul for 200 years. They even have an entire team waiting to grab them when they eventually go down. There's silence as they process the information, and looking at Potato Head, I realize something. The top half of his head isn't how it's supposed to look, it's actually all scar tissue. I probably would have noticed earlier, but it's pretty dark in here. And his oxygen mask covers basically the only part of his head that isn't scarred, so I think I can be forgiven for not realizing sooner. And with this realization comes another. You won't heal your scars if you take my quirk and come back to life. Any damage from before your first death remains, except for around the time you die. And keep in mind, you have to die for it to activate. It is not any type of regeneration quirk. You die, you come back. Suddenly, I realize what we've been talking about. Wait a minute. You can take and give quirks. While Potato Head seems lost in thought, Shigaraki frowns at me while Hime rolls her eyes. Talk about bad lag. Yeah, cinnamon roll, that was a super late reaction. You feeling off from having your head turned to dust earlier? I wave off her concern as I pull out a fresh notebook and flick my wrist, suddenly holding a pen. That doesn't matter. A quirk like this overturns basically everything we know about quirks. I'm sure that this guy has taken at least one mutation-type quirk before, but it doesn't seem to have affected his own body. Which means that mutations might not actually be passive like everyone believes. They're more like nobody knows how to turn them off. I quickly tap my chin with the point of my pen, ignoring the mark it left as I go back to writing at a mildly slower speed than my muttering. Those healed muscles are really coming in handy. Or it could be that his quirk keeps them in a kind of storage, and they only become active when he wants them to. Still though, that would raise the question of whether or not he can give someone a mutation-type quirk and change it from passive to active, thus turning it from a mutation to a transformation type. What about animal types like Mirko? Would he be able to turn her fully human if he were to take her quirk? Her quirk literally turns her into a rabbit, but the only things that could obviously change for her are the ears and tail. Her leg strength is part quirk and part training, so would that strength be gone? Or would it stay? Ow. Feeling something hit me in the head, I give out the obligatory sound of pain even if I'm not in any. I'm told it's creepy if I just accept the hit and turn towards the person, who in this case is Hime with a palm-sized frying pan. Why do you have a frying pan? For when you go mega muttering super quirk analysis mode. Just look at that guy, he's basically passed out on his feet. I turn my head to follow where the pan is pointing only to see Shigaraki with glazed over eyes and slightly swaying. Hee. Whoops. But to both of our surprise, chuckling echoes throughout the room. The source? Potato Head. Ha ha ha. That's quite the mind you have there, boy. You've only just learned of my quirk, yet have already figured out quite a bit about it. Tell me, can you do this for any quirk? Tilting my head, I pull out one of my older notebooks and toss it to him. I really like quirks. At first I analyzed them because I thought it would help me to become a hero. But after All Might crushed that dream, I decided that I could make some good money from selling the information. I sheepishly rubbed the back of my head. Though I haven't gotten around to it yet. Hime has been looking for a broker we can work with that wouldn't try to take advantage of the fact we're so young. You really should go easier on how much you hit me, Hime. She seems to think about it for a moment. No cursing. My vision is a bit blurry now, but whatever. She's cute when she gets like this. If that's the case, I have a proposition for you. He smiles, but I have to object. Sorry, but you have to get Hime's permission first. I'm open to the idea, but I care about her too much to just have a casual fling with someone we just met. Even if I was oblivious to the fact we were dating until a few minutes ago. Ah, thanks cinnamon roll. I'm glad you care. We can talk about that stuff later though, it's serious talk time. I nod. Right. Sorry, Potato Head. I see a vain pulse on his head, but he takes a deep breath to calm himself. I would like for you to join Tamura's organization, the League of Villains. You do as he says, as well as provide analysis for those he targets. In return, all of your needs will be attended to. Money, weapons, training, whatever you desire, you will be provided. I look over at Hime to get her thoughts on the offer, but she just shrugs. Which is entirely unhelpful, but I get where she's coming from. As long as we have each other and freedom, it doesn't really matter where we go. Plus, this seems interesting. So I turn to Potato Head and nod. We'll accept your offer, but what's your name? I'm pretty sure you're going to kill me after this talk for calling you Potato Head this whole conversation and don't want it to happen every time. You may call me All for One. He extends his hand, and I'm sitting back in the darkness across from the lady. Wow, that pulsing vein can rival All for One's. Though this is the third time I've died today, so it's understandable. Summary. AFO tries to take Izuku's resurrection. It does not go as planned. Chapter text. AFO. The duo now reside at the bar where Tamura insists his base be, and I think that the time is now right. Obviously I intend to take the boy's quirk for myself. Even with it being unable to heal my old scars, coming back to life hours after having been thought killed is too valuable to leave in the hands of another. Of course, this rests on the caveat that I can take his quirk. I cannot take or give quirks from the dead. The Noma Dr. Garaki is working on are a small technical difference which allows the transfer. Even then it is not a sustainable process yet, it is likely that it will not be for a long while yet. But as for the boy, he has died. There is no point debating that when I completely destroyed the top half of his body in order to fully test his quirk. It certainly had nothing with him calling me Potato Head. I am above such petty trivialities, after all. Nor was I offended at their flirting in my presence. I am the most powerful man alive, should I wish for a relationship I would have won. But that is unimportant, what is the fact that I am currently using a quirk to ensure that the boy and girl won't wake up while I take his quirk. Given that his analytical skills would greatly benefit Tamura's growth, I'll likely grant him one of the regeneration quirks I possess. After ensuring that the boy won't wake up when my quirk enters him, I stretch my hand through Kurogiri's portal and grip his head. And that's where things go wrong. I do manage to find his quirk successfully, which means that it hasn't become cemented as a part of his soul. But when I grab a hold of it, instead of me pulling it out, it somehow pulls me in. In where? I am unsure, but that is the sensation I have. An odd feeling envelopes me, though it seems more focused around where my eyes used to be, and the world briefly turns blank, the various observation quirks I use having stopped functioning for a brief moment. One in which I now find myself in another location. I turn my head, seeing nothing but darkness outside of this small circle of light. I pause as realization hits me harder than All Might did. Slowly, I raise my hand in front of my face. And I see it. Somehow, my sight has been returned. And as I run my hands over my head, I find that they aren't the only thing that's been returned to me. My smooth silver hair is back as well. Not only that, but the scar tissue that covered the majority of my head is nowhere to be found. I'm pulled from my astonishment by an unexpected voice across from me. Well now, this is unexpected. I'm startled to find a woman suddenly sitting across from me, dressed in a professional business suit. Immediately I curb my expression, adjust my posture to project my superiority, and tilt my head just enough so that, while they are aware they have my attention, they are also intimidated by the fact that I am looking down upon them. Intimidation and manipulation is an art form, one that I've worked quite diligently to cultivate over my 2 centuries of life. Contrary to my expectations, she does not react to my sudden change in pressure, seemingly unaffected. Deciding to test her more, I utilize a quirk I obtained that enhances negative emotions such as fear or hate. Or at least, that is what I intend to do. Confused, I look down at my chest as the quirk fails to activate. I try again, obtaining the same result. Perhaps the woman is preventing its activation, similar to Eraserhead's quirk. But then who was the one to bring me to this place? She coughs, drawing my attention back to her. As I was saying, normally mortals are assigned their handlers at birth, and as such are incapable of falling under the jurisdiction of another. But it appears that the boy's quirk has managed to supersede the proper channels. With the mention of a quirk, I realize what is happening, though I find it difficult to believe. So then, this is the afterlife. But she does not confirm it, instead her response is the slightest of shrugs. While not entirely accurate, I have no interest in explaining this process once again. More to the point, this is quite the rare treat that has landed on my desk. She smiles, but it's no ordinary smile. While I hone my villainous smile to induce an optimal sense of inferiority in those who are faced with it, hers is a disturbing thing that cuts her face in half. The top half of her head swings open and a long, scaly tongue shoots out, piercing my chest before I can react. But there is no blood. I am uninjured. It zips back into her mouth as quickly as it exited and her head swings back to normal. Now frowning, she rubs her cheeks with her hands. That is quite an unpleasant experience. I am very glad that I rarely am assigned those who require using it. Though it seems that it was ineffective this time. Another discrepancy the boy's quirk has caused. It takes much more effort than it usually does to keep my emotions in check. I have no clue as to what just occurred, but I am fully aware that had it succeeded, it would not have ended well for me. But I shall not allow my panic to show. That was quite an unusual quirk. Given how I seem unable to use my own, I am quite curious about it. My observation is quickly rebutted, however. That was no quirk. Simply a tool assigned to each of us handlers to deal with troublesome mortals who try to escape from what is in store for them. It is quite amusing. They do not realize that even those who we deem fit to punish have a better fate than the ones who touch the darkness. I cast a wary glance around us, put on guard at her words. But alas, there is nothing I am able to do about it now. Instead I clear my throat. And I am unable to use any of my quirks because. The reason for that is twofold. She holds up a finger. 1. Quirks that are not mutations are unable to be utilized here. Even if they seem to break the laws of physics, they are still things of the mortal realm. This is not the mortal realm. A second finger joins the first. Second, they are not your quirks. You are aware of how quirks reside in both the body and the soul. It's not a question, she seems aware of my own interest in the subject, which has led to my plan for Tamura Shigaraki should he fail to meet my expectations. Still though, it is only polite to respond, so after I give a nod she continues. Here, souls usually are unable to interact with any except their handler, and since quirks are connected to souls. The quirks, as well as the connected soul, are with their respective handlers. I finish, a slight worry making its way into my voice. One that's easily picked up on by the strange being in front of me. Do not worry, each of the quirks you've collected are tethered to your own soul. So the only ones you will lose upon returning will be those whose connection has frayed. In other words, those you have not utilized for more than 10 years. While frustrating to lose any of the quirks I've collected, it is much preferable to losing all of them. I am simply satisfied to lose only that which I have not needed since before my battle with All Might. Still though, she continues. I would recommend not trying to steal the boy's quirk. It appears that any who touch it will be sent here, to me rather than their proper handlers. I see. So I am incapable of taking the quirk for myself? That is correct. Though even if you were able to take it, the boy returns here every time he dies. Eventually one of the higher-ups would develop a way to counter its protection and force his stay. There is simply no benefit to doing so for a simple snack. A snack? I question, confused at the sudden turn of conversation. Frowning, she taps an hourglass on the desk. That is correct. You see, we handlers and our supervisors require sustenance just as you mortals do. But for us, that sustenance comes in the form of a mortal's memories. Their personalities. Everything that made them during their lives. And once they have all been consumed, they are returned to the mortal realm to repeat the process. Interesting. So there is no true afterlife, eternal bliss versus eternal damnation? I cannot help but find that amusing. I suppose I will not be meeting all those I killed in hell like they claimed. As I said, I will not be explaining that. Though as it appears we are running out of time, I will leave you with a word of advice. Your soul will become fractured if you continue with your plan for Tenko Shimura, or Tamura Shigaraki as you named him. This means that your handler, who absolutely hates you, by the way, will be able to force you to suffer twice before your soul is returned to the mortal realm. And they in particular have a rather large mean streak. She looks up and I follow her gaze. Above us are what look like countless shooting stars, rapidly falling towards us. She speaks again, her words having gravitas as well as the familiar tone of a manipulator trying to get what they want. But given that you've somehow managed to encounter a different handler, despite that not supposed to be possible, there is an alternative. She meets my eyes and I feel a chill run down my spine. Give up on your dreams of immortality and world domination. Care for your charges. Treat them as your children rather than pawns. Do this, and when the time comes I will be able to claim your soul and make the process for consuming your life's experiences, neutral. I chuckle as the lights above grow brighter. Neutral? That is a rather interesting offer. She shrugs. I will not make your stay unpleasant, but neither will I work to make it pleasant. I will allow you to roam free in the space where I send mortals assigned to me. You do not need to tell me your answer now, I will know based on how you live the remainder of your life. The light is nearly blinding now, though the darkness around us has failed to be pushed back. I glance up and see a multitude of people falling towards me, all with furious expressions on their faces. Ah, the quirks I've stolen, I idly remark. Before they meet me and presumably send me back to the waking world, the woman says something that manages to break my composure. Oh, and do not inform the boy of this event, neither of what we've spoken of nor that you attempted to steal his quirk. Should you do so, you will suffer unimaginable horrors the likes of which even your assigned handler would cower from. Goodbye, Seto Shigaraki. I hope to see you again. The quirks slam into me and I am once again engulfed in nothingness. Once it clears I am back in my chair, my hand touching the boy's head. It appears that no time has passed at all since I've been gone. I withdraw my shaking hand, idly dismissing Kurogiri to rest as I do so. Once he is gone I bring it up to my breathing mask, gripping hard enough that I can feel the glass fracture. Though that is a negligent detail given I can quickly repair it with a quirk. No, there is something far more important. Seto Shigaraki. Somehow, that woman knew my name. I had long cast it aside when I decided to follow the path of a demon lord as inspired by the manga I read. But more than that, after I'd taken the mantle of my quirk, all for one, I'd forgotten it. It has been 170 years since I have heard that name, and the memory of that time flows through my mind. I stand atop a skyscraper, facing Yoichi Shigaraki, my brother who is dressed in a torn patchwork outfit that is meant to symbolize hope, justice, and all that those with naive ideals extol. He glares at me with such anger, but of course he does. For this is the last building standing in what was once the most populous city in Japan. Now it lies in ruins, the battles between both our forces having left a desolate hellscape behind. It is something that neither of us wanted. I wished to rule the city, while Yoichi wished for it to be a place of peace where people could follow their dreams. Of course, he does not approve of my own dream, so it would never welcome me. This is what he fails to understand: no matter what lengths he goes to, there will always be villains who seek to control or kill others. Under my rule, all would know who those people are and avoid them. Or perhaps I will establish a sort of Colosseum, such as the ancient Romans did, where one's bloodthirst could be slackened. But I'm pulled from my plans by my brother's words. Are you happy now, brother? Now that you've slaughtered a city, are you happy? I sigh, having long accepted our fate. Neither of us will stop the pursuit of our dreams, each that opposes the other on a fundamental level. One of us will have to die, and I have no intention of being the one to do it. This was never my intention, brother. Had your allies not ambushed my own forces, this city would have lived on under my rule. You are just as responsible for this as I am. I see in his eyes that he does not believe me, but of course. While I admired the demon lords in stories growing up, he always admired the heroes who would bring them down. I suppose keeping him locked away to avoid getting killed in my inevitable conflict with the world only reinforced his view. But it matters not, for you will fall here, and I will be reclaiming the quirk I'd given you. I raise a hand, the slightest pang going through my heart knowing that he will die here, that we will never reconcile. But it is quickly banished by his laughter. It is a laugh full of mockery, one that I never expected to hear from him. Did you know, brother, that I had a quirk? Shock flows through me, but he continues without waiting for a response. You have the ability to take quirks from others. I had the ability to give my own. Had? I questioned sharply. He nods happily, attention leaving his shoulders. That's right, had. I've passed it on now. Just as they will pass it on. And it will continue to be passed on until you are defeated. He turns away from me, stepping to the ledge in order to look out over the burning city with a sad expression before turning back with his arms spread. There will always be a hero to defeat the demon lord, Seto. We both know this to be true. But now, I'm tired, so just promise me one thing. My throat tightens, and an unpleasant feeling grows in my stomach. What, Yoichi? He smiles. The world will always need heroes. Even if they don't make an attempt on the final boss, the people need protection. So make sure they have them. And he lets himself fall backwards with a smug grin on his face. I could have stopped him. I could have used any number of quirks to fly down while he fell and stop him. I could have saved him. Instead, I decided to honor his last wish. A world of heroes, ruled by a demon lord. One among them will rise to fight while the others keep his kingdom safe. He always did do all the side quests in his games. Summary. Izuku needs a villain name. Chapter text. It's been about a week since Hime and I have joined the league, and I've been stuck on a certain question she asked me. Even now, while I'm training with one of the people AFO hired to boost my combat capabilities. I jump back, dodging the bumper that would have launched me into the wall. I know from experience that it would have at least cracked a rib. At least I still would have been able to fight. If they'd gone for my head it would have snapped my neck and killed me. I also know this from experience. This trainer has a quirk that's apparently often compared to pinball machines. They can transform their arms into something similar to the bumpers that the ball bounces off of. And just like those bumpers, they'll launch back whatever they hit with a sizable force, which is further enhanced by the size difference. This trainer is supposedly training me to help deal with quirks that only affect a person's body, which basically means that I have to hit them before they hit me. So dodging and quick attacks. And since they don't have to hold back in fear of killing their student, well, permanently at least, I'm told that I'm progressing at an impressive rate. Of course, that doesn't help if I'm distracted, as shown by my now broken arm. Still though, I managed to twist it so they missed the elbow they were aiming at, so I can count that as a minor win. But instead of pressing the attack, they stop. Okay, what's on your mind? They question me. It's clear that something's bothering you, and if it gets you killed here I won't be able to enjoy my break in peace. I sigh. The guy training me really enjoys the fact that he'll get long breaks every time he manages to kill me, but for some reason he won't be satisfied unless he earns them. I guess an outside distraction means he didn't earn it. Well, now that my girlfriend I blush at calling Hime my girlfriend, it just gives me a warm fuzzy feeling inside. Or it could be internal bleeding. Either works. And I have joined a villain organization. She decided that I should choose a villain name. I've been having a hard time deciding. They nod in understanding, which makes me relieved that I'm not overthinking it. It's good not to rush it. There's a lot to be said for a name. For heroes, it's supposed to give people hope. For villains, to inspire fear. Though if you go for something too ostentatious you'll probably be turned into a joke by the internet. Especially if you don't manage to live up to it. I nod, remembering one villain who called themselves Ultimate Arsenal of Unlimited Weapons. Admittedly their quirk was good, being able to conjure any kind of weapon into their hand with a gesture. The downside was that it was just the weapon, and they could only conjure one thing for each hand. And they couldn't go farther than 10 feet away from them or they disappeared. So guns weren't really useful, and any kind of bomb would have ended up hurting them as well. Really, they were a low-tier villain who relied on intimidation and bluffs to rob banks and scare away low-ranked heroes. When a hero with the guts to actually stand up to them confronted them, they got beat super easily. Apparently they hadn't even been training to use the weapons that would have been useful in close quarters. Anyways, with the truth of their quirk revealed, the internet was quick to mock them. From editing videos to make fun of their quick loss to a rookie hero, to memeing their quirk and name, nothing was forbidden. I won't go into details, but let's just say that they couldn't bear the shame of what people photoshopped them summoning and killed themselves in prison. And that's just one example of naming gone wrong. There are plenty of times villains have literally been laughed into submission by civilians after saying their name. Usually they're practically begging the police to take them away in those cases. I'm pulled away from the potential problems the wrong villain name could cause me when he continues talking. Of course, you could always go simple. Like me, my quirk treats whatever I hit with it like a pinball, so that's what I decided to call myself. Pinball. He chuckles. Doesn't hurt that it's fun when heroes expect me to be the pinball only to find out that it's them. Anyways, you could always base your name off your appearance if you have a certain look you always wear. Or even whatever fighting style you use. Maybe use jump or bounce in your name since you're always jumping around. Jumping, or maybe hopping, something about that tickles my brain, but what is it? As I think about why it seems familiar, my eyes are drawn to my jacket hanging by the door. Specifically on the hood, where the ears trail down. Suddenly, I nod, startling my instructor. Which makes me realize that I've been thinking for about 20 minutes. I know what I want my villain name to be. I just hope Hime likes it. I look at my instructor with determined eyes. I was told today's training wouldn't end until I managed to get one serious hit on him without dying, and now I'm more determined than ever to do so. I ready my knife, taking a loose stance with my knees bent and ready to launch myself in any direction. If I'm choosing that as my villain name, then I should live up to it. Let's get this over with. I've got a villain name to announce. I've decided that my villain name will be Midasagi. Hime just looks at me, her eyes a bit unfocused and her nose twitching cutely. Now that I've got rabbits on the brain, I'm really tempted to pet it. Eep. She lets out a cute noise and pulls her head back, squinting her eyes at me. What was that for? I giggle as I pull my finger back. When you smell good blood, your nose twitches and wiggles. It's adorable and I couldn't resist. She huffs with crossed arms. Maybe warn a girl next time. I thought you were going to pick my nose. I roll my eyes before returning to the start of the conversation. I decided on my villain name. I want it to be Midasagi. The Green Rabbit. She tilts her head at my choice. How come? I could see you choosing something like Midoriya because green describes you pretty well, or Usagi because you're like a rabbit, but combining the two? She shakes her head. That feels like you're too on the nose. I feel like Chisagi would be much better. I roll my eyes before grinning. You're just saying that because it means blood rabbit. No, I grin as my mind takes me back to my childhood, to thinking up hero names with Izumi. No matter what name either came up with for either ourselves, each other, or for our team, there would always be one thing that tied them together. Midori means green, which is the color of both our hairs. Hers long and straight like our mother's. Mine compact and curly, which I'm told resembles my grandfather's, though he died long before I was born. Midori means green, but for Izumi and I it meant much more. It meant that we'd become heroes. That we'd have each other's backs. I feel an odd wetness trailing down my cheeks as I explain, my grin still present. Midori meant that no matter what happened, we'd always be tied together in both of us being green. So now, my hands clench into fists as my grin turns into a snarl. Now she'll know that no matter what happens in the future, no matter what she manages to accomplish, she'll know that she is connected to a villain. One that she helped to make. I feel Hime wrap her arms around me and I cry into her hair, sobs racking through me. I don't know why I'm crying. I hate her. I hate my parents. I hate Kaken. I hate all of the people at my school who tortured me. I hate the neighbors who would throw bottles at me. So why? Feeling me start to shake, Hime bites into my neck to suck my blood. But it's not enough to calm me down this time. I'm too confused, too angry. I don't know what I'm feeling. My emotions are whirling inside me like a hurricane, battering my insides as they battle to make themselves known. The question was a whisper, but now it's ripped from my throat like a gong, filling the room and bursting into the hallway through the open door. Why do I miss her? It's stupid. I makes no sense. I hate her. But I miss her. Why? Why? With each word, my screams die down more and more until they're back to a whisper. The last words before I'm engulfed in the darkness of blissful unconsciousness, barely a breath in her ear. Why do I still think of her as my sister? 2 days after my, I wouldn't say breakdown, but unloading of my emotions in a loud and dramatic fashion, I find Hime missing and training cancelled for the day. It's weird since I've had training every day since we've gotten here, so the sudden change is making me nervous. More than that, Shigaraki invited me to play video games with him, but he hasn't tried to kill me a single time. Not even when I blue-shelled him in Mario Kart. There is something going on today and I don't know what. Thankfully the weird day is almost over, but as I sit down at the bar to eat a bowl of katsudon I can't help but be disappointed that Hime hasn't been around. I don't think I've ever gone a full day without seeing her ever since we met. The fact that she hasn't been around at all today is making me worried that she's getting tired of me. Who am I kidding? She probably is. I'm me, after all. The whole reason she originally stayed with me is because she likes how my blood tastes. Did she find someone else whose blood tastes like cinnamon rolls? Is she going to replace me? Maybe she found someone who tastes better, or she's just tired of cinnamon rolls. I know that people get tired of eating the same thing over and over again, so it's not hard to believe that she's not all that interested in cinnamon rolls anymore. Not to mention, thunk. Ow. I turn around with a happy smile on my face, which turns into a laugh at seeing a familiar frying pan in the hand of an overly muscled white-haired man. It looks like a toy in Himi's hands already, but now it's practically lost in her palms. They roll their eyes before their skin starts to slough off, though the oversized clothing remains, meaning that she probably took them off the guy for some reason. Not that I'm complaining, the loose clothes hanging off her petite frame is quite the sight. Not that I get to enjoy it much since I'm slapped in the face with a frame holding a piece of paper. Having achieved her purpose, Himi runs off to her room to get changed into her usual clothes, throwing a casual, "Happy birthday," over her shoulder as she does. Wait. I blink. Birthday? Blink, blink. Shigaraki puts a package in front of me, grumbling his own "happy birthday" glitch, before giving a quick explanation about how the League armored up my villain outfit so I'm less likely to die, as well as adding a couple things to help me be more rabbit-like. But I'm not really listening as I process what they both said. I blink a few times before realization hits. I jumped in April. 3 months have passed. My birthday is in July. Today is July 15th. My birthday is July 15th. I forgot my birthday again. Again? Questions Kurogiri, causing me to sheepishly rub my head. Yeah. See, the Yagi family never celebrated my birthday after I was diagnosed as quirkless. Which is dumb because they always made a big deal out of Izumi's birthday, who is my twin. Meaning we have the same birthday. So eventually I ended up just forgetting about it. Though occasionally one of them would leave some cake in front of my bedroom door, so that was nice. I think he nods before pulling out a notepad and a pen with narrowed eyes. Remind me, what is the location of your previous residence? Before I can tell him, we're interrupted by Himi barreling back into the room and bouncing in front of me. Did you look at it? Did you see it? Do you like it? I made sure to plan out the whole thing so nobody would notice. I didn't even kill the guy I disguised myself as and dumped a bunch of booze on him so he would just think he was drunk. So, do you like it? Taken aback by how proud she seems to be, I take a proper look at what she gave me. It's just a framed document. But seeing what's on the document, I feel tears coming to my eyes. It's a name change document. More than that, it says that the change would be applied to my birth certificate as well. No longer am I Izuku Yagi. Now I am Izuku Midoriya Usagi. I whisper, touched at the gesture. Not only do I no longer share a name with those people, but she even took into consideration my strange interest in maintaining a connection with my sister. Thank you, Himi. I love it. I smile at her through my tears, more grateful than ever that she found me that day. Summary. Himiko goes on a birthday hunt with Midasagi. Chapter text. It's been a couple of months since Himi and I have joined up with the League of Villains. Really though, so far they don't seem all that villainous. Other than manning the bar, Kurogiri mainly handles the transportation whenever someone goes out since Shigi is paranoid about someone following us back. Doesn't make much sense to me given how people randomly show up to eat and drink here like we did, but whatever. It might be because he kills most of the people who show up for getting drunk and bothering him, or if they bother Kurogiri they'll get portaled somewhere else. I'm not sure where they're portaled, but they never come back so it's safe to say it's probably somewhere inhospitable. I wonder if he can portal someone into space if he has the coordinates. Really, the only person that I know for a fact comes back is that information broker that told Hime about this place, whose name is apparently Jiren. Anyways, other than killing the people who annoy them above a certain level, which I can understand since I kill any of the older men who try to hit on Hime, they haven't really done anything overtly villainous. No robbing banks, killing sprees, etc. Honestly, outside of training, Shigi really only plays games. And he totally cheats at Mario Kart. The training I get here is nice though. Ever since I told everyone what I want my villain name to be, I started getting more specialized training. I spent so much time learning parkour and various leg techniques. Just last month, I managed to kick through an entire wall of cement. Yes, I shattered all the bones in my leg to do it, but I still did it. I haven't only been doing leg days though. I still did all the other training AFO had planned for me before that too. Which mainly consisted of hand-to-hand combat with various instructors as well as something that surprised me. He had people show me how to use a gun. I don't know why, but something about shooting a gun just feels right, like thousands of people are shouting out about how it doesn't fit me. Imagining their screams of outrage just brings me so much joy. Of course, Hime has kept up her usual knife handling lessons. AFO tried to get someone to teach me instead of her, but when she complained they suggested proving how good they are. They were not as good as they thought they were. Anyways, Hime stayed on as my knife teacher, though her lessons mainly amount to her stabbing/trying to stab me and having me study her movements. There's no denying her skill like that dead guy tried to do, but everything she knows comes to her like an instinct. To her, knives are a natural extension of her hands. It actually gave me an idea on what to do for her birthday present, and I'm really excited to give it to her today. But back to Sensei Hime. Since knives come to her so naturally, it's hard for her to describe exactly how to do what she does with them. Which is why she's so big on practical learning. Sure, I'm basically training with her in my underwear because Shigi complained about how inconvenient it is to keep replacing the clothes she cuts up. And sometimes she gets overly excited by all the blood and drains me dry. But now my knife skills are awesome. I'm obviously nowhere close to Hime's level, but I can hit the bullseye on the target every time. Of course, then Hime will show off her own skills and make a detailed copy of my face from thrown knives. One day, I hope to reach that level for her. However, that's for the future. Right now, I have the box with her present in front of me at the bar while I wait for her to come down from bed. At his usual corner of the bar, Shigi has his own present, as does Kurojiri. These two are really big on making sure that birthdays are celebrated. They even have a calendar where the only days are a person's birthday. Though AFO insisted that he be excluded for some reason, and apparently he worked hard to convince Shigi of it before it was accepted. Hime comes skipping down the stairs with a smile on her face and wearing her usual school uniform. She won't tell me what school it's from, and even though I could find out if it ever became a problem, I'll respect her privacy. Just like how she respects my privacy in regards to not prying into my middle school or family locations. Seeing her stop and her face light up seeing the gifts we've prepared spreads a smile across my own. She's going to be so surprised. Happy birthday, crazy. Shigi grumbles in his usual grumpy tone. She ignores his own nickname for her, instead just giggling as she gives her usual reply to it. Don't you know, Shigi? We're all crazy here. She jumps at him and gives him a hug, letting go to avoid the hand that tries to grab her arm. With a spin she picks up his gift, which makes me a bit sad since she didn't choose to open mine first. But I take solace in the fact that she'll love mine. Opening up Shigi's, she squeals in delight as she pulls out a long thin knife, the almost non-existent edge more than made up for by the clearly deadly tip. It's so sharp that you can see light coming off of its tip. It's called a stiletto. Made especially for stabbing and reinforced with a quirk to make sure the tip can puncture through anything. Anything? She asks before stabbing it down into the bar, much to Kurojiri's dismay. Hey! I'll have you know that this is not easily repaired. Sorry, Giri. Hime absently apologizes as she inspects both the tip and the hole in the bar. It went in super easily, so she shouldn't have any problem when it comes to people. Maybe it can even get through hardening quirks. Thanks is crusty, I love it. He growls at the use of that nickname, but it's not one of the worst we've given him, so he just grumbles under his breath. Next she opens Kurogiri's gift, and pulls out a pretty knife sharpener colored blood red. I know how much you enjoy doing maintenance on your blades, so I avoided the electric sharpeners. This is one of the best available. After a few moments spent examining it, she nods in satisfaction before giving him a smile. You're absolutely right. Those electric or automatic things just can't get them right. My babies need a personal touch. Kurogiri nods, I think, as the corners of his eyes turn up. It brings me joy to know that you are pleased. Another smile and she finally turns to me, making my heart beat a bit faster. Accepting the box, she opens it with a smile. One that remains even as she tilts her head in confusion. What she pulls out resembles a glove. Just, without the glove part. Instead, it's more of a frame of metal that goes over her hand. And where the fingers are, there are instead claws that extend a bit past her fingers into a deadly point with a slight gleam. There was no way I was going to let Shigi be the only one who has their present be reinforced with a quirk. Hesitantly, she puts it on. Despite the appearance, it's actually pretty simple. Just slide your hand into the wrist part and follow where the fingers go. It fits her hand perfectly, and a quick flex of her fingers causes the claws to retract so she doesn't have to worry about cutting herself on them when she isn't using them. Excited, I begin to explain. Since you're so natural at using knives, and your eyes are cat-like, I thought that you would enjoy having the equivalent of knives being strapped to your fingers. As you saw, just flex your hand to have the claws either retract or extend. It also has the same enhancement as the stiletto Shigi gave you. The best part is that you can just pass it off as a hand brace when the claws aren't out. She twists her hand, looking at it from all angles with a tilted head. She flexes her hand a few times and watches as the claws come out then go back in. After tapping her chin with one of the claws, showing how natural they feel to her, she nods. I like them. But they're going to take some getting used to, especially with how I use my knives. I nod enthusiastically. Obviously I knew that there was no way she would just abandon the rest of her knives, which is why I had it made so the claws can retract. They're not a replacement, but a guarantee that even if she were to, somehow, throw all her knives she would still have a weapon. And then a rare occurrence happens, AFO speaks from the TV. Then I suppose it is a good thing that it's time for Usagi to make his debut. Join him, and you may get to practice with your new weapons. Hime and I smile at each other, excited for this bit of news. Why, when we still kill on a semi-regular basis? Well, my debut will be killing my first hero. My target is the pro hero Slugger. His quirk is some kind of homing effect on the things that he throws, making sure that they always hit his target. It's similar to Snipe's quirk, except he has to throw them, so guns don't work for him. But his support item, which resembles a large green mechanical glove that stretches up his left arm, lets him throw things farther than he normally could. He's a pretty low-ranking hero, but he excels in minimizing damage to the area since he doesn't miss and has a ton of restraining items designed to look like baseballs. Of course, as I look down on him from the rooftop as he walks through a nearly empty street with his only sidekick, I know that his capturing skills won't mean anything when it comes to a surprise attack. Exchanging a quick glance with Hime, we both nod. She uses her new claws to climb down silently, the claws sliding through the stone with barely a sound. That's a really good reinforcement. Maybe I should get some of my weapons the same. But that's for later. While Hime climbs down to follow them from below, I continue to follow them from above. Once they're finally alone on the street, it's time to strike. Living up to my name, I jump down from the rooftop on top of the hero. He cries out in shock, and then pain when his shoulders crack under my feet. Landing on people from a rooftop jump does not end well for them. Luckily for him, the pain in his shoulders won't last very long. I bring my knife down, driving it through the back of his head in one smooth motion. As his body finishes collapsing under me, I roll off and spring to my feet, turning to Himi's fun. And judging by the bloody smile on her face as she holds the sidekick's heart in her hand, I know that she had a lot of fun. Even if it didn't last very long. It's a bit hard to tell under the blood on her face, but when she looks at me she blushes. Okay, I like this a lot more than I thought I would. So much blood. I chuckle as I pull up Slugger's shirt, revealing his back and get to work on what I want to use as my calling card. Not every villain has one, for obvious reasons, but since I want to get my name out there, I do. I knew you would like it. They just fit you perfectly. On his back I carve out a few words, ignoring the blood that splatters onto my mask and jacket. Himi reads it over my shoulder, her warm breath making my ear warm. Mito Mitter 3. A hop away, Mitasagi. She giggles, wrapping her arms around me as I stand up after one last addition to it. But it's a bit different from her usual hugs. She's rubbing her hands along my chest, and now that I'm not distracted I can tell that her breathing is a bit labored. We took these two down quick, so she shouldn't be tired. Did she jump around while following them? Laughing at how they didn't notice her while she was doing that does sound like something she would enjoy. But it's not. Instead, steam erupts from my face as she whispers into my ear. I think I want another present tonight. You. That drives away the last coherent thought I have as she calls Kurogyri and drags me through the portal into her room. What thoughts were those? The first was wondering if I was supposed to actually fight the hero to test the skills I've learned. The second was internal laughter at what my sister will think when she realizes that I've become a villain. After all, it's not like they think I'm dead. Summary. Izumi does therapy and gives into her anger. Chapter text. Izumi. I stare up at the now familiar ceiling, thinking back on how I ended up here. The verbal abuse. The physical abuse. How me ignoring Izuku at home led to me not realizing that our parents were also ignoring him. All the regrets I have. No. I started having regrets about what I was doing a long time ago. Before Bakugo's suicide baited him. Before I would wrap his injuries and bring him home after finding him passed out somewhere, apologizing all the while even knowing it would happen again. Before middle school. Before he met Shoko. I've had regrets ever since I stopped acting like his sister. I just buried them under the flimsy justification that it wouldn't be nearly as bad as what would happen if he tried to become a hero. I always held the shovel that would have let me dig them up, to stop and act like the sister I should have been. But I let someone else hold on to it too. Bakugo's hands were on the shovel. He didn't try to take my hands off of it, he didn't even hold it tightly. But the fact that he was there, the fact that I would have to pull away from him to let myself realize just how badly I wanted to stop. I think that I was scared. I whisper. What scared you? She asks gently. I swallow. That I'd lose the only friend I had. Even if I had stopped, I don't think that Bakugo would have. He might have even started doing worse to him. I let out a self-deprecating snort at the thought. Not that things didn't end in the worst possible way. She holds out a tissue to me, and I use it to dry some of the tears that have leaked out. And you didn't think that your brother would have forgiven you. It's not a question, but I nod all the same. Things had gotten bad. Even though you helped me come clean with the detective about everything we did to him, I don't think they really understand. Even my parents, when I told them about him covering up the scars we gave him, they just told me that it's okay. I accept another tissue and hold both of them against my eyes as the tears won't stop. They acted like it wasn't my fault. Like I wasn't one of the biggest reasons he jumped. Like he wouldn't have blamed me. Would he? I choke out a laugh as the tissues are overwhelmed, a stream of tears now flowing steadily past them. That's the worst part. He wasn't the type of person to hate others. No matter what we did to him, he'd never look angry. Just sad. Any time I saw him when he wasn't with Shoko he was sad. I'm the reason he was always sad. My breathing starts to come in quick bursts, the now familiar signs of me starting to hyperventilate being curbed when my therapist places her hand on my own. A calm feeling flows up my arm and to my chest, slowly returning my breathing to normal. I swallow back the bile that wanted to come out, something that the trash can next to me can attest is also something that's become familiar. Thank you. I whisper. Of course, Izumi. I'm here so you can come to terms with everything and heal. It's a bit hard to do that with the smell of vomit though, which is why I'm glad you agreed to allow my quirk to be used in our sessions. I don't look at her, still just staring at the ceiling, but I can hear the smile in her slightly joking tone. Her quirk, calming touch, does exactly what it's named for. When she touches someone, she can send them feelings of calmness. It's not strong though, so if other feelings are strong enough it can be fought off. Hence the can. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly as I recenter myself. Okay. I can continue. I swallow. I don't think he would have hated me. At least, not until that day. But he also never would have given up on his dream. I would know. A small sardonic smile appears, one that disappears as I continue. But when things got to be too much for him, when the hero he admired the most told him his dream was unattainable, the brother I knew wasn't capable of hating anybody. But the one who jumped? I think that he deserved to stop holding himself back, to let himself hate the people who put him there. I finally look away from the ceiling, meeting my therapist's hazel eyes with my blue ones. So yes, I think that he would have blamed me. He would have blamed all of us. And I'm glad he did. None of them are casting blame, even though we all deserve it. So the thought of him blaming us from wherever he ended up makes me happy. He doesn't need to hold himself back anymore. She's silent, casting a quick glance at the clock to gauge the time. She's not wondering how much longer I'm here, or rather, she is, but not in the way most people would. She's not thinking of when she can go home, but which of my issues she can address in the time we have left. She has a hero's heart, always wanting to help. Just like Izuku. She sighs, seeing that we're just about out of time for the day. Still though, she's kind enough to send me off with some last bit of advice as I stand. You are trying to change for the better. You are making progress. I think that he'd be proud of how far you've come from who you were when you first walked in here. I smile sadly as I drop the tissues in the trash can. As I pull my jacket from the rack next to the door, I whisper, too bad he isn't here to say that himself. I'm gone before she can respond, not that I want her to. I deserve to feel like this, I deserve to suffer just like he did. But I'm a coward, I think, as I make my way to the place I'm doing my community service at. If I wasn't, then I'd be making sure I feel the same things he felt every day for years. Thoughts of how I should have been better, of how he deserved better than someone like me swirl in my head, and before I know it, I'm at Trash Beach. It's the nickname everybody gave it since it basically became a landfill. But I've definitely made some progress. I look on at the section of the beach I've managed to get clean with some pride, my mood lifting just a bit. I'm glad that Dad managed to get this place to count for my community service. Once it's clean, it's going to be beautiful. Speaking of Dad, I can see him in his normal form over by the dock. I send him a wave which he returns. He sits on his chair as he watches me clean, shouting suggestions while he does. Things have changed since that day. And it only got worse when I helped bring everything to light. The house is a lot quieter, and our meals that were once filled with lively conversation are now eaten in silence. Mom tries to get us talking while we eat, but it rarely lasts long. Honestly, while what happened clearly affected Dad and me, it feels like she hasn't been affected at all. I hate it. Bakugo is another person who hasn't changed, though his situation has, from the way his mom tells it when she comes over. Apparently Masaru isn't letting either him or Auntie curse in the house anymore, though he hasn't been able to do anything for either of their shouting. He set up a couple of swear jars for any time either Bakugo or Auntie mess up, and he thinks that he'll have enough to go on a personal vacation soon. As for my own relationship with Bakugo, well, there isn't one. Not anymore. After I came clean about how bad things were, he got mad and shouted about how I was selling him out and looking down on him. After that we haven't really interacted anymore. And I think that's for the best. I was lonely for a while, but have managed to make a couple of friends at my new school that have helped me to realize what a toxic person he is. Speaking of, Aldera has been closed down, with Principal Nizu helping to get most of the students enrolled in other schools as quickly as possible. Well, for the ones that didn't get arrested at least. When everybody was investigated, it was revealed that some of them had actually committed crimes beyond what they were doing at school to Izuku. So they got sent to youth detention centers. Most of the teachers were arrested as well due to encouraging and sometimes participating in Izuku's abuse, as well as allowing the students unrestricted use of their quirks. The few who were found to have done their best to oppose and change the school were found jobs elsewhere, to which they were incredibly grateful for. Shoko vanished, and I haven't heard anything regarding how she's doing. It's only expected though, it's not like she would have any reason to reach out to us. She has every right to hate us, and it's not like we were friends anyways. I only hope that she won't do anything that she'll regret. I know just how much it eats away at you. The rest of the day passes like that, with me cleaning the beach both physically, and with my quirk. Dad told me that he got permission for me to use it so I wouldn't get in trouble, which I appreciate. It turns out that cleaning this place is great training, and I'm confident that when the time comes I'll be more than ready for the UA entrance exam. I just hope that Bakugo is making progress with his own therapy so that I can actually take it. You don't deserve it. You aren't a hero, and you shouldn't pretend that you are. I know. Why are you even trying? You'll just end up hurting someone the same way you hurt your brother. No. I won't make the same mistake. Someone's in denial. Remember the nicknames you two had for each other? Stop it. Zuzu and Zizi. The future hero duo of Midoyum. Shut up. But that didn't happen, now did it? The nickname stopped after he was diagnosed as quirkless. The dream is dead. Hey. How about Yumakira for your new fake hero name? Dream Killer. Shut up. I crush a dilapidated washing machine into a crumpled ball, using the sound of screeching metal to try and drown out the voice. Because that's what you are. Your entire family killed his dreams, so he decided that he might as well follow. It's all your fault. I know, I whisper. I work the rest of the day in silence, finally getting my mood back to normal by the time the sun begins to set. I've long gone past the time required for my community service this week, but I need to do something to show that I can be helpful. Something to prove to myself that I can be a hero. Normally Dad would take the both of us home for dinner now, but he holds up a hand to stop me from heading to the car. Curious, I watch him take a deep breath. You know that I'm really All Might, and you know about my injury, but you don't know the whole truth. You don't know about my quirk. I breathe in sharply, my eyes going wide. Even after he revealed himself as All Might, and a month later Mom told me the truth about her quirk and being cufflinked. But even then, Dad never talked about his quirk, always seeming sad whenever it was brought up. My quirk's name is One for All, and it's special among all other quirks. I hold back the urge to roll my eyes. No two quirks are exactly the same, so of course it's special. All quirks are special. But when he continues, I feel as if someone poured a pool's worth of cold water on me. I shiver, I freeze, my entire body stiffens in shock. My quirk can be passed down to someone else, outside of them simply being born with it. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. I say nothing, my mind racing. My thoughts jumbled into a ball with nothing making sense. Only for them all to crumple at his next words. I want you to inherit my quirk. He says as he goes into his All Might form and plucks a hair from his head. Eat this, and the power of the number one hero will be yours. I don't reach out for it. I don't move at all, my face shadowed as I stare at the ground. After 5 minutes, he clears his throat and prompts me with the hand still holding it, wanting me to take it. Finally, I move. My hands clench into fists, I wrap them in my telekinetic power, a new trick I've managed to do to reinforce my body, and swing upwards. My fist buries itself in my father's gut, going deeper than it should due to him missing some of his internal organs. But I'm too pissed to think about that. As he drops to his knees, reverting to his normal form with an expulsion of blood, I growl at him, my eyes literally glowing with rage. You've had a quirk that can be passed on this entire time. And you didn't think to give it to your quirkless son. Or even mention that it's a fucking option. He struggles to his feet, one arm across his stomach as he tries to stammer out a reply. I talk over the pathetic attempts at justifying himself. Do you not realize how much you could have prevented if we had known? He wouldn't have been bullied. I wouldn't have bullied him. He could have been a hero. Why the hell would you not tell us this? He swallows, clearing the blood dribbling down his chin with his sleeve. I didn't want him to end up like me. You've seen my injury. I didn't want to have to see him suffer the same way. My mind latches onto the first thing he said, and a horrifying feeling washes through me. Dad, you said that your power can be given away. My words are a whisper as I take a step forward, and he takes a step back. Was your quirk given to you by someone else? Another step forward, another step back. Were you quirkless? A final step has him bumping into the stairs of the pier and falling backwards onto them, one hand held up as if to ward me off. Why yes, I was, but that's not important now. I regret not giving him one for all before, but I've seen how hard you're working to be someone he could have been proud of. That's why I want you to have it now. To be the hero he would have wanted you to be. I stumble backwards, as if his words were a physical blow. Tears pour from my eyes as my breathing becomes erratic. I scramble through my jacket's pockets, pulling two things that I always have on me now. The first is a bottle of my prescribed pills, of which I take one and swallow. The second is a paper bag that I hold to my mouth, watching as it rapidly inflates and deflates. The pill, plus the bag helps me to calm down without too much time passing, only 10 minutes, and I pocket them again as I look at my father, who's standing in front of me with his hands raised as if unsure of what to do. My glare has him flinching back, and I scowl as I turn around, deciding to walk home. Before I do though, I leave the most honest words I can say behind. You could have helped him achieve his dream at any point in our lives. You chose not to. You were the same, and you decided that he wasn't good enough because he didn't have a quirk. I don't know who it was that passed one for all down to you, but they made a mistake. Summary. Toshinori is pulled into the vestige realm. Also, Inko's a bitch. Chapter text. All Might. I sit on the couch at home and sigh as I look down at the table in front of me, my daughter's words ringing through my head. They made a mistake. I sigh again, looking towards a shelf holding family pictures. Except that there are only a few that have Izuku in them after he turned 4, and none from the past 7 years, at least. She's right. Nana would be disappointed in me. I look back at the table, or rather, what's resting on it. A bottle of whiskey and a miniature shot glass. Really, it's more of a joke item than something meant to be used. Drinking any kind of alcohol in any content is a bad idea, is putting it lightly. A normal-sized cup of the stuff would kill me. But at this size? Well, it's only a gamble on whether or not I end up feeling intense pain. Normally not something to risk just to have it coat my tongue. But sometimes, the risk is worth it. Luckily for me, my wife has been doing night patrols the past few weeks, so she's not here to get rid of the American favorite. I've had the bottle for years now. I'd originally gotten it back when my son was 4 to drink as a celebration for passing on one for all when he came of age. But with one last sigh, I fill even trying to refer to this thing as a cup is a joke. It doesn't even fit enough to fill the cap of the bottle. Still though, it's enough to get a taste of it. It's the next best thing to actually drinking it. So after resealing the bottle and putting it back in its hiding spot, I down it. I let the taste of it fill me, enjoying the long-forgotten burn as it rolls across my tongue. One that's gone all too soon as it's absorbed due to how dry it is. Still though, it manages to ease the tension in my shoulders by just a hair. And since the taste itself will linger, I'll be able to fall asleep feeling as if I'd actually drunk some. Maybe even have a dream about being able to actually do that. I am not having a dream where I'm able to drink whiskey without dying. Instead, I stand in front of 7 stone thrones on top of which sit 7 people. Each of who has some kind of disappointed or angry expression on their faces. But what hurts the most is that I recognize one of them. My teacher. My mentor. The person who believed in me to carry on her legacy. Nana Shimura. Her face is shadowed by her hair, but the abject disappointment and twist of her lips tells me all that I need to know. Whatever I'm doing here, wherever here is, it's not good. The first to speak is the person in the center, a skinny man with mop-like, scraggly white hair. Toshinori Yagi. Also known as All Might. The symbol of peace. You had the chance to pass on one for all to a worthy successor. One who, like you, desperately wanted to help people with all their heart. Even if they had no quirk of their own. But instead, you told them to give up. That they didn't have enough power to accomplish their dream. A man with a large scar across the center of his face scowls at me. Though I'm taken off guard by his resemblance to young Bakugu, I try to defend myself, but it's like I can't open my mouth, can't move. A man whose jacket covers the lower half of his face is the next to speak. We can all see through your eyes, so we can see all that which you see. Even if you don't realize you're seeing it. I gulp, knowing what that means. They've seen how Izuku was treated his whole life, including the neglect. You acknowledged the growth your daughter has gone through, and attempted to name her your successor. Though her past actions are reprehensible, we were willing to accept it. A man with pale blonde hair and 2 straight scars stretching down his face over one eye and past his lips speaks, and I'm happy that they approved of my choice, only to be engulfed in self-admonishment as he continues. But once again, due to your own actions, we've been denied one who deserves the power to induce change. Even if she would not have survived it, she could have done great things before she perished. My head shoots up at that, concern outweighing my other negative emotions. She wouldn't have survived? What do you mean? I try to say the words, but am unable to. Still, they seem to understand, and my master is the one to answer, her voice heavy with regret. Toshi, no. Yagi. My heart breaks hearing her reject calling me my name as she always had. A sign that our deep bond that developed as more than teacher and student is gone. There was a reason I chose you as my successor. More than your heart, it was a test. A test? What kind of test could inheriting one for all be? You see, fourth, she gestures to the man with 2 scars, did not fall to all for one. He did not engage him in battle at all. Instead, he hid himself in the wilderness and relentlessly trained the quirk in the hopes that his own successor would have the power to defeat him. Training that resulted in his death. The bald man with a pair of goggles on his head speaks. See, the quirk got too powerful. His body couldn't contain all of it. So it kept struggling to keep it in check, but one day it couldn't keep up. One for all killed him. Which is where you came in, Yagi. After finding out what happened to Fourth, I investigated. It led me to an unexpected conclusion. Anyone with a quirk who inherits One for All will die an early death as their body tries to contain more than twice the power it was meant to handle. She raises her head, and I can finally see the anger in her eyes as tears roll down her cheeks. I thought that you, a quirkless boy with a heart of gold, would be able to not only survive, but surpass all of the previous users. I thought that you could bring an end to All for One. I was right, but also wrong. She takes a breath as the anger intensifies. You've lived longer than any of us, and your power is more than what any of the previous users could summon as well. You critically wounded All for One to the extent that he hasn't made any noticeable moves in years. My eyes widen. Wounded? No. I crushed his head. He should be dead. Seeing my panic, the first speaks again. One for All and All for One are connected. Should my brother have died, we would know. But our battle is not over. Nana, seemingly losing patience, jumps to her feet with a sharp movement. And you decided to reject the perfect successor. He was quirkless, which means he wouldn't have been killed by the quirk. He had a heart of gold, even after what he'd experienced. If it had been anyone else, I wouldn't be surprised if they turned to villainy. Hell, I might have supported that choice. She takes a deep breath before letting it out slowly, her next words barely above a whisper. But he also had you. You who could have raised him so that he would have full knowledge of the quirk. So that he could improve himself for the longest time. Who could have been the best of us. But instead, her tone goes cold, her words sharp barbs that dig into my skin. Instead, you grew arrogant. You began to believe that you and the quirk were one and the same. You didn't want to give it up, don't deny it. She shouts, apparently able to tell how I wanted to object. Another breath. It is your actions that drove your son to his decision, which has dissuaded your daughter from accepting this power. She turns away, leaving the circle of light. Her words echo from the darkness as everything fades away, hammering into my mind as true sleep engulfs me. You desired to hold this power for as long as possible. So keep it you will. Should you encounter someone new who we deem worthy of inheriting One for All, you will know. When that time comes, you will make the offer, no questions asked. Your daughter spoke the truth. I did choose the wrong successor. Inko. I come home to a silent house, which is no surprise given how late it is. I'm sure that Izumi is tired from a long day of school followed by trying to clean Trash Beach. I can't help but roll my eyes when I see Toshi asleep in our room. I don't know why he insisted on that for her community service, there's no way that it will stay clean even if she manages to get it there. I'm sure I could have pulled some strings of my own to get her assigned to my agency for her punishment, but he insisted on that. Maybe it has to do with his delusion about being able to pass his quirk on to others. While uncommon, it's not really unheard of for a person's quirk to affect their mental state. But thinking that he can just give it away? That's a new one. I can't help but scoff at the thought. Really, giving away a quirk? What nonsense. Why, if the number one hero were able to give his quirk to another person, then he'd just be making himself quirkless. I hold back a derisive laugh at the thought. The number one hero, All Might himself, becoming a quirkless. The thought is so ridiculous that it's funny. Quirkless aren't worth our time. They're less. I didn't always think this, of course. But after finding out that my own son was one of them? Well. With all the comments I heard from those who knew, is it any wonder that I tried to find comfort where I could? It was them who showed me the truth. Who showed me that the quirkless are relics with no place in modern society. It wasn't my fault that he'd come from my body. Just bad luck. I thought that, if he ended up running away, we could finally be happy. That's why I decided to let everyone think that he'd actually committed suicide. He had a smile when I'd passed him by that day, so why should I care? He would be out of our lives, he'd be happy, wherever he'd end up. It was a win-win for everyone, which was already more than he deserved. But instead, our home lost the feeling that it was a family. Neither my husband nor my daughter want to talk, though Toshi tells me that they do manage some conversation when coming back from Trash Beach. But we're not happy. And it's all the fault of that quirkless brat. I should have listened to the others and just gave him to an orphanage or something. But what's done is done. All I can do is try to help the two of them. And if that means lying to my husband and searching for him on my own, fine. I'll make him apologize to the two of them for faking his death, then make sure he experiences actual death. It's what the quirkless deserve, after all. Summary. Bakugo is delusional, the Todoroki family is healing, and Nizu makes a distressing realization. Chapter text. Bakugo. I scowl as I throw another punch, the bag swinging on its chain. That shitty therapist I'm forced to go to kept blabbering on about how I'm too angry all the time and suggested going to the gym to try and work out my aggression with a healthy outlet. As if I didn't work out all the damn time. If I didn't work on my muscles, especially the ones in my forearms, then I wouldn't even be able to use my own damn quirk. Does that dumbass not realize that explosions produce shockwaves? Or that resistance doesn't mean immunity? It's like he's a goddamned idiot. With a shout I slug the bag like I would someone's stomach and it bends as it rises a bit. The chain causes a racket as the bag yanks it back down, making me scowl at the noise. That kid really has some strong arms. He'd make a great boxer. Dude, don't bring it up with him. Last time someone did that he nearly broke their arm. Seriously? Yeah. Don't you know his nickname? It's Dash. I whirl around, barely holding back the urge to let out some explosions along with my irritation. I can hear you damn extras whispering back there. Hearing my shout, the two idiots scramble away, running out the gym's doors. I scowl, turning back to the bag in front of me with a huff of annoyance. Damn pansies can't even stand up to a bit of yelling and they think that they can talk smack about me? I start wailing on the bag, my hits coming hard and fast. As if I'd settle for becoming a shitty boxer. I'm going to be the #1 hero. My punches start hitting harder, matching the rage rising inside me as I vent about the shitty stuff that's been happening. That shitty principal decides to make my life harder because that shitty Deku decided to give up on his shitty life. My shitty therapist tells me to do the same shit that I already do all the damn time as if it would make any kind of damn difference, and to top it OFF, that shitty Izumi decided all this shit wasn't enough and got OFF easy by playing the fucking victim. Meanwhile I'm told that the only reason I'm not being arrested is because I have All Might himself backing me. What the fucking hell is even going on anymore? I give out a wordless scream as I put 100% into my punch, the bag swinging with such force that it hits the ceiling. I take a step back, catching my breath as it falls, the chain supporting it somehow still not having snapped. But that just pisses me off more, like it's mocking my punches. Saying that they're too weak to break it. Too weak to break that shitty nerd's unattainable dream. With a scowl, I turn around, snatching my towel and water bottle before leaving the empty building. Obviously I knew it was empty before I started shouting. Despite what those damn extras think, I'm not an idiot. I know that I can't go around talking about All Might like I personally know him. Not only would that invite questions, not even just including those crappy vultures who call themselves news teams, but also villains. All Might's personal life is on the level of a national secret, so any slip-up and I can kiss my entire life goodbye. Maybe even literally. I know that my shitty parents won't try to stick up for me. They've made that clear ever since Deku jumped. The old hag has been bitching at me more and more, nitpicking everything I do. Even when I was leaving for the gym to work out at least a bit of my irritation, she wouldn't shut up about being back at some random-ass time. Before, she'd just tell me to be back before dinner. Now? I'm lucky if I can go out for more than a couple hours without the two of them threatening to throw me on my ass. Not that I even have anyone to hang out with anymore. With Aldera closed down, most of the extras who I let be my lackeys have gotten sent to other schools than me. Finger Freak even got arrested. The few who ended up in the same school as me avoid me like the fucking plague, and the new bastards are too fucking stupid to see how far I'm going to go. There's even some shitty extra with a bird head that says he plans to go to UA. And he's always speaking in damn riddles and saying, revelry in the dark all the damn time. What the fuck does that even mean? The worst part is that I don't even have someone to vent to. Normally Izumi would listen when I describe how irritating all these shitty extras are, but she fucking betrayed me. She told the fucking cops that I nearly killed Deku on a regular basis, and that he had all kinds of scars from it. As if that were true. No matter how badly I beat that shitty nerd, he'd always show up the next day like nothing ever fucking happened. Like he was saying I was too weak to stop him. He was looking down on me, and it pissed me the fuck off. That bitch better watch her back in UA. Because she's on my shit list. Shoko. I sit at the dinner table, observing Fuyumi as she serves the meal with a happy smile on her face. Across from me, Natsuo looks at her with a fond expression. A far cry from the scowl he directs at our father sitting at the head of the table. Still though, he'll stay for the whole meal and won't pick any fights. He's come a long way since father gathered us all together 5 months ago. 5 months ago. Father has gathered all of his children, who aren't dead, for a family dinner. The first that I can remember. Fuyumi seems happy about it, though Natsuo looks like he's on the verge of flipping the table. As for me? I don't really care. Does it really matter if we eat together or separately? For me at least, it's not like it will make me feel better or worse. Ever since it happened, I haven't really felt much of anything. Like the world, previously made of color, has become monotone shades of gray. Not literally of course, I'm not colorblind. Izuku always told me that I need to work on separating the metaphorical from the literal, so I've been working hard on it. My siblings have helped me a bit with this, but it's difficult. Sometimes when I think someone is talking metaphorically, they're talking literally, and vice versa. Sometimes I wonder why I even try, but it's something Izuku said to me, so I'll keep going. Just like I'll keep on my path to becoming a hero. To make sure I'm the light for those who need it. Someone who will bring them warmth in the cold, or cold in the heat. I'm not sure that came out like I meant it. Father enters the room, looking at us all imperiously even if he isn't using his flaming facial hair. He sits at the head of the table with crossed arms, moving his gaze over the three of us. He clears his throat. I am aware that I have not been the best father. He ignores Natsuo's snort, keeping a stoic expression as he continues. While I know that I cannot simply apologize and expect forgiveness, I will still do so. I am sorry. He bows his head, causing Natsuo to look at him with his jaw hanging open and Fuyumi holding a hand to her mouth in surprise. I simply raise an eyebrow. Recent events have caused me to realize how important family is. And how much my goal of surpassing All Might has blinded me. It is not worth tearing our family apart. What? Natsuo shoots up from his sitting position, his hands clenched into fists. You have the nerve to say that after everything that's happened. Everything you've done. Father says nothing, keeping his head bowed as my brother shouts his grievances at him while Fuyumi has her hands raised to try and calm him down, to no effect. You sent Mom to a mental hospital. Tuya is dead. And you have the nerve to realize that your stupid rivalry wasn't worth it now. What about us? How do you think it feels to hear that? Father raises his head, seeing the tears flowing down Natsuo's cheeks for the first time. But he makes no move to get up, no move to comfort him. I'm not sure he even knows how to comfort someone. What he does do, though, is speak. I'm sorry. I have no other words to express just how deeply I regret my actions. But I will be taking steps to at least try to help us become a family. The first of which is hiring a family therapist, as well as having your mother move to a facility where they focus more on treatment for patients rather than simply caring for them. Natsuo is shocked into silence, which I fill with my own question. Where would she be moved? Will I still be able to visit her? He nods. You will. In fact, the person I'm hiring for us has already recommended that all of you visit her once she's moved as the first step in trying to bring us together. I raise an eyebrow, taking note of what goes unsaid. You won't visit her? He looks away. I don't believe that seeing me would help her. It might even make things worse. But you want to. And I'm guessing that the therapist said you should too? Silence again, this time with my siblings staring at me with wide eyes. Eventually, father chuckles. You've become quite observant, Shoko. I nod as I frown, my eyes looking down. Izuku analyzed everything that he could, and had a tendency to mutter his thoughts out loud. I guess I picked up some of his skills. As we eat, I realize just how far our family has come. Father even worked up the courage to go and see Mom 2 months ago. Yes, he came back with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder because she panicked when he walked through the door and shot an icicle at him, but after that they did manage to talk through a closed door. With several people keeping watch to make sure there were no more incidents. I've finally managed to make peace with what happened to Izuku, and the world has color to me again. I won't ever drop my hate for the Yagis and Bakugo though, no matter how much the therapist says it isn't healthy. It's not the type of thing you can just forgive. But for our family? There's no fighting at the table, no snide remarks, and even Natsuo's scowl has mostly faded away. There's no laughter, and Fuyumi is the only one with a smile, but father never smiles anyways, and I'm told that my facial muscles aren't very responsive. Still though, the dinner is nice. We're not there as a family yet, but we're on our way. Third, UA. Nizu frowns as he stares at his computer. Obtaining police records while leaving no evidence is a simple matter for him. Not even worthy of being called a chore. But the police's poor defense against the hacking of the so-called Rat Satan or Rat God, depending on if he's decided you will be entertaining to him, is not why he's frowning. Instead, it's the report on the death of the pro-hero Slugger. It's not his death itself that has the principal worried. As much as he wishes it were otherwise, these types of things do happen from time to time. No, it's how efficiently he was taken down. There was no signs of a struggle, from either him or his sidekick, despite how brutally the sidekick was killed. He doubts that it's very pleasant to have one's heart torn out of their chest. Which means that they were both taken down in a single blow, which means that two villains made plans to kill them in advance. Additionally, there is what he presumes will be their signature. A childish breakup of the word Midori, meaning green, and doodle of a rabbit. Likely in reference to their name, Midasagi. What's most concerning to him is how there was no sign of them appearing beforehand. Usually villains like this would start off making their mark on civilians, then target a hero when they've built up their confidence and skills. For example, he is aware of how the formerly labeled Stendhal worked as a type of mercenary for various organizations before donning the Stain persona and targeting the stains on Hero Society. But this Midasagi? There is no sign of them before they targeted Slugger. No oddly adept assassinations, no markers that one could take to represent either a Midori or Usagi. Nothing. It makes him worry that the person in possession of Izuku Yagi's notebooks has finally decided to make their move. Summary. Midasagi's first debut didn't make the news, so it's time to try again. Chapter text. Okay, to be fair, All for One never told me how I should make my debut. But yes, in hindsight it does make sense that he intended for me to make a spectacle of it to get my name out there. Not to mention putting the combat skills I've been learning to the test. Neither of which had gotten done after my attack on Slugger. The news only reported that a new villain murdered the pro-hero Slugger and his sidekick. No mention of my villain name at all. And as for skills, well, at least I got to test my parkour and stealth skills in a real-life environment. Stealing Shiggy's hands and hiding them around the bar can only give me so much practice, after all. Even if the consequences of, in his words, failing a stealth check are more serious than out on the streets. Depending on who you ask. Probably. Anyways, since my first debut was lacking any actual debut-ness, I'm back to try again a week later. My new target? The hero known as Red Gauntlet. His quirk lets him connect with two objects of his choosing and control them with his mind. It's honestly pretty impressive, and his skill with manipulating them shouldn't be underestimated. Of course, the weakness for it should be obvious. If someone manages to immobilize them, then he's basically fighting quirkless. At least if my theory about how long it takes to make and break connections is right. But it should be, since he never tries to connect with anything in the environment when he fights. Still though, I don't think he'll be an easy opponent. Especially in an open space with a crowd watching. Acrobatics are much harder to perform in open spaces, but I can take comfort in the fact that all the signs littering his patrol route mean I'll still be able to put my hops to good use. As for how I'm going to start my challenge to him, I'm still thinking about that. I don't want it to be boring or generic. It's got to stand out enough that I can trademark it as a Midasagi special. But if I try to make it too showy, then it will just come off as ridiculous. I don't really have a reason to attack random people when I'm specifically targeting the hero either. Sure, I don't really care if they get caught up in what happens, but attacking them just to declare my challenge to the hero feels kind of tasteless. I wish Hime was here, she'd have an idea of what I could do. But then again, she would probably just go up and stab him, which would mean that I wouldn't get to test my skills again. Still though, Wamlagnat. I'm pulled from my thoughts by a hand tapping my shoulder, causing me to jump in shock while making a weird noise. Now, normally this wouldn't be particularly noteworthy. I do get lost in my mutterings way too often, according to the League. But in this situation, it's pretty unexpected. Not because I'm hunting a hero. Not because I think someone could have heard me. Most people aren't really able to understand my mutterings, I'm told. And certainly not because I'm dressed in my villain outfit. No, it's unexpected because I've been muttering on top of a lamppost, so there shouldn't have been someone up here. As I fall from my position though, the person grabs a hold of me and nudges me back into position on top of it, saving me from needing to try and flip myself midair to try landing on my feet. Could I do it? Yes. But it still would have been embarrassing since I'm supposed to be testing my skills. With my footing secure, I turned to the person who surprised then saved me. Though I'm not sure whether I want to thank them or stab them. Maybe both. But those thoughts are thrown out of my mind and shock takes over when I see who's behind me. Hovering in the air while flapping his crimson wings is one of the most dangerous heroes in Japan I could have possibly met. The number 3 hero, Hawks. Seriously. I'm barely going after someone in the mid-hundreds rankings, and all of a sudden the number 3 hero shows up. What the heck? Does life just hate me or something? His patrol route isn't even anywhere near here. Is he here for a special job or something? Kid. I'm snapped from my thoughts of depressive disbelief at the sound of the hero's voice. Looking back at him, I can see the concern subtly masking the caution on his face. Which makes sense. He found a teenager dressed in a suspicious outfit crouched on top of a street lamp while muttering to himself. It would honestly be weirder if he wasn't on guard. Tilting my head to show I'm listening, I wait for him to continue talking. He sighs before he does. I asked what you were doing up here. It's not exactly a good place to hang out. Then why are you up here? I ask, then my eyes alight on what he's holding in his hand. Wait, were you planning to perch on here for your lunch? And isn't eating fried chicken kind of cannibalism? Though hawks do generally eat any animals that they can carry away, which includes smaller birds, so I guess it makes sense. But you're not actually a hawk despite your name, so is it more of an image thing? Or dash? I'm silenced by one of his sharp feathers poking at my throat, and his voice is cold as he warns me. You didn't really think I couldn't see you reaching for that knife under your jacket now, did you? You don't get to be number 3 without at least that level of observational skills. I chuckle, heedless of the blood that trails down my throat at the action. Nah, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to get the drop on you. You were trained by the HPSC from childhood, after all. The feather digs just a bit deeper, causing the thin line of blood to get a bit thicker. And how exactly would you know that? Though cold, his tone wouldn't be out of place if he'd run into an unpleasant work acquaintance. Certainly not how you would think someone would sound holding the equivalent of a knife to your throat. Then again, Hime holds a knife to my throat all the time. And she did a lot more than just that last week for her second present. Let's just say that it's a good thing I have complete regeneration for when she gets too excited. Though it wasn't unpleasant in the least since I don't feel pain. Still though, I ended up putting a couple of boundaries to make sure she doesn't go overboard. After all, I show up in the afterlife how I'm dressed when I die. So dying during or just after our time and appearing like that in front of the receptionist is. Even if she did say she was used to it, which is concerning for a variety of reasons, I'd rather not make it a habit. The point, I suppose, is that the pressure he's continued to put on my throat with his feather while I contemplate all this, to the point where a steady trickle of blood is flowing now, doesn't bother me whatsoever. Anyways, since it's obvious that he's getting impatient for an answer, I flash him a grin. Before realizing that he can't see it because of my mask. Sighing, I decide to just give a precise and simple explanation. Notebook number 12. A quirked eyebrow is his response while I continue. Which reminds me, is it true that you were originally part of a group, but the others died because they couldn't handle the training? He's shocked, and rightly so. In fact, he's shocked enough that his focus on the feather wavers for a moment. A moment I'm not going to waste. Of course not. They just didn't become dash. I cut him off with a flick of my wrist to drop a knife into it, and in the same motion toss it underhand at his face. Though it misses, he still flinches back. It gives me a split second to move where I don't have to worry about an instant feather to the throat. So obviously I gently push off the post and hop backwards, giving him a small wave as I drop. It's not long to the ground, so I bend my knees to absorb the force and rebound it so that my jump backwards launches me out of the way of the feathers that impale the ground. Sort of like a trampoline. If a trampoline had a good chance of breaking your legs if you don't know what you're doing. So exactly like that, actually. But dodging the initial volley doesn't do me much good considering he has literally hundreds of feathers that he can control growing from his back. Which is attested to with another volley, though this time some are aimed parallel to the ground so that they won't get embedded and become useless. I'm stuck doing small, quick hops backwards to avoid them, since turning around and trying to run from them would take too much time. Still though, I have enough freedom to look around for anything that can help. But all I can see are the cheap plastic signs in front of the various buildings that would barely give me a second of time, which I would spend just trying to get back my balance from using it to block them. Then I realize I'm being dumb and nearly slap myself, but after I duck to dodge some feathers Hawk sends at me from the side to do just that I think I'm good. Instead, I keep hopping backwards, only this time I have a goal in mind. It doesn't take long for me to reach one of the stores that are mainly brick with smaller windows. Judging by the hanging sign above the door, I think it's some kind of cafe. Maybe I'll check it out later after I get away from Hawks. I'm not nearly arrogant enough to think that I can beat him, so I just need a way to stall him long enough to run away and call Kurogyri. Although my hands brush along two pouches on opposite sides of my waist, only for me to dismiss the thought. Instead, I pause my hopping and crouch down, giving the feathers the seconds they need to catch up to me. Hopefully my timing's right. I mutter before flipping backwards. I plant my feet on the wall, legs bending as far as I can make them. Which is pretty far when pain isn't a factor. I feel my muscles tensing, my skin stretching as I condense myself as much as possible to keep the momentum from my jump so that I don't fall off the wall. And just as the feathers are about to reach me, I push off with all the force I can. One of the feathers skim my flapping jacket as we go in opposite directions, tearing a hole in it before they bury themselves in the wall. I turn my jump into a roll as I hit the ground, bouncing back to my feet after I bleed off some momentum. I pop up with my arms outstretched in a Tada pose, waiting for the applause. Instead, I get a swarm of feathers stabbing into my shoes to keep me pinned. Others strike me while twirling so that I don't get stabbed. Useful. I didn't know he could do that, my flailing arms doing nothing to stop my fall. And once I do, more feathers pierce my jacket, pinning me to the floor. I try to move, pushing against the ground to try and dislodge them, but I get nowhere. With a huff of frustration, I look up at the Birdman looking down on me. Though from my position, it looks like he's upside down, making me giggle and getting another raised eyebrow from him. Something funny? He asks, his earlier cold tone nowhere to be found now. I nod happily. Yep. It looks like you're hanging upside down in the sky from here. I blink. Wait, can you actually do that? Since you don't actually need to flap your wings, it should be possible, right? He chuckles. You're a strange kid, you know that? I huff in annoyance. Who are you calling kid? You're barely 6 years older than me. Another chuckle before he gets a bit serious. Putting your age aside, what was that you said about a notebook? I beam at him, which admittedly feels like it would come off awkward given our positions. I'm always happy to talk about quirks. I try to adjust to a more comfortable position, but give up after a couple moments of awkward squirming. So, I have 15 now, I guess, notebooks all about heroes and their quirks. I do put down some personal details that I managed to dig up on them and how they might have influenced how they use their quirks though. I filled number 12 with the top 10 at the time, though given how fast Mirko has been shooting up the rankings I think I should revise those heroes' information soon. He pauses as if trying to recall something, and I tug once again at the feathers. But nope, they're stuck in there pretty well. There is something I could do, but I don't decide one way or the other whether I'll do what I have in mind by the time he speaks again. I'm pretty sure that Nizu mentioned for certain heroes to be on the lookout for notebooks with a dangerous amount of information. He eyes me speculatively. The one you're talking about wouldn't happen to have been written by Izuku Yagi, would it? I growl at hearing that name. It's been half a year since I've heard it, and being called a Yagi causes anger and disgust to bubble up. Emotions that fill my words as I speak through gritted teeth. Izuku Yagi is dead. If he really even existed in the first place. His eyes practically glow with interest at how vehemently I speak the words. So sure of yourself, aren't you? Now, why exactly would that be? I chuckle darkly, enjoying how he ever so slightly tenses at it. Why? Because I'm the one who killed him. And 3 months ago, my girlfriend made it official. Now? A smile stretches across my face. Not one of the ones that I'm told makes people wish for sunglasses, no. It's one that nearly splits my face in half. One that Hime said sends an eclectic shock through her body when she sees it. One that doesn't belong to anyone sane. So it's a good thing that crazy is fun. There's only Midasagi. And I pull the pin on the grenade in my left hand and roll it towards the hero. His eyes widen, and the object is immediately covered in tightly packed feathers to try and contain the explosion. But that's not enough for the hero, since anyone with a lick of knowledge about evolution knows that human bodies have improved to such a degree as to be considered superhuman when compared to pre-quirk era people. Even the quirkless have these improvements. Which means that weapons needed to be improved just as much. Though not as noticeable with guns, grenades make it easy to see the difference when compared with old videos of their pre-quirk counterparts. Though it isn't that hard, Kaken needs to actually put in some effort to match their power. Which is why in addition to wrapping it, he has a multitude of feathers carry it high into the sky where it won't harm our audience. He's so focused on it as it explodes that he's barely paying attention to me. After all, I'm already incapacitated, and I've already used my trump card in the grenade. Which is why he's taken completely by surprise when the second one gently bumps against his foot. But he's not a pro for nothing. What feathers he has left pour off of him in a wave and shoot towards the civilians on the sidelines, snagging onto their clothing and flying them to safety as quickly as possible. The few that aren't mostly have enough sense to run for cover to try and avoid dying. All except for one dedicated idiot who just stares at us wide-eyed with his phone held up, apparently recording the whole fight. There's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be as dead as Hawks and me. If it was a real grenade, that is. When it explodes, it's not in a fiery explosion. Instead, it's a sparkling one. Glitter flies through the air at speeds too fast to dodge, and the entire area becomes covered in the frustratingly stubborn decoration. I have no doubt that the storefronts closest to us will still be sparkling even a month from now. That's not even mentioning the spot on the street where the explosion originates from. But that's for someone else to deal with. While everyone is disoriented, I slip out of my jacket and shirt, cut the laces on my shoes while holding back tears at my unavoidable betrayal and start running as fast as I can. It's going to take forever to get the glitter out of my hair, I grumble to myself as I pull out my phone. Seriously, couldn't Hawks have just ignored the incredibly suspicious guy standing on a street light? He could have just gone and cannibalized his cousins in peace, but no. I bet the glitter got all over his chicken, I chuckle. Serves him right, making me leave behind my shoes, shirt, and jacket. Though it is odd how I could just pull out like that. Though I guess most people would be put off when the feathers cut into their arms while taking them out. I shrug the thought away as Kurogiri answers, a portal of darkness appearing not long after. I walk through, wondering if this could be considered a successful debut. Not many people can escape Hawks unless they have a fire quirk, so I guess I could call it a win. We'll see. Hawks stares at the abandoned clothing where the villain was just minutes ago. He coughs, a small cloud of glitter puffing into the air as he does. He just stands there for another moment, staring at the glitter-contaminated blood stains around the pierced parts of the clothing where the villain was cut, pulling his arms out. He looks down to his side, where the bucket of fried chicken that was meant to be his lunch is still held in the crook of his arm. It sparkles just as much as he figures he does at the moment. Popping off the lid, he's pleasantly surprised to see that it's been unaffected by the glitter bomb. As he pulls out a leg, he's never been so happy that he had the bucket custom made for him out of incredibly lightweight and resilient metal. Taking a bite, he can't help but gloat. Shows them what they know. A waste of money, my ass. Who gets a bucket of chicken hermetically sealed? The guy who gets to enjoy his chicken instead of having it get covered in glitter like himself. He quickly polishes it off, sighing as he seals the lid back in place and tosses the bone in a nearby trash can. Despite his cavalier attitude, he knows how serious the situation is. He's one of the few who knows the full situation regarding the notebooks Nizu told them to be on the lookout for. Good news, he knows who has them. Bad news, the situation regarding the suicide of Izuku Yagi might not be as simple as everyone believed. Summary. Himiko disciplines her man. Izuku mentions another woman. They both stalk Shoko. Chapter text. I'm in the bar, sitting on my knees on the bare floor in front of my girlfriend, who looks annoyed with me. To be fair, I did come back from my debut redo half naked and covered in glitter. Even after a full day of showering, not of daylight, but 24 hours, mind you, I still have some of it in my hair. When I got out though, Hime giggled at the sight and said now my hair sparkles as much as my happy smile, which immediately made an appearance to showcase the fact. Of course, then came the story of how I ended up like that when the hero I was going after isn't too highly ranked. Which is how I've found myself in my current position, just moments after finishing said tale. So you're telling me, Hime starts with her hands on her hips while Shiggy cackles in the background, that you didn't fight the 570-something hero Red Gauntlet. 436, Acta dash. Thunk. I hold my head with my hands and obediently make sounds of pain without rising from my knees. Ignoring my specification, she continues. And instead, you decided to glitter bomb not only the number 3 hero, but also yourself. She taps her foot on the ground with an irritated twist of her mouth. Does that about sum it up? I tilt my head and put a finger on my chin in thought before eventually nodding. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, and I'm pretty sure he was on a lunch break since he was carrying around a bucket of chicken. She pauses and gently taps her chin lightly with the pan. Wouldn't that be cannibalism? That's what I said. I exclaim, both of us ignoring Shiggy's comment on how drinking blood is cannibalism too. She shakes her head. So you somehow ended up fighting and escaping from Hawks, who was on a break. Yep. I nod happily, hoping that she'll let me up soon. I've been sitting here for a while. Finally though, she sighs. Your luck really sucks, you know that? I just look at her hopefully, which elicits another sigh. Fine. I'll let it go since meeting me probably used up most of your luck. I nod seriously. That makes perfect sense. You are one of the only good things that I've had in my life. She raises an eyebrow. Oh? What other ones are there? I think for a few seconds. Well, before we met I think the only good thing was having Shoko in my life. Thunk. This time the pan strike pushes my head down a bit. Glancing up, I see a strange light in Himi's eyes. Who's Shoko? Didn't you say I was your first girlfriend? Yeah. Where'd she get the idea that I dated Shoko? We were just friends. The only friends either of us had, actually. I was quirkless, she stood up for me. She didn't like thunk bootlickers. I shrug. Besides, even if I did like her like that, she was out of my league. Not to mention the daughter of Endeavor. Her eyes narrow and the pan bounces in her grip before she nods and points it accusingly at me. Didn't we work on your self-confidence issues? You got me, so no one is out of your league. Not to mention we're both literally in our own league too. It's my league. Shiggy mutters, continuing to be ignored. Before he can start scratching, Kurogyri slides him a drink, which he drains in a single gulp before turning back to his game. I just wanted to make sure you didn't lie to me before. She explains, causing me to gasp. Himiko. I raise my voice, watching her wince before hunching down a bit and holding the pan sheepishly between her hands. We agreed to always be honest with each other, and you think I would have hid something from you anyways. I thought you had more trust in me than that. I do. She shouts before mumbling. It's just, you haven't mentioned this girl before. So I thought that if she was really important to you, you would have mentioned her before. She wiggles in place, her hands still fidgeting with the pan. I blink at her. I haven't mentioned her before. Are you sure? She nods rapidly, a guilty look in her eyes. My brows furrow as I try to think, and I think she's right. At least, I don't remember talking about her after my jump. My jump. Oh, so that's it. I say as realization strikes. At her questioning glance, I explain. But first. I'm sorry for yelling, Himi. I didn't realize you didn't know about her. I sheepishly rub the back of my head. I guess we both kind of overreacted, huh? She looks at me with big eyes. So you're not mad? I chuckle, holding out my arms to her. No Himi, I'm not mad. Apology, hug and suck? Immediately her mood flips, from contrite and concerned to happy and excited. She leaps into my arms, wrapping her own around me while her fangs dig into my neck. While we make up, my mind turns back to my realization. I didn't say goodbye to her. At the time, I'd been planning for what I'd written in Notebook 13 to be the last thing I left behind in the world. Obviously, that's not the case. Now, initially after waking up, I'd planned to tell her about finding out about my quirk, leaving out how I found out about it by trying to commit suicide, but in my shocked realization that the Yagis truly don't care about me, it seems that I forgot to talk to her. Now, I know they know that I'm alive, Inko saw me after all. But that means that my last words to her were my suicide note. If anyone found it, that is. If it wasn't, then there wouldn't even have been that as a goodbye. Either way, not the best thing to leave her with. I think at some point I realized that, and subconsciously avoided talking about her in an effort to avoid the guilt associated with it. But now that Hime has helped me face it, I'm not sure, actually. I'm not the same person she knew, far from it. I have a quirk. I've been killed. I have a girlfriend now. So much has changed. Would she even want to continue being friends with me? I don't know, but can I leave things as they are? The sensation of Hime's fangs leaving my body puts my thoughts on hold, and she looks at me with her nose scrunched up a little. Just do what you want. Huh? I have no idea what she's talking about, and she sighs. I could literally taste your blood filling with worry and uncertainty. I don't know what it was about, but I can say that you should do the same thing as since we met. Her madness-filled grin appears. Whatever it is we want. I can't help but grin back. Yeah, you're right. I haven't let anything stop me from doing what I want so far, so why start now? Whatever happens, happens. But at least I'll be able to say that I didn't regret making the decision in the first place. I nod, my decision made. I grab her hand, turning to Kurogyri with a determined expression on my face. Kurogyri, could you drop the two of us off a bit away from Endeavor's house? I can give you the coordinates. He nods, and I tell him where it is, letting him decide just how far or close he portals us. As we walk through, I ask her about something she mentioned a while ago. While we wait to find an opportunity to talk to her, why don't you tell me about those thoughts you had on expanding our relationship? As the portal closes behind the two, Shigaraki can't help but send a confused look at Kurogyri. Doesn't she regularly stop him from cursing like he wants? Kurogyri shrugs. Perhaps it is a relationship-only situation. Neither of us are in one, so I do not think we would be able to understand. Shigaraki just grunts, preparing his character for a boss battle. While the two of us wait hidden on a rooftop a decent distance away from Shoko's house, Hime explains what she'd been thinking. Apparently she's okay with both of us having sex with other people so long as the other gets permission first. So unless the other person approves, then it's not happening. And, for some reason, she said both of us can only sleep with women, no guys. At my raised eyebrow she transformed into me and said the only man she needs is me, causing my face to burst into steam. I'd say she's the only girl I need, but she crossed her arms and made a buzzing sound, saying that I'm not allowed to pull an Uno reverse. According to her, since she brought it up first, she makes the rules regarding it. Like many things in my life, I just accepted it and moved on. Anyways, we each are allowed to bring in one person to be a part of the committed relationship. Of course, previous approval is obvious. Along with meeting the person outside of the other's supervision so they get a more accurate idea of who they actually are. Neither of us are even allowed to kill potential relationship people without giving an actual valid reason as to do so. It goes without saying that whoever we go after would at least need to be okay with blood and murder, if not outright liking it. There's more things included in the discussion, but they're minor enough that we both agree that we can talk about them when the time comes. Meanwhile, Shoko has finally made an appearance. Though with something I don't expect. She enters her family's car while holding a bouquet of green hydrangea flowers. The surprise puts me off balance, and it's only Hime tugging on my arm that gets me moving to follow the car. Clearly, as villains, we couldn't just walk up to her house and knock on the door. So we need to follow her and drop in front of her when she's alone. Might she attack? Probably. But if it works, it works. We follow the car with only a bit of a struggle, our training ensuring that we can match weak speed quirks. Though I personally think that Himi's quirk improves her physique somehow along with her instincts. Eventually the car stops, and my eyebrows furrow. The building is familiar. Though it's only after following Shoko to her destination that I realize why that is. It's the building All Might brought me after I'd grabbed onto him. The building he'd crushed my dream on. The building where I started truly living my life. And in the alley Shoko walks into remains the large blood splatter denoting where I'd landed. I'm silent as I watch her approach a spot where a few objects already lay. A picture. A bouquet of half-dead flowers. And a bright yellow backpack. After placing the flowers, she claps her hands twice and bows her head. She remains like that for several minutes, only stopping when her phone hasn't stopped going off the entire time. She answers it with an angry twist to her lips, but I'm too far away to hear anything, prompting me to edge closer in order to hear her speak. I'm just in time for her final words to reach me. Fine. I'll be there. She hangs up before looking down one last time. With a sigh, she picks up the old flowers and turns around. The words she leaves behind, echoing in the alley, echo through my ears as well. Utterly confused at how they could possibly be there. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you more often, Izuku. I hope, wherever you are now, you can finally smile about all the things that make you happy. I miss you. When Himi shakes my shoulder, asking me what's wrong, I can barely get my voice out, the bewildered words only just reaching her ears. She thinks I'm dead. Summary. The rat knows much. But for how long? Izumi has sparkle trauma sparkle. Chapter text. Izumi. I have no idea why I'm sitting in Nizu's office at UA, nor why Todoroki and the pro-hero Hawks are here. The only thing I can think of is it relating to Izuku, but that wouldn't make any sense. Though I do vaguely recall Nizu wanting to find his notebooks, so maybe it has to do with that. But that still wouldn't explain why Hawks is here, unless he has a lead and wants to question us. But if that is the case, couldn't he talk to us separately? If looks could kill, then there wouldn't even be a body left for my family to bury. A pang goes through my chest. Though it wouldn't be the first time. Thankfully though, Nizu finally speaks, breaking the tension that had encompassed the room since we got here. Does the name Mitasagi mean anything to either of you? I shake my head, though I'm briefly reminded of before I got my quirk, and Izuku, and I would think up future hero names. No matter what they were, we'd always have green in the name, since it matched both of our hair colors. It would have been a sign that if you messed with one of us, you messed with both of us. Of course, I threw that away when I decided to put Bakugu's words ahead of Izuku's well-being. But really, I only have myself to blame for everything that happened. I wasn't forced. I wasn't controlled. I was just a coward who hid from the truth. To my surprise, Todoroki nods to Nizu's question. Isn't that the person who glitter-bombed Hawks a few days ago? I can see the pro grimace, and I'm reminded of seeing a clip of that on social media. It may have only happened a few days ago, but it's quickly become one of the most popular GIFs. People have even photoshopped different things popping out of the grenade. Popcorn, blood, a variety of holiday decorations. I'm just glad I have filters active on my apps because I know people are photoshopping much more, adult things too. As shown to me by one of my friends who laughed at how much I blushed on seeing it. Yeah, he says, that's what they introduced themselves as. He gives the two of us a measured look. But, he continues. He also knew who Izuku Yagi was. Okay? Shoko's voice is usually monotone, but somehow it's gotten even more monotone. Hawks raises an eyebrow. You don't think it's odd that someone who attacked the number 3 hero knows about a kid who, no offense, was barely known? She shrugs while I explain. Well, the only reason you'd have us both here is if it had something to do with Izuku's notebooks dash. Or if you approved my request to set her on fire. Shoko interrupts, and my jaw drops open while I stare at her in shock. But apparently, she doesn't think her words were important enough to even look at me. Nizu sighs. You will not be setting anyone on fire. At least not outside of designated combat exercises. She huffs while I process the implications of that comment. Once I do, I have to ask. Even if my voice does come out a bit choked up. You mean, you'll let me apply? Nizu looks at me with a face that reveals nothing, while Todoroki frowns at me. According to your therapist, you have made great strides in improving as a person, which has also been showcased by your dedication towards cleaning Dagoba Beach outside of your required time. But, I know I might be doing more than putting my foot in my mouth here, maybe a sledgehammer, but I need to make sure. Wasn't my own application contingent on Bakugo doing well too? At the reminder of the explosion boy Nizu sighs, and I note how the corners of Todoroki's lips quirk upwards, only to go back down as he explains. While his improvement is minimal, there has been improvement, according to his own therapist. Though they also say that he has a god complex so intertwined with an inferiority complex that it can only be solved by associating with those whose quirks are just as powerful, if not more so, than his own. So, from a legal standpoint, I must uphold my end of the conditions and allow you both to apply. With the hope that he improves. Though part 2 of your punishments will still be implemented, and should there be any reports of any kind of bullying, either one of you shall be expelled immediately. Now all three of us are frowning. Judging by how reluctant Nizu is, I can imagine that he doesn't agree with the therapist's assessment. But considering it's their decision, there's not much he can do about it. Still though, at least I'll be able to become a hero. Ah. Someone is lying to herself again. I'm not. Obviously you are. You think you can become a hero. I can. Really? Then why don't you go to the spot where he jumped? Do you really think that piddly little shrine you keep in your room is enough? Those only matter for the people who didn't drive the person to kill themselves. Shut up. You aren't real. You aren't real. Girl, I'm as real as you are. Though putting it like that, I guess it doesn't really count for much, now does it? I'm not a fake. Sure. Whatever you say. Yumi Kira. I take a deep breath, realizing that while I've been arguing with my own guilt, the conversation has continued. Thankfully it just seems to be Todoroki trying to convince Nizu that neither Bakugo or I should be allowed to apply, which gets a chuckle of approval from my guilt. But it seems that the odd person out has gotten tired of the tangent. Look, we aren't here to talk about the hatchling's applications to UA. We're here to talk about how Midaseiji said he and his girlfriend killed Izuku Yagi. What? Todoroki asks sharply, pinning the pro with her stare. What? I ask, not understanding what that could possibly mean. After all, he left a suicide note. What? Asks my guilt, though I'm not entirely sure if I should count that one. Their surprise is technically my surprise too. Nizu's nod confirms Hawk's words. The villain did in fact claim to be responsible for his death. Not in the way you do, Miss Yagi, but more directly. But what does that mean? He can't be saying what I think he's saying, right? He sighs, opening a file resting on his desk and sliding one of the papers between me and Todoroki, whose expression could freeze a fire. We both look at it, and I can see that it's a form to change someone's name. Except it's listed as a change post-mortem. For the dead. And seeing who it's for, I can feel tears pooling in my eyes. A few leaking out when I hear Todoroki's satisfied voice. Good. He'd be happy that he doesn't have to share a name with them. And the worst part? I can't say that she's wrong. With how he lived, could any of us really say that he was a Yagi? Though making his name essentially mean Izuku the Green Rabbit is kind of My mind grinds to a halt as the name of the villain comes back to me full force. Midasagi. Green Rabbit. But, that can't be. He's dead. His blood, and the suicide note, that's not even considering how he basically worshipped heroes. It wouldn't make any sense for him to attack one. Apparently Todoroki reaches the same conclusion if the way she jerks is any indication. It's not him. She states flatly. We did not say it was, Nizu says mildly. Though it does imply some sort of connection. The possibility exists that Midasagi sympathizes with Izuku Yagi and decided to honor his memory by taking down heroes without the use of their quirk. Though we cannot discount the possibility of them having a mental quirk either. He waves a paw before either of us could question him about how that would be honoring his memory. But, once again, that is not why we are here. We simply wish to know if there was anyone other than Miss Todoroki here that he associated with frequently. It might give us a clue as to their identity. I continue to stare at the principal for a few more moments before letting out a breath and slouching back into my chair. No. No, I don't think so. I sigh. A quick glance at Todoroki shaking her head confirms that she was his only friend. I frown. Friend. Could it be someone who bullied him? Like you. Nizu shakes his head. Unlikely. Each person from your school has been accounted for during Midasagi's encounter with Hawks. I frown while Todoroki asks her own question. What exactly did you mean when you said Midasagi killed Izuku? That's what they told me, Hawks shrugs. I asked him about the notebooks, and he said he killed the kid. By saying he killed Izuku Yagi, he could be referring to how, after his death, Izuku Yagi's desire for vengeance has been reborn in him. There also exists the possibility that he faked the suicide in order to get away with murder, though it is highly unlikely. Nizu explains. Anything else? Todoroki frowns. I think there's a brief moment where he hesitates, but it could just be my imagination. It's definitely strong enough for that, at least. Nope, Hawks denies. Nizu claps his paws. Well, should anyone with more than a passing relationship with the boy come to mind, please do make sure to inform me. It could help us to catch Midasagi. We both nod, getting up and leaving the office. Outside, I hesitate a moment before tentatively turning to her. Todoroki dash. No, the coldness in her voice has me flinching back, the fire in her eyes contrasting it with how much they burn with hatred. I don't care what your therapist says. I don't care what mine says. I don't care what Nizu says. There is nothing you can do to get my forgiveness. There is nothing you can do to get me to even think of you as an acquaintance. She takes a deep, shaky breath before turning around to walk away. If you want me to stop hating you, find a way to bring my friend back. He'd have a better chance of convincing me than whatever you could do. I walk home with my head down and tears falling, listening as my guilt mocks me. The entire time only 2 words fill my head. Though if it's directed at Todoroki or Izuku, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Are you sure that was a good idea? Not telling them more? Nizu calmly sips his tea before answering. Was there more to tell? It must have slipped my mind. Hawks sighs. You know what I'm talking about. The way Midasagi was talking about those notebooks. The same way you talk about your world domination plans. That actually manages to get a chuckle out of the rat. Was it? How curious. Another sigh. Nizu, Hawks says seriously. We both know that Izuku Yagi and Midasagi are the same person. Do we? Nizu counters. As far as I am aware, the blood samples obtained from Midasagi were too contaminated by the glitter in order to get any sort of match. More than that, it was confirmed that the large amount of blood at the site where Izuku Yagi's backpack was found was in fact his own. Given the amount present, there is no possible way for a quirkless to survive without near-instant, on-site medical attention. Another sip of his tea before he tilts his head to look at Hawks with one beady eye. Of course, that is unless the HPSC is hiding certain information. But that certainly couldn't be the case, right? After all, why would they care about a single quirkless boy? Even if he was All Might's son. He has another child with a powerful quirk that they'd pay much more attention to. Hawk says nothing, which in itself says more than enough to Nizu. He's been called many things over the course of his life. Though he personally prefers the two titles bestowed upon him by those of UA, and those of the Commission. The rat god of UA, the principal and overseer of the school. The one who does all they can in order for the students to succeed in their future careers, hero or otherwise. And for the Commission? They are the one who've earned Nizu's hatred many times over for their deplorable acts, as well as their attempts at taking control of the school away from him. But the rat Satan of UA is their own creation, and he's long decided that he'll never be controlled again. Summary. Izuku tries to drown his confusion in drinks. Himiko meets some old friends. Chapter text. How can she think I'm dead? I demand of Himi after slamming my cup back down on the table. Inko literally spoke to me after I jumped. It wasn't even the same day. I take a swig of my beverage, scowling at it upon the realization that it's empty. Himi just rolls her eyes at my actions while waving to get the waitress attention and signaling for a refill, getting her own eye roll in return even as she goes to get it. Meanwhile I continue grumbling to myself. I mean, I'd expect this kind of thing from Tashinori, but Inko? I shake my head. What the heck? Maybe she just forgot. She did seem pretty distracted back then. Himi tries to defend her, though I know it's not out of any kind of actual belief that she actually forgot, but more to play devil's advocate to help me understand the situation. I mean, half the reason I decided to call myself Mito Sagi is so that they would know that they're responsible for me being a villain. But if they all think that I'm dead, then how are they supposed to make that connection? They'll just think it's a coincidence. The waitress comes back and places my drink in front of me, which I take without a word and chug a mouthful. She eyes me for a moment before sighing. I'll have another on the way. You should slow down though. Drinking so much root beer in so little time isn't good for you. I wave off the waitress' concerns. Doesn't matter. I'm irritated and confused, plus my girlfriend won't let me drink at the bar. A quick stab later will have me feeling right as a blight anyways. Himi will like it too, so that's a win-win. Other than a raised eyebrow, the waitress just shrugs off my words. After all, she doesn't know my quirk, or what it takes to use it. For all she knows, I could fix any stomach aches by poking myself with a pencil, and I'm just using weird phrases to talk about it because I'm some kind of edgelord. Sort of like that weird guy shouting about manliness a few booths over. Now, to be clear, I'm not calling him weird because he's shouting about manliness in a cafe. It's because the guys he's sitting with are looking at him like he's crazy while he does so, not that I'm one to talk. But anyways, Himi huffs and pulls my root beer away while the waitress goes to another table, worsening my scowl. Trying to get drunk on soda won't help you figure anything out. Even if fake drunk Izu is pretty fun. I snort, snatching my drink back. I look down into the frothy liquid as I think. You're right. I usually am, she smirks back. But it's really surprising. I get that she's the one who cared the least about my existence, but letting everyone else think that I'm dead? That's some next level of uncaring thunk junk. She nods in agreement, setting the mini frying pan on the table. Yeah, that is messed up. Though, she taps her chin and glances up, maybe she did it on purpose? She muses. At my confused look, she explains. Not letting anyone know you're alive would take, like, a ton of effort. Talking about you in the past tense instead of present, resisting correcting people about the day you died, and let's not forget watching everyone around herself believe something that she knows is wrong. She shakes her head. We both know how hard it is knowing everyone around us is wrong but fully believe that they're right. I think on that for a moment before nodding my head. You're right. Again. I sigh. But why? What benefit does she get from letting everyone think that I'm dead? I snort. It's not like they would have tried looking for me. She shrugs. Who knows? Sane people aren't right in the head. I nod in agreement. Yeah, sane people are weird. With our discussion about how Inko is more of a bitchy mother than a neglectful mother out of the way, we instead talk about how boring and nonsensical sane people are. But lingering in the back of my mind is what to do about Shoko. I mean, I don't have to do anything, but I feel guilty about just letting her think that I'm dead. Even if it is because of Inko's petty bitchiness. Thunk. I glare at Hime, who shrugs. I felt like I should, so I did. Sigh. Not even my thoughts are safe from the censoring frying pan. She giggles as the door opens and a group of girls in high school uniforms pass by the manly guys group leaving. So, what were you thinking about that deserved a whack? I was wondering if I should let Shoko know that I'm alive. I mean, she was the only person to care about me back then. Even if she ends up hating me for the fact that I've become a villain, she at least deserves to know. She tilts her head. Do you want her to know you're alive? I hesitate, but slowly nod, the high schoolers chattering getting louder. She shrugs. Then tell her. Or leave a letter. What's the point of being able to do what we want if you chicken out? She points at me accusingly with her straw, and I laugh, taking note of the girls filling the booth next to us. Her eyes narrow. Wait a minute, didn't we already talk about this a few days ago? When you were already going to tell her that you're a villain? Why are we doing it again? She gasps dramatically. Are we in a time loop? A dream? Is someone using a quirk to root around in our memories but got them all jumbled up and this isn't really happening? Seeing the over-exaggerated panic, I can't help the laughter that bursts out of me, quickly followed by her own. Laughter that's abruptly cut short. Confused, I look at Hime, only to see her with wide eyes and slightly trembling. Turning, I see that her eyes are locked on the group behind me. It's a group of 4, one with a minor mutation to go with their quirk that gives them some soft-looking antenna things poking out of their bushy hair. Another with a full mutation that kind of resembles a llama? Maybe? But the other 2 don't have any distinguishing characteristics, one having short brown hair and the other long black hair. I turn back to Hime, taking her hand in mine and feeling her grip it as strong as she can. Hime? What's wrong? She doesn't answer, just trembles. My concern skyrockets. In the entirety of our time together I have never seen her scared. And this isn't just her being scared, she's terrified. But why? What is it about those girls that scare her? It's only then that I start listening to their conversation. Unfortunately it's just inane drivel about social relationships. Shiver, they really do make things way too complicated. Are you friends? No? Do you want to be friends? Again, no? Then ignore them. There's no reason to try making them miserable just because they aren't in your clique. But then their talks turn to the past, and that does get my attention, my hand tightening inside Hime's. But last year was crazy, right? What do you mean? The brunette asks, though the way she shifts tells how she knows what the afro, maybe she's sheep-like? Girl is talking about. Oh come on, you know. The black-haired girl accuses. What happened with Toga, her going psycho and attacking Saito? I heard that his family moved to Hokkaido after he got out of the hospital. Yeah, the llama nods. I overheard the teachers talking, and they said they didn't want to risk him getting attacked again. They continue their conversation, talking about how with Hime's villainous quirk, it was only a matter of time before she attacked someone. And how if she hadn't hid what it was they never would have talked to her. She's probably putting her skills to good use living on the streets, the black-haired girl snickers. I bet blood isn't the only thing she's sucking now. It's only when Hime taps my wrist that I realize how hard I'm holding her hand, prompting me to ease up. The more they talk, the angrier I get. And seeing her hair shadowing her eyes and the drops of water under her hanging head, I'm on the verge of losing it. Still though, the llama interjects when they all stop laughing. Don't you guys think she's pretty pitiful? At the others' confused looks, she explains. I mean, you all know how some people don't like me because of how my quirk makes me look. But at least it's not a villainous one. She shakes her head. Looking at someone like Toga, who never would have been able to make it as a normal person, I can't help but be thankful about how much better off than her I am. Now it's Hime gripping my hand too tightly, but since I don't feel pain I let her. Instead, I draw a knife from out of my shoe and gently place it under her face before leaning forward. They don't know you. They never knew you. Don't let the words of those with no understanding of how the world really works bother you. The words of the blind don't matter when it comes to seeing how wonderful you are. But more than that, don't let either them, or your past, curb your decisions. She looks up, her golden slitted eyes peering at me through a veil of tears. I give her a gentle smile. We were just talking about it, right? What's the point of being able to do what you want if you just chicken out? And if something is preventing you from doing what you want? I gently raise the hand I'm holding, flipping it over so that her palm faces her and her fingers are extended. With practiced motions, I flex her hand, and the claws of the device pop out as my grin turns dark. Then all we have to do is get rid of it. After all, who are they to get in the way of our happiness? She stares for a moment before smiling at me. She gives me a quick peck on the lips before starting to giggle. Then it starts to get louder. And louder. Soon enough, she's laughing. And before long, the rest of the cafe becomes silent as it turns into cackles, growing shriller and unhinged. With a smile, I flip the hood of my jacket on top of my head, looking forward to what's to come. Eventually, our waitress works up the nerve to return to our table. Excuse me, Bu, but would you mind quieting down a bit? You're disturbing the other customers. Abruptly, she stops, meeting the waitress' eyes. She shivers, and Hime pats her on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'm fine now. She stands up, her hand not leaving the waitress' shoulder. Then she spins her around, cozying up against her so that they both face the girls from Hime's past. I stand up as well, turning around to fully pay attention to them for the first time. They're looking at my girlfriend with shocked eyes and open mouths. You see, Hime explains, I was just surprised to find some old friends. We have so much catching up to do. The waitress swallows while the girls are frozen. She gently tries to move away, obviously terrified of the situation. I'm sure that this isn't what she expected when she came into work today. I see. In that case, could you let me go? I'll be happy to bring you some drinks. Her voice hitches, knowing that something bad is about to happen. Oh, honey, Hime purrs, nuzzling against the waitress as a blush builds despite her situation. Her voice a sultry whisper in her ear. You already have . And with that she drags her claws across the waitress' throat, her blood shooting out in an arc to cover the group in front of us. She quickly lowers her mouth to the fatal wound, ignoring the screams and panicked customers rushing for the door. She drinks deeply, her face becoming flushed as she keeps one eye on the girls who have become petrified from shock, not seeming to know how to react to the sudden bloody spectacle that splatters over them. At least until Hime pulls away from the waitress and gives her a peck, her own blood smearing against her lips. Thanks for the caramel. And she releases her to limply fall to the floor. As if that was the signal, the girls move to action, bursting from the booth and rushing for the door. Hime throws one knife, and I throw another. My knife ends up in the back of the head of the brunette, while Hime's takes the sheep in the back of the throat. As the door slams shut behind the other two, we share glances and walk forward, making sure they're dead with barely a glance. Outside, we see the two girls running in opposite directions. I take Kanama, you take Haisu. That's the llama girl. I nod, and the hunt begins. When the police arrive, they find the bodies of the four friends seated in one of the booths, each covered in their own blood and embedded with a knife. Or several in the case of two of the girls. The waitress' body is leaning against the edge of a booth with a notepad and pencil taped to her hands. A sick rendition of what the location is meant to be like. And on the table, drawn in blood, is the image of a rabbit, along with a message. But signed with a different name. Don't they look so pretty now? Blood is love. Chusaji. Summary. Izuku and Toga run into an alley and meet a celebrity. Chapter text. It's been another couple of months since I found out that everyone who I associated with, and my friend Shoko, thinks that I'm dead, and I finally decided that I do want Shoko to know I'm alive. But I also know that coming back from the dead is a special occasion. Well, metaphorically that is. Literally coming back from the dead tends to happen on a weekly to bi-weekly basis. So I can't just pop up like I'd originally been planning. Himi's been helping me to think of something big, but there's no hurry. It's going to be a multi-step plan that will culminate in our reunion. And the first step is learning how to sew. Though now that I think about it, having someone else sew what I plan to give her makes a lot more sense than me randomly picking up the skill. But oh well. I already started learning, so I might as well stick with it. Plus it will make it all the more special. But for now it's time for a fast food break. For Himi, I mean. For me it's more of a murder break. I've been trying to get her to tone down on sucking my blood a bit ever since she mentioned that the taste was lingering even an hour after she'd last drunk it. I'm not sure if she can get sick from drinking too much of a single person's blood, but I'm not going to risk it. Shigi isn't going to offer up his own blood for her to drink either, and I'm not even sure if Kurojairi has blood for her to drink. Anyways, that means that today we're going hunting for some tasty blood for Himi. Maybe we can even bring them back so she has another consistent source of blood. Sure, we'll probably have to housebreak them so that Shigi doesn't turn them to dust because they won't stop crying about us letting them go like the last time we tried, but you know what they say. If at first they resist, stab them until they don't. So what flavor are you hoping to get this time? I ask my girlfriend as we skip through the streets. It's kind of weird how nobody is saying anything about my villain costume, but then again it does look like normal clothes, and the mask could be for any number of reasons they aren't aware of. Wait a minute, is it actually difficult to tell that I'm a villain unless I do something criminal or suspicious? It would make sense since you can't arrest someone just because of what they're wearing. There's even someone wearing the same jacket as me on the other side of the street. Maybe someone sour? Himi's reply brings my attention back to the moment. Or a coffee person would be nice to have. A morning pick-me-up after a night of you picking me up sounds like a good thing. A pink girl leaning against a store's wall spits out her own coffee after hearing that. I blush at her teasing, oblivious, or more likely just not caring, of what other people might overhear. She continues to muse. Right now I'm kind of in the mood for something sweet, but you already said that you aren't giving it to me. She glares with puffed-out cheeks while a passing guy who overhears us gives me a smirk and a thumbs up. I sigh before pulling her into a nearby alley, ignoring the whooping encouragement of the guys and blushing glares of the women. We traverse the maze that is the backstreets until the noise generated from the mass of people going about their day is nothing but a distant concern. Letting go of Himi's hand I whirl around and cross my arms, raising an eyebrow. To which she innocently tilts her head. What's up? I don't think that someone with a good flavor is going to be hanging out around here. To anyone watching, I'm sure that they'd fully believe her words. At least until the mischievous smirk and blush crosses her face. Or, are you in the mood for a taste of my flavor? Of course there's only one way to respond to that sort of provocation. My lips meet hers and her eyes widen before she kisses back with a passion, trying to drive my own assault back. And that's where we stay, each of us trying to claim dominance over the other but unable to push back long enough for one of us to claim victory. I don't know how long we stay like that, taking breaths in the brief moments one of us breaks contact when the other's assault starts to overpower them. We might have gone farther, unconcerned that somebody could stumble on us. We're pretty far from the frequented areas after all. But then it actually happens, a guy who can't be much older than the two of us stumbles around the corner. Finally breaking contact, we both glare at the guy. He doesn't even have the decency to look apologetic. Just a mixture of terror and hope. Neither of them even lasts that long though, since apparently he was running from a person who just kicked him at us. Don't these people have any manners? And from someone who's supposed to be a hero too. Not even being qualified to be in the top couple thousand, the pro-hero Woozy seems to be surprised that there's other people around, though less upset than we are. "Oh. Sorry for bothering the two of you," he says, completely disregarding the fact that he's the one who kicked the groaning guy to us. I was chasing this delinquent when he managed to distract me. He gives the guy a look that resonates with me, and not in a good way. It's only enhanced by his groaning protests. "I didn't do anything," he gasps out, clenching his stomach while curled into a ball. In response, the hero's eyes flash a nauseous green color and his groaning intensifies. "That's enough out of you, trash. You're lucky that I'm only letting you off with beating a sense of morality into you. The paperwork just isn't worth the effort for someone like you." "Someone like him?" I mutter, my voice low and filled with anger. Hime shoots me a look of curiosity as she sees me palm a knife from my sleeve. The way this hero is talking. The way he's treating this guy. The way he's acting like he's beneath him. This isn't how a hero treats villains and criminals, no. I know exactly what earns people this kind of treatment. Though is it really earned when it's not their fault? No, Woozy isn't acting like this guy committed a crime. He's acting like. He's quirkless, he scoffs, fanning the familiar flames of injustice I'd always suppressed before I'd started living freely. He's obviously just hoping to throw himself on the mercy of such upstanding citizens such as yourselves to avoid paying for his crime. Woozy's quirk, which lets him make one person he looks at nauseous for a few seconds, seems to wear off of the guy, since his shout echoes throughout the urban maze. "I didn't steal any fucking pack of gum, you fucking pisco. I had some in my pocket." Another scoff announces what the hero thinks of his objection. "Why would those young men lie? Obviously someone like you would dash." A splash of blood cuts him off, but surprisingly it's not from me, my knife still poised in my hand where it would have launched on a direct trajectory to his throat. And it's not from Hime, whose mouth has dropped open to mirror the surprise of me and the quirkless guy. No, the blood splatter is caused by someone who drops down from above, a sword angled down from Woozy's collarbone and sheathing itself in his chest as he falls to the ground. It's not an instant death, as showcased by the way the hero chokes and sputters on the blood rising from his throat. He reaches out, as if asking for help. So I decide that I'll do so. The assailant leaps off of his back as I throw my knife, helping his suffering to end by embedding into his head. Both fall to the floor with barely a sound, and the assailant flicks the blood free of his blade without taking his eyes off of us. We stay like that for a few moments, neither of us making a move in the tense silence. A silence that's broken by Hime's squeals of excitement. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Izuku, do you know who that is?" Her shouting rings in my ears, and I just know that I'm going to have to die to avoid having them end up permanently damaged. She continues without giving me a chance to answer, her squeals of excitement seeming to unsettle the man. "It's Hero Killer Stain. He always leaves heroes cut up all over the place. I've found some of the places he's killed before the police have cleaned them up and dash," she shudders with an intense blush, squirming happily. The blood slashed around is beautiful. She seems to take a moment to think before nodding firmly and glomping onto me and nuzzling my face. "But yours was so much better." "Oh, just remembering." Okay, I need to stop her before she gets too worked up. The hurt guy is inching away from us and the hero killer looks like he either wants to kill us, or kill himself for witnessing this. So I take out my own personal Hime tool on the same level of her frying pan. I smoothly unwrap a piece of hard candy one-handed and press it between her lips. Tasting it, her face lights up and she quiets down to focus on drawing out the flavor by sucking on it. Breathing a sigh of relief, I turn back to the villain. Vigilante? Stain, his name sounds vaguely familiar. But anyways, cool kill. You have something to market as your own? He's taken aback by the question, but you can only see it by looking at his eyes since the rest of his body is saying, try anything and die. At first I think that he's just going to leave without answering, which would be pretty rude, but evidently he has enough manners to respond. My work is my mark. Cleansing the fake heroes that infect the nation is all the message I have for people. I nod in appreciation. That's awesome. You even managed to say it with your scarf blowing in the wind, which just adds to how awesome it is. His face twists in a snarl, but before he can no doubt say something offensive I snap my fingers. Oh yeah, that's where I've heard of you before. His guard goes up even more somehow, but he doesn't have anything to worry about. Shiggy said he wanted to know if you would join the League of Villains since you like killing heroes. He bares his teeth as he points his sword at me. I don't kill heroes, I kill fakes who corrupt the symbol with their foul beings. Glancing down at Woozy, I nod. I can appreciate that. The offer still stands though. Would you be interested? He doesn't like heroes either. There's a brief moment where he looks like he's going to vanish down the alley before he sheathes his sword. I'm willing to meet in order to discover if our convictions can coexist. Give me a time and place. I pull out my phone, sending our coordinates to Kurogyri. Is now good? We can send you wherever you want afterwards. He stares for a moment as a misty portal opens up between us. He gives a curt nod before stepping inside, his stride full of confidence. Now, I say, looking at the quirkless guy whose pale face showcases perfectly just how out of his depth he is. I lean forward, something that's been in the back of my mind for a long, long time finally having the opportunity to be tested. You're quirkless, right? He nods slowly, a brief flash of resigned acceptance flashing across his face that's immediately replaced by shock. How would you feel if I told you that might not be the case? Summary. Ideals are shared. Chapter text. After having Kurogyri send our new friend someplace to wait for, experiencing a variety of activities, Hime and I sit in the bar and drink some drinks while getting comfortable to listen to Shiggy talk with Stain. Or as we think it will end up, him failing to recruit a clearly skilled rogue to the party. Or maybe an assassin. I don't know about his outright fighting skills, so it's possible that he might also be a good warrior. Or maybe like one of those, skilled in many but master of none, people Shiggy always complains about. Something about how they lack commitment. Either way, I'm interested in hearing both of their ideals and seeing how it compares to the one I've developed over my months of being with Hime. Coincidentally, she shares the same ideal because she actually believes in it, rather than just because I do. It's a nice couple ideal to follow. Ooh, but it looks like the two of them are done with trying to intimidate each other with their stares. So, you're hero killer Stain. I thought you'd be taller. Shiggy starts us off with a sass attack. How will Stain respond? He snorts. And for an organization presumptuous enough to call themselves the League of Villains, I expected their leader to be old enough to drink. And he shoots back with a perfectly valid concern. Especially since All for One is the actual leader even if he is hands off. Sort of like how a parent is in charge of their child until they decide to abandon them. Seemingly to counteract that point, Shiggy holds out a hand and Kurogyri slides a glass of alcohol into it. Keeping a pinky lifted, he takes a fancy drink while maintaining eye contact with the hero killer. After draining it he lets out a dramatic sound of satisfaction. We're villains. We don't care about things like that. I do. I don't want my cinnamon bun to taste like bourbon. Shiggy does a great job of ignoring Hime thanks to his copious amount of experience doing it. Stain doesn't, as shown by the flicker of movement from his eye as he undoubtedly makes a note of her seemingly inane comment. But was it really? Hime is many things: cute, crazy, sadistic, bloody, seductive, a blood enthusiast, and my girlfriend, but she isn't dumb. For all I know, her making her opinion known at that moment could have been meant to establish that while Shiggy is the de facto boss of the league, the members aren't being forced to serve him due to fear or awe of his strength. Which would mean that he has certain other qualities that convinced us that he should be the leader. Or it might have just been her making sure her opinion is known. Either way, Stain scoffs and crosses his arms. I take note of the knives strapped to each arm, preparing to flip my own should things turn violent. Tell me, what is your ideal? Why do you desire to go against those society has labeled as heroes? Shiggy tilts his head, and I'm on the literal edge of my seat as I lean forward to listen, my hands clenching the rim between my legs to ensure I don't accidentally fall off. Despite being here for nearly 10 months, I haven't actually heard what his ideal is, why he wants to take down heroes. Specifically, All Might. Why? Obviously because I don't like them. Why wouldn't you get rid of the things you hate? The genuine bafflement in his voice is enough for me to slip, landing face first on the floor. Seriously? That's it. I mean, I'm not complaining, but still. That's kind of a deluded and childish reason. But thinking about it, that also fits Shigaraki. He absolutely hates needing to do things that he doesn't like. Which, unfortunately, includes cleaning up the dust from when he decays something. I've been thinking of getting one of those robot vacuum cleaners to help with that, but realized that there's a better way. It's been a while since I've talked with my cousin, and I'm sure that she can make one better than what we could buy. Might take some effort to get a secure connection set up so that the authorities won't be able to track us if we ever give them a reason, but it shouldn't be too hard. But anyways, Stain doesn't look like he's a fan of Shiggy's reasoning either. At least if the way he's straddling him with a knife impaled in his shoulder is any indication. But then again, I side-eye Hime, who makes eye contact before blushing and looking down while covering her cheeks with her sleeves. Baka Aizu, don't ask for that when we have an audience. I wasn't asking. I'm quick to shut that down. I have no interest in letting people outside our relationship see the expressions she makes during those situations. Feeling the knife in my hand, I'm reminded of what I was supposed to be doing. Having an oopsie moment, I'm relieved that Stain hasn't made any moves to kill Shiggy. That would be awkward to explain to his sensei. Thankfully it seems that he likes to monologue about his own ideal. You lack conviction, even in your own desire. Without conviction, you will achieve nothing. Which is how you ended up like this. You're being a little rough, don't you think? Kurogyri, send him away. Contrary to my expectations, Shiggy is pretty calm. I honestly thought that he would freak out the moment he got hurt. Then again, he has been trained by All for One, so it makes sense that he'd be more competent than he appears. Apologies, Tamura Shigaraki, but I cannot move. It must be the hero killer's quirk. I have to do a double take upon seeing that Kurogyri has blood staining the sleeve of his uniform. Were we really that distracted? The world is overrun by fakes. Petty criminals like you who chase petty dreams. Stain brings a second blade to bear, hovering over the hand Shiggy refers to as father. They must all be purged. But before the blade can so much as scratch the hand, Shiggy grabs it, ignoring the way it slices into his hand before it starts to decay. Watch it. If you touch this palm, his red eyes flash, and Stain's own widen. I'll kill you. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction. The scoff in his voice is obvious when he says that word. I may not have something as loaded as that. But if I had to choose something though, it would be killing All Might. With the knife decayed to the breaking point, he clenches his hand into a fist and it crumbles to dust while Stain glares down at him. If society wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. Stain looks like he's about to stab him again, but Shiggy sweeps out with a hand, prompting him to jump back to avoid being decayed. Shiggy rises and looks at the blood leaking from his shoulder and hand with annoyance. How irritating. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. Stain says, though the smile on his face reveals that he's not all that upset about that. However, this wasn't in vain. We both agree that we need to destroy the present. Shut up, I'm done with you. Leave. Drop dead. I don't care. The dismissive way he treats the hero killer does nothing to banish the light of excitement in the Rouge's eyes. I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death. He sheathes his knife. There is a warped sprout of conviction within your eyes. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? You're even crazier than Toga. Someone like you will be no good for the League of Villains. He once again ignores Himi's interjection of, you do care, clearly wanting to go back to his games. Kurogiri, now able to move again, makes to open a portal only for a gesture from me to put it on hold. At the curious looks, I explain. We've heard of Shiggy's convictions, but not yours, Stain. All you've said was that you hate fakes and those who lack convictions. So, what's yours? He stares at me with narrowed eyes before grunting in acknowledgement. I seek to kill the fake heroes so only true heroes like All Might remain. While those y-dash. I can't help it. I do want to listen to the rest of his explanation, but really? He thinks All Might is a true hero? That statement is so ridiculous that I laugh. The hostile glare he shoots at me just makes me laugh harder. After a whack from Himi's frying pan though, I manage to shake off most of my amusement. I still let out the occasional chuckle though. All Might is anything but a true hero. My claim garners the interest of everyone except Himi, who's the only one I've mentioned to that All Might is, well, not my dad. Father or guardian would imply that they at least raised me, which isn't accurate either. Sperm donor? I guess that works. Anyways, the point is that she's the only one who knows the full story. It's not that I've explicitly hid it from the League, but I haven't really had a reason to share it. I don't think that Stain would join the League, or be a good fit like Shigaraki said, but maybe it will help everyone to understand my ideal. All Might had 2 children. One with a powerful quirk, and the other lacking a quirk at all. I find it funny how Shiggy and Kurogiri's eyes widen as I start my story. They know about that, how my family treated me, but I never mentioned that All Might was the neglectful father. The quirkless boy was neglected by All Might, who acted like he didn't exist. The all too brief times where he remembered that he had a son just made the rest of his life all the more miserable. You lie. Stain snarls, his hand drawing a blade once again. I smirk back at him. I don't, but if you ever run across either All Might or a girl named Izumi Yagi, ask them what Izuku Yagi's life was like. Only one of them could tell you, though whether or not she'd be honest about it is another question entirely. I shrug. But either way, knowing about how hypocritical the symbol of peace is, I can't help but put air quotes around his title, which seems to anger the killer more if the bloodlust he's giving off is any indication. It's not as oppressive as All for One's though, and if I didn't buckle under his, there's no way I'll buckle under Stain's. I've come to a single truth about the world. I show the room a face-splitting smile. People will do what they want, regardless of how it will affect others. He takes an aggressive step forward. A true hero saves people, like they want. I interrupt. People who don't commit crimes might not do so because they want to be good, or they want to not go to prison. People become heroes because they want money, fame, to help people, etc. Heck, they might want to become heroes just because it's the cool thing to do. I scoffed dismissively. But once you boil everything down to its base, past all the flowery words, the excuses, the justifications, the convictions, you get people acting based on their own selfish wants. I meet his rage-filled eyes with my cold ones. You want to kill fakes because you want heroes to embody the ideal, not the reality. I take a sip of my drink. If you can't admit to that, then in the end, you're just as fake as the ones you hunt. With a cry of rage he leaps at me, only to fly through a veil of misty darkness that appears in front of him. I chuckle while shooting Kurogiri a thumbs up. Thanks for the save, Mamajiri. Less blood dirtying up the bar to clean up later. Summary. Izuku and Himiko see if all quirkless people actually do have one. Chapter text. I sit in a comfy chair, Himi hanging off of me as we stare at a monitor. It's a live video of a nearly bare room holding only a futon and a stainless steel table. Oh yeah, and some random guy who's supposedly quirkless. I may have forgotten about him for a few days, but thankfully Kurogiri didn't and has been making sure that he gets food and water. It would have been embarrassing if my test subject died before we even started testing anything. He even made sure to give him a TV. Of course now it's removed so it doesn't mess with the current batch of tests, but it's a good thing that he wasn't stuck in a room alone with his thoughts for several days without anything to distract him. I know exactly what that feels like. But man, Kurogiri really does act like a mom. He cooks for all of us, he cleans up after all of us, he stops Shigaraki Tikaraki from decaying Himi when she hides his hands. And that's not even counting how he wears an apron when he cooks. That's why he's Mamajiri. Anyways, back to the testing. I hold down a button and the crinkle of speakers turning on resounds throughout the testing room, startling the guy and making him swallow his gum. It doesn't need to do that of course, but I figured that it would give the place that sketchy, "you've made a horrible decision" vibe. So, you think you have a quirk? No? You do? The confused man responds. No, I clarify, that's the name of the show. I'm on a show. He shouts. Well, not right now. But if you do end up having a quirk we could make one. And you'll be featured on the very first episode. He just deadpants in the direction of the speaker, causing the two of us to chuckle. Anyways, these tests will consist of you doing and experiencing things you've never encountered before. This can include, but is not limited to, eating a person, singing in a variety of formbleg, bit my tongue. Ahem, foreign dialects, contorting your body into a wide range of shapes, and dying. I really thought that leaving dying for last would get more of a reaction than he shows. But he just nods like that's to be expected. It's everything else that he looks weirded out by. It just reaffirms what Himi and I know. Sane people make much less sense than crazy people. Which reminds me. We should probably get your name, huh? Or we can just call you one. For whatever reason, the guy nods. So I just shrug it off as a sane person thing and we start the tests. By finding out what tests we should actually do. After a quick questionnaire for the increasingly uncertain and confused one, we begin the first test. Whistling. Well, trying to whistle. Which doesn't go very well considering that none of us know how to whistle. I ask Kurogiri and Shigi but neither of them know how either. Which makes sense since Shigi's lips are as crusty as the rest of him and Kurogiri doesn't have a mouth. Or a face. So test 1 is a failure, but 1 himself isn't yet. Worse comes to worse, I'll ask all for 1 to give him a quirk as a consolation prize. Or kill him to see if he can come back to life like me. Either way works. Anyways, the second test is a result of him not knowing how to swim, and thus never visiting the ocean. To put it in simple terms, we have Kurogiri open a portal from somewhere in the ocean to the ceiling of the room. He seems surprised that it works, 1 is surprised about the sudden waterfall that cracks the floor, and I'm surprised at how I forgot to account for how much pressure is being exerted on the water being transported. It's a good thing the portal wasn't directly above him, or else we'd be out of subject. Though we might be out of one anyways given how badly he's failing this current test. He's not interacting with the water in any other way than his panicked flailing. And it doesn't look like he's able to breathe it either. But he's holding his breath, so there's no way to tell for sure. Oh, there it is. Yep, he isn't able to breathe in salt water. Kurogiri portals him out, and while he's busy gasping for breath, Kurogiri once again helps us out by sending the water someplace else. Where does he send it? No idea, but it's gone, so that's all that matters. After one recovers enough to beg for us to let them go home, we continue on to test 3. No, the salt water he inhaled might mess with the results. Though since we're testing for a previously undiscovered quirk, it might not matter. Or it will completely matter. Quirks are weird like that. After tossing a taser through yet another portal, I should really do something nice for Kurogiri after this, and watching him react like most people would to getting shocked while soaking wet and watching his gum fly out of his mouth, we move on to test 4. Yep, I totally didn't forget which one we're on. After that the tests continue with us occasionally taking breaks for one to rest. But nothing works. No matter what new things he experiences, he doesn't show signs of a quirk. We even feed him 2 of my severed arms that we keep frozen for emergencies. Both cooked and raw, both with and without him knowing. We need to threaten him a lot to knowingly eat human meat, but we do manage it. By the end of the day he's looking pretty ragged, which is perfectly understandable. As is the distant look in his eyes as he chews. Wait a minute. My eyes narrow as one gratefully accepts the break and pulls out another piece of gum. I press the button for the speaker, the statusy noise causing him to drop it in a small puddle of blood. Not his own, of course. We kept the cutting testing and the bleeding testing light so that we wouldn't accidentally kill him. And the blunt force testing kept all of his bleeding on the inside. That's just some leftover from when we bled me to death and poured it all on top of him. Nothing happened, and I made a joke about how it was because it's not the blood of his enemies, but he sassed me and said that I am his enemy. Rude. But back to what's caught my attention. Where did you get that gum? I don't remember ever giving you any. He scowls directly at the camera, one of the tests having revealed where it is, as a shudder runs through him. Probably remembered eating parts of me. I always have gum. It helps calm me down from when people attack me for being quirkless. And when psychopaths kidnap and torture me. Well, I have some good news for you. The next test will be the last. And not because we're going to kill you for the test. His expression screams how done he is with all of this, and it remains like that when he falls unconscious from the sleeping gas I flood the room with. After ensuring that everything is in place, we replace him into a room where there's only a single shining silver cover. And when he wakes up he's given a very simple direction. Under that cover is a piece of gum. Your only job is to estimate how large it is, and what flavor. Though I can assure you that it is not grape. The flavor of, well, I can't say evil since, villains. Maybe the flavor of trash. Ignoring my tangent, one stares at the cover for a moment before sighing and looking down, letting out a groan when he sees his outfit. Why am I dressed like some fancy old guy? He doesn't even seem to have the energy to be mad, he's just tired. Because why not? I can assure you that it's important to the test. You should be happy we didn't shave your head and stick a mustache on you. He sighs again before glaring at the cover and the gum underneath. It doesn't take him long to give his answer, and when he pulls the cover up he sees that he was correct. Under the cover is cherry-flavored gum in the shape of a human hand. About the size of my hand we fed him, actually. He glares at the camera while a grin stretches across both my and Himi's faces. Congratulations, Mr. One. You have a quirk. I pushed the second button I have that I was doubting I would be able to push today, and celebratory music plays throughout both our rooms. His face doesn't change from the deadpan glare he had before. Really? You think me knowing that your sick and twisted mind would have one last torment for me means that I have a quirk? No, you can clearly hear the smugness in my voice. You being able to make that gum appear is why I know you have a quirk. We made sure that there was absolutely no trace of any gum anywhere in that room, including in your outfit. I let him process that for a moment. Then he slowly brings his hand up to his face and stares at it. For a moment, nothing happens. But then, as if it was always there, a single piece of blue gum appears. His hand shakes as he carries it to his mouth, and once he makes the first chew, tears burst from his eyes. He falls to his knees as his body shakes, and laughter bursts forth. He laughs as he cries. He cries as he laughs. But that's okay. Because now, in today's society, he's a person. Back in the monitoring room I share a happy look with Hime. Looks like you were right, Midaseiji. Seems so, Chisagi. But 2 people isn't enough to prove my theory. Heck, it's not even a pattern until there's a third. She raises an eyebrow as a playful smirk stretches her lips. Oh? So you plan to do the same thing again? And again? And again? With each again, her lips come closer and closer to my own, until they meet. We share a passionate kiss, one filled with the thrill of celebration and progress. It might just be one other person whose existence has proved the toe joint test wrong, but it's still another person that can serve as proof. Proof that being quirkless is one big lie. Summary. 1 returns. Chapter text. I sip from my hot chocolate while staring with a raised eyebrow at one, who's sitting across from me. So, run by me again how you decided murdering someone makes for a good Christmas present? I think on that for a second before clarifying. I mean murdering the person. Murder itself is a pretty good present. In fact, I'm taking Hime out to the mall tomorrow for a 20-minute speed killing. Extra points for people who aren't in the holiday spirit. After discovering one's quirk, I really didn't expect to see him again, but surprisingly he wanted to keep in touch. Even after he found out that we're a group of villains. He'd text and call us often, usually just about how his day is going, or what new insults other students come up with for him. Oh yeah. He's apparently a second year in high school, so I was right about him not being much older than Hime and I. Anyways, he said that he showed off his quirk and the bullying did die down, but didn't completely vanish. It went from, he's less than human, why should it matter, to, such a freak, getting his quirk so late, and, what a pathetic quirk. See, some people didn't like the fact that a quirkless somehow developed a quirk, seeing him as unnatural. But most of his teachers didn't see it the same way and actually tried to stop the bullying when they're around, which in itself made his life so much easier. It was going well, according to him. All the way up until he found himself calling me in a panic, practically begging for us to portal him somewhere safe immediately. And me being me, obviously I asked for his coordinates and asked Kurogiri to get him. Which leaves us here, with him sitting across from me shaking like he was when we first met. His face is bruised, and blood flows from a long horizontal cut between his lip and his nose, which Hime is currently bandaging. Kind of gives him a delinquent vibe. He takes a deep, shaky breath, making Hime slap the back of his head for throwing off her rapping rhythm. The action seems to calm him down in how normal it is. He swallows before beginning his explanation. Some relatives came over for the holidays, my uncle and his kids. Minamoto and Hikari. They have good quirks. Heroic quirks. He goes to shake his head, Hime's scowl stopping him just in time as she finishes tying off the bandages. None of them like the quirkless. Or villain quirks. They didn't know about my quirk, my parents were going to surprise them. He lets out a choked laugh that's halfway to a sob. They were surprised all right, his face darkens. They started bad-mouthing me at the first opportunity. Not where my parents could hear, oh obviously, not dumb. Smart enough to get into decent hero schools. But they wouldn't listen. One shouts, gesturing wildly. I showed them my quirk, but they just sneered and said it was a cheap trick. Then my uncle stormed into the room and grabbed my wrist. He dragged me in front of my parents and threw me in front of them. He scowls, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dig into his palms. He said that a quirkless can't just suddenly develop a quirk. That I need to be faking it somehow. And you know what I saw when I looked at my parents? He glares at me, anger radiating from his eyes. They fucking agreed with him. They didn't think I actually had a quirk. Even when I showed them. His hands clench at his hair, ripping at it while his eyes become bloodshot from reliving his words. They didn't believe me. They never believed me. They acted like they were just humoring me. Like I was God's damn delusional. So you know what I did? The sneer that crosses his face is clearly forced, the terror and anger fighting for dominance in his psyche. I made sure they couldn't dismiss me. That they'd have to admit that I have a quirk. I made gum appear. And you know what I found out? A broken chuckle scraps its way out of his throat. As long as it's close enough, I can make bubblegum appear anywhere around me. Anywhere. I nod. So you made it appear in their hands or something? Or in the air? Ha. No, that wouldn't have worked, they would have just said it was another trick. I needed something they couldn't deny. Aya and I was so angry. He leans back in the booth staring up at the ceiling with suddenly tired eyes. I was so fucking stupid. My life is over. I'm going to go to prison. Hell, I'll probably get killed on the way to prison. I speak softly, trying not to startle him. Where did you make the gum appear? He doesn't answer for a few moments, but eventually he sighs, dropping his head onto the table with a dull thunk. NGS. I lean forward. I couldn't hear you. His mumble is even less intelligible somehow. One more time, and make it louder. His lungs, okay. I made the fucking bubblegum appear in his lungs. He shoots up and slams his palms into the table, his emotions apparently hitting a breaking point before draining out of him just as quickly. He falls back into his seat, his head falling into his hands. He fucking choked on it. There was screaming, everyone was panicking. Hikari used her quirk to make something out of light and threw it at me. It cut a gash in my face and I ran. I ran until I remembered you guys. He looks up at me with tears in his eyes, just a scared kid who's accidentally plowed into the road of villainy headfirst. He swallows. Why you've gotta help me. Hide me, help me escape the country, something. Please. I reach out and gently put a hand on his shoulder. His own flies to it, holding onto my arm like a lifeline as I meet his eyes. A lifeline that will help him, give him a way out of this situation. I open my mouth. How did it feel? I ask. What? His eyes widen and he tries to pull away, but my grip is firm. Even when he tries to push away from the table after letting go of me. How did it feel? I ask again, my grip tightening. How did it feel to kill? To show the people who look down on you that you aren't the weak, worthless quirkless they thought you to be? To see someone who saw themselves as so far above you, brought so low in so little time? He's struggling now, his head shaking wildly. No. I didn't feel anything. I didn't mean to. You didn't feel anything? Nothing at all? My eyes peer into his own, pinning him into place. You felt nothing at all about taking your uncle's life? The man who treated you with such casual disregard that he thought nothing of throwing you to the ground in front of your parents? Then what about your parents? How did you feel when they said nothing? When they saw the abuse as something normal? The disgust in their eyes when they decided that you're nothing more than a delusional quirkless relying on cheap tricks to fake a quirk? Was it the pity, the disgust? The patronizing smiles? Come on, one. Tell me how it felt. I'm standing now, holding one up by his collar as I shout a demand for answers into his face. His eyes are wild, darting all over the place as he tries to look at anything except me. His hands are holding my wrists hard enough to bruise. I don't know. He shouts. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how they feel. I don't want to know. I just want to be somewhere else. I can't help you unless you're honest. Tell me how it felt. How much you enjoyed seeing him struggle. The anger you felt watching everyone try to help him, ignoring you who'd just been attacked. Why should you care about what they think of you? They clearly don't. I liked it. Okay. Finally, he looks at me, bloodshot eyes meeting sparkling ones. I like that I have power. That I could make them feel what I've felt my entire life. That I fucking matter. I like it. Is that what you want to hear? I smile, gently setting him on the floor only for him to fall to his knees with his face in his hands. Muffled sobs echo forth from him, filling the silent bar as our audience watches. Hime chews on some popcorn seasoned with dried blood, Shiggy is scowling at how loud we're being, and Kurogyri is looking on with an impressed air around him. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I say to one as I crouch in front of him. I put a hand on his head, petting him. In fact, that's what we all wanted to hear. It means we can help you. He looks up at me with a look of disbelief, snot and tears leaking from his face. There's a tinge of hope in his eyes as he asks, really? You can help me? I give him a smile, one that can brighten up the darkest room. Of course I can. In fact, you won't even need to leave the country. I lean forward, my smile becoming more mischievous as it leaves his line of sight, as I whisper directly into his ear. Actually, if you want, we can help you get more of that feeling. He tenses, his breath catching as I continue. You can show more than just your family that you have worth. That you matter. That you won't sit quietly as they use you as a tool to take out their frustrations on. We can make you into someone of respect. Someone that nobody will be able to look down on. We can make sure that you get that sweet, sweet feeling so much, that everything before seems like a distant memory. I step back, doing a little spin before I extend my hand while giving a little half bow. So, my smile practically splits my face, it's so wide. Would you like to join this little family we have? Where we accept one another for who we are? The family that we like to call the League of Villains? Summary. Himiko kills Izuku, and Shoko gets a present. Chapter text. So, I ask, draped across the bar in front of Shiggy Wiggy. We have someone who can set up a completely secure connection yet? He scowls at me. No. Sensei said he'll have someone in a week or two, so stop bothering me about it. He turns away, turning the TV on and blasting the volume to drown out my usual follow-up questions. So I throw a knife at it, giggling as he curses and sparks fly before something in the TV explodes. Mamajiri sighs, opening two portals, one under it and one above it, immediately replacing it with an indistinguishable replacement. By this point so many have been destroyed that I'm curious where he's getting them all from. I mean, there are only so many junky TVs to go around. Are they custom made or something? Please refrain from destroying the televisions, Midaseiji. Or next time I shall be informing Himiko Toga of your late-night drinks. I gasp in outrage, putting a hand to my chest. I don't drink alcohol. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? I say again, how dare you? Apologies, he sighs. I shall inform her of your late-night sips. I nod happily. Better. Wait, no it's not. I look at him with wide eyes. How am I supposed to build up a tolerance to alcohol if you tell Hime that I've been sipping bourbon while she's sleeping? Shiggy's snickering and a sudden feeling of danger tells me that I just messed up. Stiffly, I slowly turn around and see my girlfriend flexing her claws with a closed-eye smile on her face. Care to explain what I just heard, Izuku? I swallow at her not using a nickname, raising my hands in what I know is a futile defense. It's not what you think. I try, and when she doesn't immediately make a move I continue. It's just, one day you might want my taste to have a hint of some kind of alcohol. So I'm trying to build up a tolerance to it so I won't pass out from only drinking a little before it can affect my taste. I give her puppy dog eyes as she tilts her head back in thought. Okay, she nods. I blink. Really? That's all? Another nod. Yep. Since you did it for me it's fine. I let out a sigh of relief only to stiffen as she continues. But the guilt you've been feeling since you started doing that on Christmas has been affecting your blood, so we're going to have to clean out the source. Her eyes open wide, a gleam I've long become familiar with shining brightly as she thrusts her hand forward. Kali Ma. A few seconds later I'm in front of the receptionist, sheepishly scratching my cheek while she glares at me. Yeah, she found out. She shakes her head, ruffling some papers. I did tell you she would kill you. I chuckle before shaking my head. Yeah. But what about you? That one guy still giving you trouble? She waves my redirection aside, like she usually does whenever our conversations turn towards her own life. Unlife? Half-life? However she exists. There is nothing you are able to do about that, so there's no need for you to be better informed about it. More importantly. She peers at me with a raised eyebrow. Did you not have something important planned today? I blink for a few seconds, trying to remember what she's talking about. Which is kind of a shock, her actually remembering dates given time is funky down here. When I do remember I smack my palm into my forehead. I needed to drop off her present. I sigh, shrugging. Well, nothing I can do about it now. Her dad always takes her out for breakfast before having a party where he invites important people with kids. Presents aren't opened until almost the evening, so I can only hope that Himi drops it off for me. Toga. Smoothie, smoothie. Heart why smoothie? I hum while singing a happy song, watching the heart, pomegranate juice, and blood oranges mixed together in a blender. I ignore Shigaraki Choparaki's look of distaste, it's better than his reactions when he first saw me doing this. He has girly screams. Mamajiri's look of disapproval is harder to ignore. But it's not my fault Izu bleeds so much when I take out his heart. Blame humanity for evolving like that. I'd rather that the blood doesn't get wasted on the floor too. So don't hold out the mop like you expect me to clean it up. I will ensure that your smoothie is blended to your preferred texture. Knowing that he'll get it just how I like it, I reluctantly accept the cleaning tools and get to work mopping up Izu's blood, grumbling as I do. Never see Shigaraki sweeping up his dust. The only girl here shouldn't have to do the housework, that's sexist. Wait a minute. I stop after picking up Izu's body and laying it in one of the booths. He's already stopped bleeding, thankfully, or else cleaning up would be a lot more effort. But that's not what has me stopped. It's a niggling thought that I'm forgetting something. Something important. Good thing we have people for that. Mamajiri. I shout. What am I forgetting? He sighs. Do you have any clues as to what it is you have forgotten? I tilt my head with a finger on my cheek. Dunno, but I think it had to do with a girl. Shiggy snorts. Usagi finally decide to pick up a chick who's sane? Without looking I flick my arm and a knife embeds itself in the seat of his chair, just an inch higher and it would have been in his thigh. I roll my eyes as he curses at me. Obviously I wouldn't be mad about Izu finding another girl for us to have fun with, we've already said we were okay with that. Especially with all the blood I've drunk from him. At this point I could probably just transform into him and not need to go back to normal ever. I won't though because Izu said that he likes me how I am. I don't have to be someone else for him to accept me. I don't need to wear a mask for him to like me. For him to love me, I just have to be myself. Of course, he doesn't complain when I transform in the bedroom. Double the Isis is double the fun for both of us. But Shiggy's good for something other than playing his games. He reminded me of what I forgot. Birthday. I shout, and the three of us turn to look at the birthday calendar. Unlike a normal calendar, there's only 6 dates on it, and they're all hand-drawn. Originally they were just the birthdays of the members of the league, but after Izu found out that his bitch of a mother hid the fact that he's still alive, he's added another. It's today. I can't believe I forgot. He even learned how to sew for her present. I'm not jealous since he gave me the same thing he's giving her for Christmas, plus he took me out on a killing date. So I think I've gotten the better presents between the two of us. Still, I know how important this is for Izu, and I killed him before he could do it. I'm a bad girlfriend, I mutter, tracing circles in the remainder of Izu's blood on the floor. He had this big plan all thought out, but now it's ruined. Kurogiri sighs, putting a hand on my shoulder and pulling me out of my sad thoughts. Do not worry, Himiko Toga. Mitasagi had already prepared everything, so long as you drop them off I do not think he will be angry. I sniff, looking up at him with unshed tears in the corners of my eyes. Really? You think so? I know so, he reassures me. I cannot imagine him ever being angry at you. The only time I believe he even came close was when you thought he was hiding something from you. I wince at the memory. I still think I was justified in being suspicious, but I'm just glad it didn't ruin our relationship. After finally having someone I can be myself around, I don't think I can ever go back. More than that, with Izu, I don't have to be restrained. Even with the other members of the league I can't act how I do when Izu and I are alone. I don't think any of them realize just how broken we are. It's not just how we both suffered simply because of how we were born, it's that we support each other. We're like two broken knives, me missing the handle and him missing the blade. Without both, it's not really a knife. They still have their uses, but they're not a knife. It's only when we're together that we're whole. In fact, we fit together even better than the original designs. Like the person who made the knife messed up when they put us together. We were supposed to be the same knife, but they separated us. Making us something faulty, that others look down on. And when the part we were never meant to be with has had enough, we became broken. But now that we're together it's all okay. I hop up, smiling at Mamajiri and how he takes care of us. Thanks Mamajiri. Let's go. I rush off to get the present and the letter, casting a single glance back at the smoky figure that takes care of us. Maybe, one day, maybe we'll let him see how broken we are. We can all be broken together, instead of separately. Shoko. I stand by the food, slowly sipping from my cup as well-dressed people mingle around me. It's only here that I can avoid talking to the multitude of well-wishers and their children, who are practically pushed into talking with me by their parents. It's clear to me that they're as reluctant to talk to me as I am to talk to them, though I'd guess for different reasons. I'm the daughter of Endeavor, one of the most intimidating heroes there are, as well as holding the number 2 spot for many years. They're likely afraid of what he might do if they were to offend me. As for why I don't want to talk to them, this is my first birthday since what happened to Izuku. Ever since I'd met him, he'd been there for me. It didn't matter how bad his own day was going, he'd always be more than happy to listen to my own problems, giving out any advice he could with his smile that could rival the sun. Before Endeavor changed, before we started becoming a family again. When I'd be forced to do these birthday galas, he'd always have a plan to help me sneak out. A different plan than the one before just in case the previous had been discovered. But they never were. Each year he'd come up with a different plan, when the previous ones worked perfectly. Each year I'd follow the new plan, no matter how convoluted or even nonsensical they became. Because every year, after I told him how well his plan worked, he'd give me that smile. The one I never got to see except for that day. A smile that said he had no doubt it would. That showed, for one single day out of the rest of the miserable year, that he believed in himself just as much as I did. It didn't matter what we did after, sometimes we'd go to the park, others we'd get ice cream. What was important to me is that I got to spend my birthday with my best friend. But now? Now here I am, surrounded by people who don't care. Who only see this as a convenient event where they can gather and make connections, for their children to make connections. And you must be Shoko Todoroki, the birthday girl. I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a boy my age, dressed just as well as the adults. If you disregard how his ears and nose resemble a bat's, he's kind of plain looking with brown eyes and black hair cut short. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm the son of Dash. I don't care. I cut him off, already having him pegged as the most unwelcome kind of person at these events. One of the main reasons I've always tried to sneak out as soon as possible before. He laughs drily. Of course you don't. As the daughter of such a prestigious family, I suppose my own wouldn't garner much attention. He smirks at me. But we have been rising steadily, absorbing our smaller competitors and increasing our profits. Pretty soon we might even rival the Endeavor Agency. He laughs again, this time I pick up some mockery in it. Something most people don't realize, just because I don't understand emotions doesn't mean I can't pick up on it. Sometimes. But with this boy it isn't hard. But as I'm reflecting on my emotional acumen, I realize that he's been talking. Though obviously it would be in both of our families' interests to keep good relations. Perhaps I could interest you in getting to know each other better over a nice dinner? I don't let my lips move how they want, holding back the scowl. I absolutely hate it when parents try to push for their kids to start a relationship with me. But I hate it more when self-assured jerks like this one act like it's only right that I should date them. I open my mouth to tell him to leave me alone, in a polite way, given the company, but someone else beats me to it. A blonde girl with long flowing hair walks up and loops her arm around my own, looking at the boy with a happy smile. Sorry, but Shoko and I already have plans. In fact, we need to talk about them now, so could you leave us alone? It's more of a demand than a question, and the boy's flabbergasted look tells me that he picked up on that as well. Then his face turns red and he storms off while muttering under his breath. I turn to the girl, raising an eyebrow. She giggles, pulling her arm free. You looked like you needed help. She pauses and taps her chin. Well, not really, but I needed to get you alone for a moment. I sigh, the brief moment of appreciation gone as quickly as it had appeared. My suitors are not limited to the males, and it appears that this girl decided that driving the boy away would help her case. It won't, but now I'm unable to dismiss her without coming off as ungrateful, so I need to let her stay. But to my surprise she just hands me a wrapped present and a letter. Open both of these when you're alone and don't have to go back to anyone. I don't think you'd appreciate the questions. And with a wink and a smile that flashes a sharp canine, she's gone as quick as she appeared. I look down at the present, squeezing lightly. I can tell that it's not heavy, nor is it hard. There are only a few things that it could be, but none that I'd particularly like to have. Nor any that would require the secrecy the girl clearly wants it to have. Shoko. Come meet the Yaoyorosis, they have a daughter who plans to attend UA just like you. I nod absently, tucking the mysterious items away for the moment. I can see what they are after the party. My hands shake as I lower the letter, my head turning to the still wrapped present. Slowly, hesitantly, I reach out. I gently work at the tape, being careful not to rip anything. As the present is slowly revealed, I stare at it. Then my eyes refocus on the letter. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. But as I turn back to the dark green bunny that I can tell has been hand-sewn, I can't help the seed of hope that takes root in my heart. Because there's only one person who ever called me that. And they've only done it a few times, when we were alone. We can meet again after you get into UA, Candy Cane Princess. Unfortunately, this is the end of the video. Until next time. This is Boku no Fiction.